I have been on the web pretending to be a Tomb Raider captain, peddling bits of Ghost Blows Out the Light. Little did I know, some dim-witted archaeology experts would actually buy it. They wired me $1 billion for mentorship tuition, right off the bat. They even introduced me to a recently divorced national sweetheart host, trying to set me up with her. Because this place is a chaotic mess of tomb feng shui faults, a world swarming with lethal insects. As everyone knows, no tomb raiding when the rooster crows and the lamp dies. Yet here they are, ignoring every safety precaution, charging into the tomb with nothing but a flashlight. It is no wonder so many archaeologists meet such bizarre ends down there. As a decade-long veteran who has practically memorized The Lost Tomb and Ghost Blows Out the Light, I have become the only person in this world who understands yin-yang feng shui, 5 elements and 8 trigrams. Plus, I have awakened the divine guidance system. As long as I provide guidance on tomb raiding knowledge, I get stronger with every reward. Just then, a live stream titled New County Archaeological Excavation popped up on my screen. The feed showed a vast sprawling complex of ancient ruins that stretched on forever. The experts were claiming it was a relic of ancient Washa, potentially rewriting the history of our civilization back another 2,000 years. The audience in the chat was absolutely thrilled, commenting that this place was just like heaven, insisting they would definitely make it a vacation spot come May Day. My pupils constricted, a bad feeling washing over me. Isn't this the Pingshan ancient tomb from Ghost Blows Out the Light? Whether it is the General Lion King, the white-haired old ape, or that near monstrous 6-winged flying serpent, every single one of them is a death sentence. Damn it. I immediately posted a comment, "Watch out. This is the Pingshan Fierce Tomb. With your pathetic combat skills, you would not even be enough as a snack for the 6-winged flying serpent." Who would have thought that the moment I sent that, I would be mocked by the netizens? Where's this troll from? Never heard of any 6-winged thing. Seriously, go get help if you are sick. Do not come out here scaring people. This is clearly the site of an ancient city. Some keyboard warrior thinks he is more professional than Professor Chu. I ignored the netizens' overly aggressive reactions. For the safety of the archaeological team, I patiently explained further. The mountain was a forbidden ground for ancient royalty to refine their elixir of immortality. Later, during times of constant war, Pingshan gradually fell into ruin because of years of alchemy conducted here. The toxic materials piled up and never dissipated. The venomous insects in the mountain absorbed the fumes and became incredibly deadly. The most terrifying of them all is a massive flying 6-winged creature. If you are not perfectly prepared, do not enter the tomb under any circumstances. Surprisingly, this hit right on Professor Chu's professional trigger point. He took the microphone and gave the camera a scornful smirk. Ancient emperors may have had hobbies like refining elixirs, but no matter the era, insects remain terrestrial arthropods. They cannot fly. Furthermore, dead bodies eventually decay into bones. They certainly do not move around. Listen here, heaven officials blessing, you need to rely on science. That final sentence effectively silenced the chat room. The netizens even started a chain reaction, simultaneously spamming the same comment. The screen was flooded with the words, "Believe in science," in an instant. Seeing the archaeological team completely disregarding my advice, I sighed helplessly. You have to understand, even in Ghost Blows Out the Light, the powerhouse partridge, Whistle, only barely survived after entering the tomb with his fellow disciples. But it is hard to advise the stubborn. Damn it. Since these old archaeology fossils won't believe me, there is nothing more I can do. Just then, Professor Chu began directing 2 students to board the hanging basket and descend into the tomb. Clouds and mist shrouded the valley. Beyond a few dozen meters down the hoist, I could not see a thing, accompanied by the rhythmic creaking of the pulley system. The staff on site and the live stream audience all became tense simultaneously. Wang Tianxian, standing by, could not help but recall my previous comments in the chat, but on second thought, it still felt far too absurd. At that moment, Professor Chu began calling the students below on the walkie-talkie. "How is it? Did you reach the bottom?" Yet no sooner had the other end confirmed they were safe than a series of blood-curdling screams pierced the air. Professor Chu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He shouted at the staff, "Quick, hurry and pull them up." Then he turned back to the walkie-talkie, calling their names incessantly. But no matter how he roared, there was never any response. The netizens in the live stream saw this scene and grew deeply worried. How could this happen? Could heaven officials' blessing have actually been right? Good heavens, out of the mouths of babes. The mountain valley was nearly 1,000 meters deep. It took nearly 10 minutes just to haul the hoist back up. But when they got close enough to look, everyone was left dumbfounded. Inside the hoist, there were only 2 2 shredded sets of clothes, and a walkie-talkie. Xiao Lu and the other person were nowhere to be found. Professor Chu's face turned grim at the sight. They must have accidentally fallen into the main hall. I must go down and find them. But he was held back by the team members beside him. Professor, you are getting on in years. Let us go instead. With that, a young team member braved the danger and jumped into the hoist first. And just as he reached out to pick up the clothes inside, he shrieked in terror. Within those blood-soaked garments crawled a dozen multicolored, writhing creatures. Professor Chu, a career archaeologist, immediately warned them to retreat. They are highly venomous. But his warning came just a moment too late. The bloody water dripping from the clothes splattered onto the young team member. It crawled up his trouser leg to the back of his left hand. In an instant, his entire palm began to turn black and purple. Immediately following, it eroded down to raw flesh in a matter of seconds. The young man rolled on the ground in agonizing pain and screams, and the rot began to spread from his hand toward his torso. Professor Chu did not have time to second guess. He grabbed an entrenching tool and decisively amputated the young man's entire left arm. At the same time, other members quickly drew their tools, cautiously swatting the insects to death. After a hasty treatment, the professor ordered everyone to pack up, withdraw from the site. After sending Xiao Zhou, who was bitten, to the hospital, Professor Chu immediately found Wang Tianqian. Young Wang, can you find that user Heaven Official's blessing? Everything he said might actually be true. We need his guidance. As he spoke, Professor Chu turned to face the camera. His expression was grave. Furthermore, I owe an apology to the student Heaven Official's blessing. The world is vast and full of wonders. It was my own narrow-mindedness. I hope the student can forgive me. When they heard the professor's words, the live stream chat instantly exploded. My God, everything that person said earlier was real. There really is an expert hiding in the valley. A true hermit. Calling him an expert does not even do him justice. He is clearly a master. Master, come out and let us pay our respects. Begging for some guidance from the master. The live stream chat was flooding with messages, but Heaven Official's blessing was nowhere to be found. After scrolling for half an eternity, the netizens finally gave up in despair. Just then, I stretched out on the recliner, blearily opening my eyes. I remembered I was watching a live stream. How did I accidentally fall asleep? I then picked up the phone that had fallen on the floor, preparing to open the stream, to see the results of Professor Chu and the other's excavation. But suddenly, a cold, mechanical synthesized voice resounded in my mind. Ding! Detected host guiding the archaeological team. Divine guidance system activated. Reward, Healin bloodline, Heaven's insight. Immediately after, a black seal and a drop of essential blood floated before my eyes. The Healin bloodline comes from the Zhang family in the Lost Tomb universe. Possessing this bloodline not only grants immunity to all poisons, but also extends longevity. Alright, I quickly let that drop of Healin blood sink into my body, followed by the phantom of a Healin appearing above my head. My muscles began to strengthen at a visible rate. At the same time, on the skin of my back, a blood-red Keelin tattoo slowly emerged. The Keelin bloodline did not just enhance my physique, it comprehensively amplified my vision, hearing, and the rest. Without waiting, I turned my gaze toward the cricket. The moment I touched it, I felt a cool, refreshing breath traveling through my palms, coursing through my limbs, even clearing my mind by 30%. You have to know, many ancient tombs have mechanisms that can induce hallucinations, and having a cricket at hand means being immune to those parlor tricks. Thinking of this, I happily tucked the cricket away, then went to change into some new clothes, and ordered some takeout while I was at it. While waiting for the food, I suddenly remembered the archaeology team's live stream. Just as I opened the app on my phone, I heard non-stop notification chimes. It was a whole string of donation confirmation messages. Looking at the dense record of hundreds of pages of donations. Bloody hell. In just 3 hours, I would receive 72.33 million platform credits. Converted to cash, that is a solid 230,000 bucks. After that, I immediately clicked into the archaeology team's official stream. I saw the host, Wang Tianqian, with an excited look on her face, telling everyone a piece of good news to the camera. Young brother Joe is already out of danger. Additionally, the authorities are taking this excavation very seriously. They have already dispatched a special SWAT team and biological experts to rush over here. Believe it, in no time at all, the archaeology team will find a way to deal with the poisonous snails and reveal the secrets of the Pingshan ruins to everyone. As Tianqian's voice trailed off, the chat room instantly erupted in celebration. Great, young brother Joe is fine. That is just too good. I was scared to death just a moment ago. Salute to all the archaeology team members. You are all doing a great job. And just at that moment, several bold red lines of text appeared right in the middle of the screen. That was just an appetizer. The real danger is the six-winged serpent. The six-winged serpent can not only fly and crawl, but its shell is even harder than steel. Ordinary assault rifles can't even get through its hide. If you must go down into Pingshan, I suggest you bring flamethrowers flamethrowers or even rocket launchers. But the username that appeared on the front was none other than Heaven Official's Blessing, absent for half the day. In an instant, the live stream viewers went wild. Evidently, most people have started to trust what I said, but I did not expect that this proposal would be shot down by Professor Chu. I saw him rub his hands. He typed a slightly embarrassed reply. Great Master Heaven Official's Blessing. May I ask if there is any way to restrain the creatures? There are many precious artifacts in the mountain valley. If anything gets damaged, we would not be able to answer to the nation. Hearing the professor's concerns, I thought for a moment and responded immediately. Then there is only one last resort. You should try to find some nooching chickens. The sixth-winged serpent fears nothing more than them. This answer went beyond everyone's expectations. Even though people were skeptical at first, Professor Chu and his team decided to grasp at straws. In just half a day, they gathered enough roosters that matched the requirements. They scoured the entire area for them. After that, Professor Chu publicly invited me to be a special archaeological consultant. Whatever the requirements, I could just name them. Once this was announced, it caused an immediate sensation. You see, Dragon Country has suffered several major cultural gaps. The historical and cultural relics passed down from ancient times are precious and rare. We are in urgent need of experts to excavate and study them, to decipher the missing historical culture. Therefore, those in the archaeological profession hold high status and are highly respected by the whole nation. However, after waiting for over 10 minutes, Heaven Official's Blessing still had not replied. For a moment, some viewers started posting sarcastic comments in the chat. I think that Heaven Official's Blessing is just a fraud. He is probably scared of showing his face on site, right? But naturally, there were those ready to stand up for me. Hey, who do you think you are? Let us see you try it then. Afraid you would wet yourself before even starting. Wang Tianxian saw that I had not responded. She also felt a bit disappointed. However, she kept her spirits high. Explaining to the live audience, she said, our great master might not be able to come in person, but he is a wonderful person. He has guided the archaeological team several times already. At the same time, Professor Chu nodded. Agreeing, he said, we respect the decision of Heaven Official's Blessing. Likewise, the doors of the National Archaeological team are always open for him. Whenever he is willing, he can join us at any time. Saying this, Professor Chu clapped his hands. He announced clearly, all right, everyone, get ready. In 10 minutes, we officially explore the ruins. Actually, I am not as high and mighty as the netizens say. I am just afraid that if I really join, it would not be as easy to milk the archaeological team's rewards. Although I now possess the Qilin bloodline and the Heavenly Seal, I am still not invincible against those fierce ancient tombs. But now, just by giving a couple of hints in the live stream, I can get rewards. Once I am geared up to the max, I won't have to worry about any zombies or ghosts in the tombs. Just as I decided to lay low and stay out of sight, I heard a wonderful system notification ring in my mind. Guidance to the archaeological team successful. Granted 3 general talismans. A general talisman is also known as a zombie suppressing talisman. It is usually placed on a zombie's forehead to suppress it. On the other side, at the bottom of the Pingshan cliff, the archaeological team has already installed the new pulley basket. However, this time they did not send anyone down to the valley, but instead placed a dozen large roosters into the basket and installed many cameras on the basket. About 7 or 8 minutes later, the cable basket descended to the valley floor. A structure roughly the size of 10 football fields appeared on screen, buried deep within the remote ancient mountains, untouched by any human footfall. This ancient city remained perfectly preserved. Professor Chu stared at the screen, mesmerized, unable to blink. Likewise, the viewers in the live stream were struck speechless in awe. My goodness. So this is the city built by our ancient ancestors. To construct such a massive city in this bottomless abyss, I am starting to suspect that our ancestors possessed some kind of lost advanced technology. It is truly hard to imagine how, without electricity or pulleys, they transported so many construction materials down into this valley. The netizens in the chat, besides feeling proud, also felt a hint of regret. If not for those few collapses in our cultural history, the nation would be in a better state. We would not be so ignorant of our own country's history. Just as everyone was marveling at the beauty of the ancient city, Owen, the cameraman, suddenly shouted, Team Leader Chen, quick look, what is that? Everyone was startled and rushed over. On the screen, a sea of venomous snakes suddenly appeared, swarming densely toward a dozen roosters. With lightning speed, they bypassed the cage and launched an attack. The roosters inside, most of them, within seconds, were devoured down to the bare, picked bones. Only 2 of the most robust roosters held their heads high, letting out piercing crowing calls, then flapped their wings and leaped into the air, charging toward the roof. in under 3 minutes. The number of victims beneath them was countless. Those near the cage were completely devoured. Seeing the scene, everyone on the clifftop breathed a sigh of relief. The Master Heaven official's blessing was right. After all, the Nuching chickens can indeed suppress the poison. It seems these two are indeed the variant Nuching chickens. Major Chen, send the rest of the Nuching chickens down as well. Once the insects are cleared away, we can start our work sooner. Chen Jianbing nodded. He had his men lower the remaining Nuching chickens by cage. Among the dozens of Nuching chickens, the vast majority were just common roosters. They were devoured completely the moment they arrived. But among the survivors, there were 6 more variant Nuching chickens. The variant Nuching chickens did not fear the insect venom. They were born to be the nemesis of the venom. With these 8 variant Nuching chickens together, they moved with incredible speed. It only took about 10 minutes to clear the venomous stinging insects off the hall roof. The professor had been worried about dealing with those insects the whole time. Seeing this outcome now, his anxious heart was finally put at ease. Seeing that the venomous insects were mostly dead, Chen Jianbing signaled with a wave of his hand. Pan Zi, Lei Zi, you two take the rear. The rest of you, follow me to protect Professor Chu and the others. We are heading down to the valley. Everyone answered in unison. One by one, they stepped into the cages. 3 pulley-operated baskets could carry 20 to 30 people down at a time. Before long, Professor Chu and the others were approaching the valley bottom. However, just at that moment, a girl in the group suddenly pointed at a mountain not far away, shouting with pleasant surprise, "Everyone, look quick. It looks like a lot of herbs have grown on the cliffside." Everyone followed the direction she was pointing. There were indeed many strange growths on the mountain walls, including quite a few rare plants that were thought to be extinct. Professor Wu's eyes lit up with excitement. Pointing at a fungus, he exclaimed in surprise, "This is the long-extinct panlong scorpion. Who would have thought a few are still alive here? This discovery is monumental." Saying this, Professor Wu, trembling with excitement, quickly turned to Professor Chu and said, "Chu, let me handle the panlong scorpion first. Such a precious plant, we must safely relocate it somewhere else." Professor Chu and Professor Wu were old acquaintances. He knew exactly how he got when he saw rare plants. Thinking it over, they are just some plants after all, posing no real danger. He nodded and agreed, just as Professor Wu was directing the workers on the clifftop, planning to shift the hanging basket. In the live stream chat room, suddenly 2 bolded red messages appeared, highlighted and pinned to the top. These plants have absorbed the toxic vapor of the valley for years, plus the venom of the 6-winged serpent. They are now highly toxic. It is best not to touch them. Seeing the message from Heaven official's blessing, everyone was stunned in unison. Professor Wu's hand was just about to touch the panlong scorpion. Hearing his colleague's warning nearby, he hurriedly pulled his hand back. He was still unsatisfied, and quickly argued, "It does not look poisonous at all." Major Chen, not wanting any accidents, snapped a wooden stick from the cliff wall, and carefully prodded the panlong scorpion twice. A second later, the surface of the plant split open, seeping out a dark brown liquid. The liquid dripped onto the cliff wall, hissing and emitting white smoke. In no time, it had corroded the weeds on the wall entirely. Witnessing this scene, everyone gasped in shock, especially Professor Wu himself. Shaken to the core, if it had not been for the timely warning from Heaven official's blessing, he would have been a goner. Thinking of this, Professor Wu let out a long breath. He turned to face the camera and said with genuine gratitude, "Sir Heaven official, thank you for saving my life." Initially, Professor Wu and the others were rather skeptical of Heaven official's blessing, not thinking he was as great as Professor Chu made him out to be. But after this incident, at least Professor Wu was thoroughly impressed, feeling nothing but deep respect. The netizens in the chat room were also incredibly excited. Heaven official is the GOAT. Thanks for your guidance. You saved the professor's life. Having Heaven official's help is amazing. The archaeological team can avoid so many dangers. If Heaven official knows the Baoping mountain site so well, even knowing about the poisonous herbs on the wall, does that mean he might have been here before? That makes sense. There really is such a possibility. Even if he has not been, he certainly knows this place like the back of his hand. After this, the archaeological team did not dare to take any more risks, and all stayed docilely in the basket until they landed safely. Just then, the 8 fierce Nuching chickens were released, strolling on the palace rooftops, feeding on the scattered venoms. 3 biologists, led by Professor Wu, quickly put on their gloves. They collected the half-dead venomous insects. These venoms are highly corrosive. According to preliminary estimates by experts, their toxicity is 100 times stronger than the highly venomous box jellyfish. This new species holds immense research value. This is also why Professor Wu and his team disregarded the dangers to their lives and rushed to New County overnight. Professor Wu and the others only had venom in their eyes. They were busy, but happy. Meanwhile, the archaeological team, led by Professor Chu, was equally busy. They cautiously built ladders and descended from the palace rooftops one by one. Immediately after, the archaeological team members witnessed a scene they would never forget. In the valley, there was a well-arranged, dense cluster of palaces standing in rows. Each palace had flying eaves and upturned corners. What excited these archaeologists the most was how perfectly preserved these palaces were. Even the patterns carved on each large pillar in the palaces were clearly visible. It is truly breathtaking. This ancient architectural complex is the best preserved in our country. It holds extremely important research value. Professor Chu took the lead, rushing to a side hall. His face was beaming with uncontrollable joy. Wang Tianxian, standing by, was equally excited. She quickly told the cameraman to focus on these structures. And when the magnificent ancient architectural complex appeared on the live stream, it instantly captivated countless netizens. Wow, so beautiful. It is truly magnificent. I wish I could see these ancient buildings in person. Awesome archaeological team. Thank you for your contributions to the country. An architectural complex hidden for hundreds of years in the depths of the valley finally appeared before the world. This feeling is even beyond words. At this moment, all the netizens in front of their screens were awestruck by the ancient architectural complex in the valley. Pingshan has a narrow top and a wide bottom, like a bottle. In its belly, there is a large crack nearly 1,000 meters deep. Even with today's advanced technology, Professor Chu and his team needed to be fully prepared to descend into the valley. But how did the ancients from hundreds, even thousands of years ago, descend into the valley? How did they transport so much wood, bricks, and tiles down there? No matter how much they thought about it, it seemed incredible. Professor Chu was utterly mesmerized by the stunning scenery before him. He even forgot the caution he should have had. However, Major Chen Jianbing, standing nearby, was different. He was clear-headed. Seeing Professor Chu about to go further inside, he quickly stopped him. Professor, do not rush in yet. Have you forgotten what heaven officials' blessing said before? He said the most dangerous thing in Pingshan is a flying six-winged serpent. That big guy has not appeared yet. It is better if we are a bit more careful. Hearing this, Professor Chu suddenly came to his senses. He quickly nodded in agreement. He immediately turned around and instructed the archaeological team members to photograph and record from the outside. Be careful and do not stray too far. The splendid and magnificent ancient architectural complex. For archaeologists, this old path is just like a fabled elixir. Even with Major Chen's warnings, some team members could not contain their excitement, secretly swinging open the doors of a grand hall. Just a single creak, the sound of the gate echoed sharply through the valley, startling everyone in unison. Zhengzan, what are you doing? Professor Chu rushed forward, questioning the team member who had opened the hall door. This team member, Zhengzan, a man in his 30s, wearing black-rimmed glasses, slightly stout, was a veteran of the archaeological team. Upon hearing Professor Chu's inquiry, Zhengzan sheepishly scratched his head and said, I am sorry, Professor, but since we are already here, would not it be a shame not to take a look inside? As long as we are careful, nothing will go wrong. As soon as Zhengzan made the suggestion, the surrounding team members were stirred with excitement. To them, this expanse of ancient structures was like a fairyland paradise. But having reached the treasure mountain, only lingering outside, really left their hearts itching. Seeing someone step forward, the other team members could not help but chime in. That is right, Professor. Let us go in and take some photos. Just a little caution, and we guarantee there won't be any issues. Those two smug disciples had already perished here. The professor wanted to uncover the true face of this ancient city more than anyone, but he also did not want any more accidents. He did not want to see anyone sacrificed. After hesitating for a long time, Professor Chu sighed and said, All right then, but you all must move quickly. Just half an hour. Once the time is up, we return to the base camp. Before coming here, Professor Chu and Major Chen had agreed. If the Nuqing chicken could successfully neutralize the poison, they would proceed with a simple preliminary survey. After half an hour, everyone must return to camp to rest. Wait until tomorrow when all equipment is prepared to go deeper into the valley for research. Seeing that Professor Chu had agreed, the archaeological team cheered in unison. They quickly paired up, and each went to a hall to take photos and document. On the other side, Major Chen had his men disperse to stand guard in the surrounding area. The complex of buildings in the valley was massive. There were grand halls on all four sides. They arched and safeguarded a high platform. In the center of the platform sat a dust-covered alchemy furnace. When Professor Chu saw this alchemy furnace, he paused for a moment. In his heart, he thought, it seems heaven officials' blessing was not wrong. This ancient city should be a place where ancient emperors refined their elixirs. But Why does heaven officials' blessing keep insisting this is an ancient tomb? The archaeological team had searched for half the day, yet had not found any burial chamber. Professor Chu was perplexed. He took out his phone and sent a private message to heaven officials' blessing. Mr. Heaven official, why do you keep saying this place is an ancient tomb? We have not found any burial chamber. Seeing the private message from Professor Chu, Suchen smiled faintly. The reason why the Pingshan fierce tomb ranks the fiercest tombs in the world of ghost blows out the light. The most crucial point is the master of the tomb. The Yuan dynasty general was clever, adapting to the terrain by integrating the alchemy palaces built by emperors of previous dynasties with his own underground palace. He also rigged the place with numerous mechanisms and traps. Take where Professor Chu and his team are, for instance. The underground palace centered on the Wuliang Hall and the alchemy furnace is the lair of the six-winged serpent. The western city is rigged with quicksand and hidden projectile traps, while his own burial chamber was uniquely constructed on the mountain peak. Furthermore, it is better that Professor Chu's team cannot find the coffins. The Yuan general inside the coffin has already mutated, based on how they act in the ghost blows out the light universe. Even if it is not a flying zombie, it is at least a hairy zombie-level threat. Even Partridge Whistle, strengthened by the six-winged inner elixir, found it extremely laborious to fight the King of Tombs. With these ordinary people under Professor Chu, they are all just sitting ducks. Thinking of this, Su Chen replied simply, this place used to be where emperors practiced alchemy long ago, but it was later occupied by a Yuan dynasty general, who used the alchemy palace as the core, extended the structure, and built his own tomb inside the mountain belly. However, his burial chamber is not in the mountain belly. As for the coffins, there is an alchemy well beneath your feet. It is filled with coffins. Upon hearing this explanation, Professor Chu trembled all over. So this place really was where emperors practiced alchemy, only to be seized by a general later, and turned into a tomb. That being said, this site, or rather, the historical value of this ancient tomb, is even greater than we imagined. The country has suffered through several major cultural and historical breaks, so historical records are already scarce. Throughout the ages, emperors' searches for the elixir of immortality were absolute secrets, hardly ever recorded on paper. If we could use this ancient tomb to uncover the inside story of the emperor's alchemy, it would definitely be the greatest discovery in the history of archaeology. Thinking of this, Professor Chu's hands trembled with excitement. He hurriedly started typing, wanting to ask a few more questions. But just then, a subtle tremor suddenly came from the ground. What is going on? An earthquake. While Professor Chu was still confused, he saw the stray insects scattered all around, all flapping their wings and screaming. Everyone stopped their work simultaneously and gathered on the platform. Professor Chu, what happened? Tianxian was just live streaming the palaces to the netizens, and hearing the soldiers calling for assembly, she hurried over to ask. Professor Chu frowned slightly. Just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of a black shadow over 10 meters long suddenly flash across the roofs of several palaces. Everyone was startled, gazing around nervously. Major Chen led the Spec Ops team to secure the perimeter, every soldier's rifle already unlatched. He locked his brows tightly and turned to say to everyone, "It is not safe here. An unknown creature is closing in on us. We must evacuate immediately." Although the team members were mesmerized by these ancient structures, survival was at stake. They are still packing things up. After Major Chen finished speaking, everyone instinctively formed two lines. Under the soldiers' protection, they quickly moved toward the elevator. The netizens in the live stream, seeing the scene, were completely baffled. They spammed so many question marks in the chat. Why are they going back? Sister Tianxian, I have not seen enough yet. Exactly. It is still early, is not it? Let us watch for a bit longer, please. Wang Tianxian nervously scanned her surroundings. Let me explain a few things to you all. Does everyone remember what Heaven Official's blessing once said? There is a flying monster inside the Pingshan ancient tomb. Professor Chu and Major Chen both believe that caution is key. We cannot stay at the bottom of the valley for too long, but rest assured, everyone, once the backup team arrives, no matter how fearsome an insect demon is, it will be no match. After all, our country's modern military. Although Wang Tianxian explained it clearly and highlighted the dangers of the Pingshan ancient tomb, many netizens in the live stream still were not buying it. They felt the archaeological team was being too timid. Some felt that the flying creature Su Chen mentioned does not exist at all, because it contradicts the theory of evolution. A terrestrial arthropod, how could it possibly fly? On the other hand, Su Chen's diehard fans trusted his words unconditionally. It was truly split. The live stream room was suddenly divided into two camps, arguing incessantly. The archaeological team is doing the right thing. Since heaven officials' blessing said there are monster insects, then there must be some. Nonsense. That is complete nonsense. I am a biology student. It is a terrestrial arthropod. There has not been any change for millions of years. How could it possibly fly? Exactly. If such a thing actually flew in this world, then the theory of evolution could be completely discarded. Heaven officials' blessing would not lie. Didn't he prove he was right the last few times? I do not care how many times he was right before. The point is, it is impossible for it to fly. At the very least, within the last million years, it has not evolved the ability to fly. I support the archaeological team's decision. After all, it concerns the safety of so many people's lives. One can never be too cautious. Wang Tianchen saw the heated arguments in the chat room, and a helpless expression appeared on her face. It really is. She walked over to Professor Wu and explained the netizens' debate. Professor Wu, you are the most authoritative biology expert here. Do you think such a unique creature as the six-winged serpent could really exist? Professor Wu was a biology expert who had always been devoted to researching evolutionary biology. After hearing Wang Tianchen's question, he smiled, then answered earnestly, actually, life on Earth, including humans, is the result of countless coincidences. To call it a miracle would not be an overstatement. Evolution theory is not an absolute truth. Species can also mutate due to many complex factors. Wang Tianchen suddenly understood. So that is how it is. The professor trusts heaven officials' blessing and believes in the six-winged serpent. Better to believe it is there than to take the risk. Professor Wu smiled, his eyes filled with longing. If such a formidable and supernatural creature really exists, I would certainly want to study it in person. It would be worth it, even if I died at its hands. Under the protection of the Lone Wolf Special Forces team, the archaeological team and 3 biologists reached the hanging coffins safely. Along the way, everyone was quite terrified. This is because they felt something was stalking the team all around. Moreover, they keep catching sight of a long black shadow flashing between the cliff walls and the temple roofs. But because the shadow's speed is just too fast, no one has been able to clearly make out what it is. The hanging coffins moved slowly, carrying everyone up to the cliff top. Wang Tianchen stood on solid ground, feeling the warmth of the sun, finally letting out a long sigh of relief. The valley was gloomy, lacking sunlight, although there were magnificent ancient building complexes. Staying there for too long still felt stifling, especially the feeling of being stalked in the dark made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Although the time spent down there was very short, Professor Chu remained very satisfied. The thousands of photos taken by the archaeological team, as well as this expedition, were enough to stir the entire nation. Indeed, if one had not seen it with their own eyes, who would believe that in such a remote mountain, a place where no one ever goes, there would actually be such an intact ancient building complex? Just as Professor Chu intended to return to camp early to develop and print all the photos and conduct more detailed research with the team members, suddenly, a deafening roar echoed throughout the entire valley. In an instant, the entire archaeological team was caught off guard, panic-stricken. Chen Jianbing and his soldiers immediately gripped their rifles tighter. Just then, Zheng Zan, lying by the cliff's edge, pointed at the clouds swirling in the valley and shouted in shock, "Come look quickly." "What is that?" Everyone hurried to surround him. Looking in the direction he was pointing, they could see in the valley a blurry shape over 10 meters long, thicker than a millstone, twisting and turning in the clouds. Moreover, it was accompanied by bursts of roars that sounded like a dragon's cry. Everyone was stunned. They all opened their mouths in unison, unable to say a single word. Wang Tianchen shuddered. She quickly instructed the cameraman to aim the camera at the clouds in the valley. Indeed, the millions of viewers in the live stream channel were all dumbfounded. Holy crap, am I seeing things? Oh my god, I really saw a dragon. Is this what heaven officials' blessing talked about? The six-winged. Hell, that is definitely a snake. Clearly, that is a dragon. Kneel to the master, heaven official's blessing. He was right. There really are flying creatures in the valley. Tell me guys, how did the master know so clearly? Do you think he might have fought this big guy before? Although the monster's features were obscured by the clouds and not very clear, everyone essentially acknowledged Su Chen's explanation. Don't scare me. How could a person possibly fight such a monster unless it was equipped with heavy gear, or perhaps some supernatural shapeshifting? Just a moment ago, they were claiming to be biology experts, insisting that such a thing could not possibly fly. The live stream, previously filled with chaotic bickering, was now united as one. They turned their collective fire on those keyboard warriors who had mocked Su Chen, claiming to be biology pros. Elsewhere, the archaeological team members on the cliff edge were all struck dumb with shock, with each of them feeling an inexplicable, suffocating pressure. It was the suppression coming from the six-winged serpent's bloodline. Unlike the others, besides being shaken, Major Chen Jianbing felt intense anxiety. At that moment, he finally understood why Su Chen had repeatedly insisted they carry heavy weaponry, because that six-winged monstrosity was damn well bigger than any creature on Earth. He doubted that the assault rifles in his hands could even scratch that beast's hide. At the thought of this, Chen Jianbing was frantic, silently praying that the creature would not emerge. Perhaps his prayers were answered, or maybe the six-winged entity simply could not be bothered with these puny ants. After the six-winged serpent circled a few times through the clouds, its shadow gradually faded into the depths. The deafening, ear-piercing roar also slowly died down into silence. Seeing this, Chen Jianbing let out a long breath, only to realize his back was already soaked with cold sweat. Once the six-winged creature disappeared, the team on the cliff acted as if they had just survived a catastrophe, cheering in relief. Professor Chu, however, was staring at the valley where it vanished, his body trembling slightly, not from fear, but from sheer excitement. To think that the theory of evolution has truly been shattered by a species that evolved in such a completely new way. This is undoubtedly a discovery that will shock the entire world. With that thought, Professor Chu could not wait any longer and approached Chen Jianbing, demanding that he report it immediately to the higher-ups and have them dispatch reinforcements. They must capture this creature at all costs, dead or alive. Chen Jianbing was, of course, willing. To him, whether the ancient architecture is damaged or not is irrelevant. What matters is protecting these experts. This six-winged creature has completely surpassed the capability of his squad. He must have more support and heavier firepower. Professor Chu had been reluctant to use heavy weapons, but seeing how monstrously dangerous it was, he knew that for everyone's safety, using heavy firepower to neutralize it was the safest choice. After all, he sighed and said, "Major Chen, I only have one request. When you open fire, could you please try to avoid destroying the structures at the valley bottom, if possible?" Chen Jianbing thought for a second, then nodded. "Once the support team arrives, I will try my best to lure that beast out of the valley." At this moment, Wang Tianxian from the side chimed in. "Anyway, the reinforcements won't be here for a while. Why not ask Heaven Official's blessing? He surely knows more details about the six-winged creature. Isn't there a saying, know yourself, know your enemy? You will be invincible in 100 battles, right?" Professor Chu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He could not help but laugh and said, "You are right. How could I have forgotten about that?" Speaking of which, he rushed to the live stream camera and waved at the lens. "Hello, everyone. I am Professor Chu. Mr. Heaven Official's blessing. Are you watching the stream? I would like to ask for your guidance again regarding some detailed information about the six-winged flying serpent. I wonder if it would be convenient for you." As soon as Professor Chu finished speaking, the chat room immediately exploded. They never expected Professor Chu would actually address the Master Heaven Official's blessing with such respectful honorifics, and in such a humble posture. More importantly, when mentioning the six-winged flying serpent, Professor Chu's tone was one of absolute certainty, which means he must have privately consulted with Heaven Official's blessing already. The netizens' curiosity about Heaven Official's blessing reached its zenith. Everyone started guessing the true identity of Heaven Official's blessing. Some say he is a reclusive Taoist master. Others claim he is a renowned archaeologist in the country, perhaps having even surveyed the Pingshan ancient tomb long ago. A few minutes passed, and Heaven Official's blessing still had not appeared. Professor Chu looked somewhat disappointed. Just as he was about to return with the archaeological team to the camp for a break, a message suddenly floated across the screen in bold red text. "I do not know the specifics too well myself, but the reason the six-winged flying serpent grew so large was due to the buildup of medicinal vapors in the Pingshan ancient tomb over such a long duration. Furthermore, it grew an inner elixir within its body, allowing it to perform many strange feats by leveraging the elixir, or use it to absorb medicinal vapors for cultivation. If given another few thousand years, who knows, it might truly break through its bloodline constraints and evolve into a Taiyan golden snail." Taiyan golden snail is one of the 6 great primordial strange insects. Mention the Taiyan golden snail, and perhaps few would know it. But if you mention the 9-headed worm, I believe many people are familiar with it. And the Taiyan golden snail is a primordial species on par with the 9-headed worm. Of course, what I just said is only 1 in 10,000, a mere hypothetical possibility. After all, the Taiyan golden snail starts at an immortal level, based on the strength displayed by the 6-winged flying serpent in Ghost Blows Out the Light. Forget thousands of years. Even if it were given tens of thousands of years, it would still be hard for it to reach the level of a Taiyan golden snail. However, the strength of the 6-winged flying serpent depends on who you compare it to. Compared to the Taiyan golden snail, it is worlds apart, heaven and earth, but compared to ordinary humans, it is truly overwhelmingly powerful. In the entire Ghost Blows Out the Light universe, Partridge partridge whistle strength is at least top 5, maybe even top 3, yet even such a formidable expert as him was helpless when facing the six-winged flying serpent. The shieling technique, huxing, kicking the dipper, was like a tickle against the six-winged flying serpent. In the end, Partridge Whistle relied on explosives, and his incredible luck, to strike when the six-winged flying serpent regurgitated its inner elixir to heal, only then managing to kill the monster. From this, it is evident just how fierce the six-winged flying serpent really is. Wang Tianxian saw this text message, and immediately got excited. Professor, the Great Master has replied. I knew it. He would not just sit by and watch. The Great Master must really be a cold-faced but warm-hearted young man. Professor Chu hurriedly stopped in his tracks. He took the tablet handed over by Wang Tianxian. Gazing at the explanation from Heaven Official's blessing on the screen, he trembled with excitement. The six-winged flying serpent has already developed an inner core and possesses numerous miraculous abilities. It can even use this inner core for self-cultivation. Upon seeing this information, Professor Chu's eyes widened in shock. He urgently called Professor Wu and Major Chen over to discuss it. What? The six-winged flying serpent has cultivated an inner core. After hearing Professor Chu's words, Major Chen and Professor Wu were both stunned. Their jaws dropped wide enough to swallow a goose egg. This makes no scientific sense. Major Chen blurted out. A giant flying serpent is already terrifying enough. And now you are telling me it can cultivate an inner core and perform all sorts of supernatural tricks. However, thinking back to the sight of the six-winged flying serpent thrashing in the clouds, maybe the idea of it becoming a mystic creature is not so hard to accept. Unlike Major Chen's astonishment, Professor Wu was more excited. He shook his head, offering a different perspective. Science is inherently the study of unknown phenomena, the pursuit of discovering the unknown, and studying something that appears unscientific is science in itself. This six-winged flying serpent in the Pingshan tomb must have undergone an extremely peculiar genetic mutation, which is why it possesses such supernatural traits. Professor Wu grew more and more excited as he spoke, wishing he could immediately start researching the six-winged flying serpent. Major Chen did not share his optimistic state of mind. Having heard the new report about the creature, he furrowed his brows deeply, decisive in his judgment. No, this six-winged flying serpent is too dangerous. I must report this to my superiors immediately. While the archaeology team discussed how to handle the creature and reported it to the higher-ups, Su Chen was also at home, receiving a system reward. Ding. Archaeology team guidance successful. Reward, black gold ancient blade. In a split second, a ball of light landed in Su Chen's hand. After the radiance dissipated, a pitch-black long blade was revealed. The black gold ancient blade is the signature weapon of Zhang Keeling. Forged from meteorite iron, it is sharp enough to sever a hair and cuts through anything with ease. Furthermore, it is extremely heavy, let alone wielding it. An ordinary person would struggle just to lift it. Zhang Keeling possesses the Keelan bloodline. Combined with this legendary blade, it helped him display great prowess in countless ancient tombs, making it one of the most reliable assets in the grave-robbing world. Su Chen gripped the black gold ancient blade and swung it casually once. The wind of the blade was cold and piercing, even from a few inches away. It cleanly sliced through a sheet of A4 paper. Great blade, got the Keelan bloodline, got the Heaven Official's seal, and now even the black gold ancient blade. Su Chen felt that if he did not go explore a few ancient tombs, it would be a waste of all this gear. However, tomb raiding has always been filled with danger. Take the Pingshan tomb where the archaeology team is. The six-winged creature inside is absurdly strong. Even with all this equipment and specialized skills, my raw physical strength should be stronger than Partridge Whistle's. But what if I encounter the six-winged flying serpent head-on? It is hard to say who lives and who dies. He had the skills, but not the wuxie kind of plot armor. The protagonist's fate, like Hu Bai, although he did not plan to go down into a tomb. But Su Chen craved the six-winged flying serpent's thousand-year inner core. Similar to the Partridge Whistle in The Ghost Blows Out the Light world, he accidentally swallowed the six-winged flying serpent's inner core by mistake, turning disaster into fortune. His strength soared, and without any side effects. From this, it can be seen, the six-winged flying serpent's thousand-year inner core is the most treasured item in Pingshan. The archaeological team rested at the camp at the foot of the mountain. Plus, there was a closed-door meeting. The live broadcast was temporarily closed. Su Chen was a bit bored, so he started browsing the live streaming platform. Not long after, he suddenly saw a familiar face. Hello, everyone. I am Xiao Xiaoying. Today, I am going to introduce you to the treasure of the Capital Museum, the beast pattern bronze mirror. This bronze mirror has a unique shape. Its back features a vivid beast pattern. It is an extremely rare national treasure level cultural relic. Today is also quite fortunate. We happened upon the beast-patterned bronze mirror exhibition. Everyone can feast their eyes. This female streamer is named Xiao Xiaoying. Her tag is Archaeology Student, a cultural relic explainer streamer. After Xiao Xiaoying finished speaking, she turned the camera, aiming at the glass display case in the center of the exhibition hall, which held the beast-patterned bronze mirror. Although Xiao Xiaoying explained with great effort, the number of bullet comments in her live stream was pitifully small. The online audience had not even reached 100. When Su Chen saw this female streamer, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Isn't that Xiao Xiaoying? Why is she streaming now? And also, she is actually very beautiful in real life. She is even the campus belle of Capital University. But why does she look so ordinary on screen right now? Right now, she looks very plain on screen. Xiao Xiaoying, a student from the Department of Archaeology at Capital University, is a close friend with Zhao Zaiwei and Zhang Dandan. She also co-rented an apartment owned by Su Chen. Su Chen was not exactly close to her, but they had met a few times. Her real-life appearance was much prettier than she looked now. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen roughly guessed the reason. She probably does not want to rely on her looks to succeed. She wants to attract followers based on her actual abilities. So she deliberately used a beauty filter to lower her own attractiveness. This girl is truly quite stubborn. Su Chen smiled faintly. He thought for a bit, then casually sent a bullet comment. Heaven official's blessing. This mirror is not called the beast-patterned bronze mirror. This mirror is not called the beast-patterned bronze mirror. It is called the four symbols coffin-suppressing mirror. It was specifically used by ancient geomancers to suppress ominous presences and evil spirits within coffins. The so-called four symbols refer to the four divine beasts: vermilion bird, black tortoise. In the world of ghost blows out the light. Fatty Wong once saw a four symbols coffin suppressing mirror on a coffin. Fatty Wong once saw a four symbols coffin suppressing mirror on a coffin. His greed flared up. He secretly tried to pry off the four symbols coffin suppressing mirror to sell for money. Who knew that as soon as he removed the mirror, the coffin began to shake violently, as if something terrifying was about to break free. Fatty Wong was scared half to death. He hurriedly placed the mirror back. Only then was whatever was inside the coffin suppressed again. Settling down, the moment Su Chen posted this comment, Xiao Xiaoying caught it immediately. After reading the content clearly, she could not help but be stunned. She subconsciously asked, four symbols coffin-suppressing mirror. What does a geomancer mean by that? Was that a profession in ancient times? Heaven official's blessing. A geomancer is also known as a master of earthly energies. In ancient times, they were specially hired by royalty and nobility to locate auspicious feng shui spots for building palaces and tombs. They were skilled in observing the stars, calculating earthly dragon veins, and were well versed in numerous yin-yang taboos. If I am not mistaken, this four symbols coffin-suppressing mirror is what the archaeological team found on the coffin, right? And this mirror should be embedded at the head of the coffin, directly facing the deceased's crown. Seeing this, Xiao Xiaoying was stunned once again. She was not just a campus beauty, but a top scholar too. She had stored plenty of archaeological data in her head, and what this netizen said surprisingly matched the records in the files almost perfectly. The archaeological team had indeed found this bronze mirror at the head of the coffin. It really is just as this netizen described, a coffin-suppressing mirror. Before Xiao Xiaoying could wrap her head around it, she noticed that this netizen had posted another comment. Also, when the team excavated the coffin, there should not have been any remains or bones inside, right? Otherwise, if they had recklessly removed the coffin-suppressing mirror, the evil entity inside would have wiped them out long ago. Hearing this, Xiao Xiaoying's face showed shock, because what this person said was identical to the internal archaeological files. The team indeed found no human bones. Moreover, the tomb chamber was in complete disarray, as if someone had broken in long ago. Many valuable artifacts had been damaged, with the only thing left being this bronze mirror. Xiao Xiaoying's expression grew agitated, and her tone turned involuntarily respectful. Is what you are saying true? Is this mirror really an ancient artifact used to suppress evil spirits? Xiao Xiaoying waited for a long time but got no response. Checking the list of online viewers, she found that the expert called Heaven Official's Blessing had already left. At the same time, she was also surprised to discover that the live stream room was suddenly flooded with a massive influx of people. The comments chain that used to be a sparse trickle now directly flooded the screen. I just got here. Where's the master? Heaven Official's Blessing. I heard the boss was here, so I rushed over without stopping. Master, look over here. I am your most loyal fan. Master. Please tell us more about the six-winged flying serpent. It feels like that thing is almost becoming a supernatural entity. Its power is so insane. Master, Professor Chu invited you several times. Do you really not plan to join the National Archaeology team? Dang it. I think the master has already left. Did I arrive too late? I feel like I missed out on a fortune. The screen full of frantic comments, and the constantly climbing numbers, nearing 10,000 concurrent viewers, left Xu Xiaoying staring in complete disbelief. Who exactly is Heaven Official's blessing? Why does he have such immense influence? Even Professor Chu personally invited him to join the National Archaeology team. Seeing these comments, Xu Xiaoying was completely stunned. She had loved historical artifacts since she was a little girl, and she loved archaeology, too. Once she got to university, she did not hesitate for a second to choose the archaeology department. And even before graduation, she had already started a live stream channel explaining artifacts. She simply wanted to contribute her own strength to the cause of archaeology. Besides, she had been following the live stream of the archaeological team. It is just that she would been bogged down with her studies recently, so she had not watched for a few days. Did something happen in these past few days that I was not aware of? As that thought crossed her mind, Xu Xiaoying hurriedly pulled out her phone to ask her classmates in the archaeology department group chat. After they gave her a quick explanation, they sent her a video link directly. It was a recording of the archaeological team's live stream from these past few days. Watching the recording, Heaven Official's blessing would speak up, and every time they pointed the team in the right direction, they would avert a crisis. Moreover, the depth of knowledge they displayed left her absolutely awestruck. I never thought Heaven Official's blessing would be this incredible. They truly are a top-tier master. After finishing the video, Xu Xiaoying felt a touch of regret, regretting that she would miss the chance to get closer to a master and exchange knowledge about these artifacts. Xu Xiaoying waited for ages, but Heaven Official's blessing never showed up. She let out a frustrated sigh and had no choice but to compose herself. She continued explaining the bronze national treasures to her viewers. Of course, this time she dropped the official jargon and directly called the bronze mirror the four symbols coffin-suppressing mirror. Xu Xiaoying's streaming style and Wang Tianxin's were two completely different vibes. Wang Tianxin was more approachable, known as the national first love. She, however, was more professional. All sorts of facts and historical trivia about the relics flowed easily from her effortless grasp. The tens of thousands of viewers who came because of Heaven Official's blessing were gradually drawn in by her streaming style, and most of them decided to stick around. A small, unknown streamer, just because Heaven Official's blessing had visited once, instantly had an audience, becoming a mid-tier streamer with over 10,000 viewers. The news spread fast across the streaming platform. Countless female streamers were green with envy. They all wished they could be Xu Xiaoying, the lucky one favored by the great master, Heaven Official's blessing. But Heaven Official's blessing had not appeared since, leaving countless female streamers looking to chase the hype, feeling deeply dejected. Su Chen logged out of Xu Xiaoying's stream. His stomach started to growl. Ever since he integrated the Qilin bloodline, his appetite had nearly doubled. He often felt starving before it was even time for a meal. Of all the important things in life, food is the most important. Better go fill my stomach first. Su Chen threw on a jacket, drove out to find a decent Hunan restaurant. He ate until he was sweating profusely, and by the time he got back home around 3 in the afternoon, he was finally satisfied. Lounging on the living room sofa, Su Chen pulled out his phone, checking the archaeological team's stream out of habit. Seeing that the team still was not live, he felt a bit disappointed. These past few days, he would almost become addicted to leeching off the archaeological team. He randomly clicked into a streamer called Tutu, an adorable female streamer's room. Wait, what? Miss, the curtains behind you are distorting. You have already mastered the power of space. Why do not you go serve your country instead of rotting away here as a small-time streamer? Su Chen started off with a sharp, stinging remark. As per his usual custom, the usual routine would be getting muted or kicked from the chat. But for once, Su Chen waited left and right, but he did not get kicked. What is with these streamers? Or have I burned them into submission? Su Chen could not figure it out. Just as he was preparing to throw another jab, he heard the streamer respond in a sweet, chirpy voice. Welcome our heavenly official to the stream. Heavenly official. I am your fan. If you do not like the beauty filter, I will turn it off immediately. Once the beauty filter was off, don't just turn it back on. My eyes are suffering. Even Su Chen, a keyboard warrior who had seen it all, could not handle this, and decisively chose to retreat. Ever since he became a keyboard warrior and started roaming the streaming platforms, this was the first time he would ever truly lost. This was the last straw. Su Chen spent a long while browsing, only then understanding what had happened. It turns out that over the past 2 days, by guiding the archaeological team, his fame had been growing, and his fan base along with it, especially during the day. A few comments he dropped in Xu Xiaoying's stream had helped take Xu Xiaoying from an unknown streamer to a mid-tier streamer with over 10,000 viewers. All the smaller streamers on the platform were green with envy, especially those who thought they were at least somewhat decent looking. All tried every way imaginable to get Su Chen into their streams, as long as Su Chen was willing to show up, let alone getting roasted a few times. Even getting punched a few times would be worth it. After all, pain is temporary, but the tips are forever. So it is no wonder that these streamers were riding the Su Chen wave. Not only were they not angry, they were actually secretly delighted, wishing he had roasted them even more. Furthermore, all those streamers who had blocked Heaven Official's blessing and kicked him out of their rooms were now regretting it so much they were turning green. If I can't even see the streamer, what fun is there in roasting people? Su Chen was filled with frustration. He returned to the main screen and saw countless private messages sent by streamers. In just a few minutes, the message count had reached over 7,000. He clicked inside to take a look. Good grief, they were all revealing photos sent by the streamers. What do you take me for? Do you really think these flat-chested types are worth showing off? Su Chen was furious. He immediately disabled private messages, refusing all direct incoming messages. Just as he finished the settings, his phone suddenly started ringing. Great. Finally, a call that actually goes through. Landlord brother, help me. Su Chen was stunned. He took a look at the caller ID and realized it was Zhao Zewi and her friends. Don't panic. Take your time and tell me what is going on. What happened to you all? We are trapped in the elevator. The emergency button is not responding, and no matter who we try to call, it won't go through. We have been trying for a while. Only your call went through. Su Chen was stunned upon hearing this. Suddenly, he felt a sharp, burning sensation from the Qilin tattoo on his back. He frowned slightly. He hurried to the bedroom and pulled open the drawer. Sure enough, the Mojin amulet in the drawer was slowly emitting a faint glow. Su Chen guessed. It must be that the Mojin amulet is reacting, suppressing the evil spirit targeting him. Then, he recalled what happened earlier this morning. He had sensed a chilling atmosphere where Zhao Zewi and the others were. He knew something was off back then, and now, sure enough, trouble has started. Big brother, could you please notify the building management? Ask them to send someone to fix the elevator. Rest assured, I am calling them right now. Then we can put our minds at ease. Su Chen hung up the phone. He decisively picked up the Mojin amulet from the drawer. This complex used to be his. He owned several apartments here. Not many, just about a dozen or 20. If someone dies here, how can I rent them out to make money later? Since this evil spirit has no eyes, he would not mind sending it on its way, helping it reach enlightenment. On a dark and windy night, the entire complex was deathly silent, terrifyingly quiet. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. He looked up at the building where Zhao Zewi and her friends were. Dark, heavy clouds cloaked the roof in the night sky, making it look eerie and ghastly. Indeed, they have run into something evil. Su Chen nodded. He took a step and walked into the building. The elevator was stuck right between the 8th and 9th floors, completely motionless. Pushing the buttons yielded no response. Su Chen scoffed coldly, turned around and took the stairs. He reached the 9th floor in one breath. The temperature around him kept dropping, especially the closer he got to the 9th floor. The more he could hear faint, ethereal singing. The sound was haunting and pathetic, enough to make one's skin crawl. However, such petty illusions had absolutely no effect on Su Chen. Whether it was the Mojin amulet or the Qilin bloodline, both were perfect counters. Su Chen walked with steady steps and set foot onto the 9th floor. In an instant, the lights in the corridor of the 9th floor all flickered out. Immediately after, a beam of light spilled out in front of the elevator. A woman was standing there. The woman was dressed in a bright red opera costume, standing with her back to Su Chen, singing eerily, thinking of the joy. The beloved is near, yet my heart breaks when the moment is here. The piercing tone sounded like someone scratching wood with their fingernails. It was unbearably grating to the ears. If an ordinary person were to see this scene, even if they did not get scared to death, they would probably be frightened out of their wits. But with the Mojin amulet in hand, Su Chen was completely unaffected. He curled his lip and said coolly, "You with that broken voice. You are not cut out to be a singer. Stop singing." Suddenly, the woman's singing stopped. She did not turn around, just a faint sigh. "If my lord is not pleased, I will perform a dance for you." "Fine, then show me some wild disco." The entity did not expect Su Chen to play outside the rules. It was stunned on the spot. "Why, can't you do it?" A grand welcome for guests from all directions no. Su Chen raised his hand, cutting her off. Impatiently, he said, can't do this. Can't do that either. What kind of ghost are you? The faceless woman seemed truly angered. Her body could not stop trembling. Beneath the red opera gown, chunks of flesh, accompanied by oozing fresh blood, fell splashing to the ground. In no time, blood stained the entire floor. The woman slowly turned around. Her face was as pale as paper. She had no eyes or nose. On the only mouth she had was smeared blood-red lipstick. Her head made a crisp clicking sound as it turned, as if it would fall off the next second. My lord, do I look like a human or a ghost to you now? The faceless woman asked in an eerie tone. Hearing this, Su Chen scoffed inwardly. He had heard the elders say before, whenever you walk at night and encounter evil spirits, and the entity asks you a question like that, never answer directly, because whether you answer human or ghost, you will be latched onto by the evil spirit. The best answer should be, doing good deeds makes you human, committing evil deeds makes you a ghost. Replying this way is the only way to avoid the tangling of evil spirits. However, Su Chen feared none of this. He snapped back angrily. You look like a piece of firewood to me. Can't sleep well at night, just asking for a beating. As the words left his lips, gusts of chilling wind swirled through the corridor. The faceless woman was furious. She let out a bone-chilling cold laugh. Then, Su Chen saw her grab her own head with her hands, and with a snap, twisted it right off. The severed skull was still laughing manically. A blood-red mouth stretched right up to her ears. Inside the mouth, countless insects were squirming. Su Chen curled his lip and said calmly, I thought you were actually powerful. Is that all? I have been sleeping in graveyards since I was 5. You think I am afraid of you? Su Chen finished speaking and headed straight for the faceless woman. At the same time, he pulled the Mojin amulet out of his pocket. The faceless woman's cold laughter grew sharper. The temperature on the floor dropped to the extreme. A layer of white frost formed on the walls. However, the moment Su Chen brought out the Mojin amulet, the amulet suddenly emitted a brilliant light. After the intense light shone through, the entire illusion shattered instantly. The faceless woman at the elevator was gone. With a soft thud, it bloated into a ball of flesh, and then exploded with a boom, revealing its true form. This faceless woman was no woman at all. Its true form was actually an ancient ghost. The old ghost's face was a mess of shriveled, bunched-up skin. Its stature, less than a meter tall. Su Chen was stunned after getting a clear look. He could not help but mock it, saying, you are a total clown. You really are a joke. After its true form was exposed, the old ghost looked terrified, turning around, eager to run. Su Chen had been prepared long ago. He gave a cold laugh and raised the Mojin amulet in his hand. Under the divine light of the Mojin amulet, the old ghost's already small body shrank even further. In just a few seconds, it had shrunk to about 20 or 30 centimeters. It scrambled to kneel and beg for mercy, crying out, Great Immortal, spare me. Please, Great Immortal, spare my life. Su Chen remained unmoved, gripping the Mojin amulet. He stepped a few paces closer. The old ghost's face twisted in agony, frantically bowing its head to beg again. Great Immortal, I have never harmed anyone before. Great Immortal, please, considering I am a first-time offender, just let me go. Su Chen pondered for a moment, pulling the Mojin amulet slightly away, and asked coldly, Is it true you have never harmed anyone? Seeing this, the old ghost let out a secret sigh of relief, hastily replying, It is absolutely true. I live in an ancient tomb in Yanshan, outside the city. I have never hurt a soul. It was not until yesterday, when I was accidentally summoned by some girl's ritual, did I develop these evil thoughts. Su Chen waved his hand, cutting off the old ghost's endless sniveling. Yanshan Ancient Tomb. There is a massive ancient tomb complex there. It is hidden underground, unknown to the world. I am just a lonely, wandering ghost. For years I have drifted through remote mountain forests, only settling down in that tomb recently. When the old ghost mentioned the Yanshan Ancient Tomb, a glint of greed flashed in its murky eyes. It hurriedly added, Great Immortal, there are so many treasures buried in that tomb. If you need to retrieve some loot, I can lead the way. Su Chen laughed upon hearing this. You are pretty skilled at putting on a show, and you have the gall to say this is your first time hurting someone. What a load of ghostly nonsense. Do you really think I would buy that? With that, Su Chen decisively raised the Mojin amulet. Divine light burst forth from the seal, and in just a few seconds, it simply dissolved the old ghost into ashes. Once that was done, Su Chen stroked his chin, musing to himself. Yanshan is on the western outskirts of the capital. Could there really be an unknown, massive burial complex there? Su Chen was not short on money, and he had no particular interest in the gold and silver inside. Still, he noted down the information about the Yanshan ancient tomb. You never know if it might come in handy someday. With the old ghost dealt with, the elevator returned to normal, but it was still stuck between the 8th and 9th floors. Indecisive, Su Chen called property management 7 times. He left the rest for them to handle. By the time he arrived home, it was almost 1 in the morning. Although it was his first direct encounter with an evil entity, Su Chen was remarkably calm. Besides, after experiencing all this, he realized these ghosts and ghouls were nothing special. Humans fear ghosts by 30%, while ghosts fear humans by 70%. Take that ancient ghost from yesteryear. If he were truly that powerful, a single slap would have finished me off. It is not that it is more convenient. It is just that they are too weak. That is why they have to put on a spooky act to scare people. Su Chen felt wide awake. Since he could not sleep, he decided to jump into 7 or 8 rounds of Honor of Kings. He played so aggressively, he destroyed his opponents, not stopping until he wiped the floor with them. The night passed without a word. The next morning, Su Chen woke up, picked up his phone to check it, and found several new WeChat messages. They were all from Zhao Zeyi, thanking him for saving her life and all that. She also said the 3 of them wanted to treat Su Chen to a meal, asking when he would be free. Su Chen thought about it for a moment, and typed a reply back. Forget about the meal. Just remember not to mess around with any of those spirit summoning games again. Not long after the message was sent, Zhao Zeyi replied, "Oh my god. How did you know we played that spirit writing game the day before yesterday? I did not tell you about it yesterday. You are amazing." Su Chen replied, "You guys got reported by your neighbors. Did you know that? Staying up so late, causing such a racket. Don't worry, big brother. We definitely won't mess with that stuff again. The night before, the lights in the room all flickered out, and last night we got stuck in the elevator." Zhao Zeyi and her friends were already freaked out. Sensing something was wrong, they were truly terrified. They would not dare to play those games again. Su Chen did not let it bother him much. He stuck to his routine and went for a run, grabbing breakfast on the way back. Once home, just as he was biting into a steamed bun, Zhao Zeyi sent another message. "Do you like archaeology? Xiaoying and I are planning to live stream at the museum later. Want to come with us?" Seeing this message, Su Chen hesitated for a second. Truth be told, he was quite keen to visit the museum in person. In this world with its fragmented history and culture, even common pottery from his previous life, or bronzeware, were considered incredibly rare treasures here. Usually, every time a new piece is unearthed, major media outlets would report on it for days. Take that 4 symbols coffin-suppressing mirror from yesterday, for instance. In his past life, it would be considered at best a second-tier artifact, but in this parallel world, it is treated as the prized treasure of the museum. Su Chen could not help but grumble to himself. If I brought them a few gold masks from Sangxingdui, a bronze sacred tree, the Hamuwu Ding from the Shang dynasty, or a 4-goat square zun, everyone in the country would go wild. They would probably create a cultural renaissance holiday and give everyone the day off. However, after considering for a while, Su Chen still politely declined Zhao Zeyi's invitation. Right now, the most important thing is to secure the rewards from the archaeological team. I have to be careful at all times. Do not let anything wipe them all out. Otherwise, the system won't give out the rewards. I would have nowhere to cry then. It is a pity you are not coming. The museum is exhibiting a batch of items today that were just unearthed recently. Su Chen glanced at the message on his phone and replied casually, "Anyway, is not Xu Xiaoying going to be live streaming? I will just watch her stream when the time comes." That is also true. All right, I will send you the room number for Yingying's live stream right now. After sending that message, it did not take long for Zhao Zeyi to send over Xu Xiaoying's stream link. Su Chen naturally knew about Xu Xiaoying's stream. Not only did he know about it, he had even dropped in to give some guidance. However, he was using his Heaven Official's Blessing account back then. Going to Xu Xiaoying's stream now might be a bit too eye-catching, especially since Xu Xiaoying is his tenant. A connection that deep is easy to get noticed by the wrong people. Su Chen stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. Finally, he came up with a good idea. He prepared to register a new sub-account to watch the stream. As the saying goes, when drifting through the world, use a sub-account to stay safe. Setting up a little alt account, keyboard warrior Su Chen can hit the streets again and keep on riding the waves. No sooner said than done. Su Chen opened the streaming platform. The first few bits were wrapped up. When it came to picking a name, he had a mild fit of decision paralysis. He hesitated for ages. He thought of the old ghost he had killed last night, and could not help but mutter to himself, "I am basically a demon slayer now, carrying on Uncle Nine's legacy. Why not call it Uncle Nine's disciple?" He entered the nickname. Su Chen, as usual, checked out a few of the latest streams. "Hey ladies, you are doing great. It is just that your singing is hard to listen to, and your dancing is hard to watch. Other than that, no other flaws. You get 1 on TWOED and still get countered. Can't you streamers get any worse at this game? The old man here has calculated the odds. This streamer is showing signs of a major impending disaster. You have been kicked from the room and permanently banned. Still the same familiar recipe. Satisfying." Su Chen let out a long breath and then opened the archaeological team's stream. The team had just started the broadcast. Wang Tianxian was with the cameraman, filming the archaeological team within the base camp. From the footage, you could see see, 100-strong squad, fully armed, headed toward the Pingshan Cliffs. Hello everyone, audience friends. Major Chen has already led the team out to deal with that 6-winged serpent at the bottom of the valley. Major Chen said it might be very dangerous on site, so we could not go along to provide a live broadcast. But everyone, please rest assured, as soon as there is any good news, I will inform you all immediately. Pingshan Archaeological Base Camp. Wang Tianxian watched the troops leave, feeling a slight sense of helplessness. She had protested to Major Chen a few times, wanting to follow them over to do the broadcast. However, they all refused on the grounds that it was too dangerous. Wang Tianxian took a deep breath. She shook off the negative emotions, and a sweet smile bloomed on her face again. All right, next, I will interview the members of the archaeological team, so everyone can understand a bit about how the team works every day and how they live. After Wang Tianxian finished speaking, she walked into a tent. Inside were 4 or 5 team members, organizing the site photos they had just taken. This guy wearing glasses is Zheng Zan, one of the archaeological team members. Big brother, what are you doing right now? Could you tell the audience in the live stream? Zheng Zan was holding a photo, his brows furrowed in frustration. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by someone. He looked quite impatient, and just as he was about to refuse, it was as if he suddenly thought of something. He quickly said, "Heaven official's blessing, are you there? I have a question. I have been racking my brain, but I can't figure it out." The photo in Zheng Zan's hand was of the alchemy furnace in the underground palace. Heaven official's blessing. You once mentioned that the underground palace was a forbidden area, where ancient emperors tried to craft the elixir of immortality. We have indeed discovered a pharmacy room, where medicinal herbs were stored in the palace. However, this very alchemy furnace in the palace is solid on the inside, so it is impossible to use it to refine pills. Hearing this, the netizens in the live stream were also stunned. The alchemy furnace is solid, can't refine medicine. Could it be that the previous speculation by Heaven official's blessing was wrong? This place was not meant for alchemy after all. Thinking of this, the netizens instantly started bustling with talk. I knew it. Would an ancient emperor really be that stupid? How could they believe in stuff like eternal life? This palace definitely was not for making medicine. It was just Heaven official's blessing's own guess. That might not be certain. Could this furnace just be for decoration? Maybe the real place for alchemy is somewhere else. Nonsense. The archaeological team has checked every inch of the underground palace. There is not any secret room at all. Heaven official's blessing is smart indeed, but he is not omnipotent. It is understandable to miscalculate sometimes. Right when the netizens in the chat room were arguing incessantly, Su Chen also saw the question Zheng Zan raised. His heart skipped a beat with joy. He knew his chance to refresh his rewards had arrived. He quickly switched to his main account to log in. This furnace is the most important mechanism in the underground palace, containing the layout of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. Underneath the furnace, there is a pill well, leading to a deeper level of the underground palace. That is the true forbidden zone for alchemy. As soon as Su Chen's comment was posted, it was immediately bolded, highlighted, and pinned to the top. As expected, it also sparked heated discussion among countless netizens. Holy cow, the master has appeared. It is actually a mechanism. I knew the big boss would not talk nonsense. He said the underground palace site is a forbidden alchemy zone. Then it must be a forbidden alchemy zone. Say, has the big boss been to the Pingshan underground palace before? How come it feels like you know everything? It is like he saw it with his own eyes. That can't be right, can it? Didn't Professor Chu say that the underground palace has been buried for several hundred years? The archaeology team only discovered it by accident too. Heaven official's blessing, the great master. What does 9 palaces and 8 trigrams even mean? The final comment caught Su Chen's attention. After reading it, he reacted immediately. The history of Huaxia in this world has experienced several major cultural gaps. The yin-yang and 5 elements, and the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams knowledge passed down by our ancestors have long been lost. That knowledge was the crystallization of countless predecessors' life's work, honed over thousands of years, only to be buried in history like this. Su Chen truly felt it was such a pity. Thinking of this, he gathered his thoughts, and posted a few more comments. King Wen interpreted the 8 trigrams, and authored the Book of Changes. The 9 palaces and 8 trigrams originated from the Book of Changes. Later, Qinghuazi thoroughly studied the Book of Changes, and wrote The Great Meaning of 5 Elements, the Book of Burial, and other works. The books contain mechanisms, techniques, and include all aspects of tomb feng shui. Moreover, it corresponds to the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, and the mutual interaction of the yin-yang and 5 elements. Ever since then, every ancient tomb had to follow the principles mentioned in the Book of Burial. To select the auspicious sites for feng shui, the Qing Wuzi I mentioned was named Shao Ji, a man of the Sui dynasty. Before Shao Ji wrote the Book of Burial, the royal and noble tombs of past dynasties also sought auspicious feng shui spots. But back then, such geomancy techniques remained exclusive to the yin-yang masters and the nobility, and rarely spread to the outside world. After the Book of Burial was published, geomancy and feng shui finally reached the common people. Geomancy masters were no longer exclusive to the yin-yang school. Many people with exceptional talent could determine dragon energy with a single glance at the Book of Burial and find auspicious feng shui sites. Here is a fun fact. Because the Book of Burial authored by Shao Ji was so popular, most tombs from the Qing dynasty onwards followed its regulations to search for auspicious burial sites. Therefore, later professional tomb raiders learned by example, each keeping a copy of the Book of Burial, studying it at all times. As soon as these 3 comments were posted, the netizens were instantly stunned. There was no other way. What heaven officials' blessing described was just too professional. They could not understand any of it. What King Wen? What Shao Ji? What Book of Burial? They would never even heard of them. However, unlike the blank-faced netizens, Zhang Zan was looking at these comments, but he was incredibly excited. It turned out the teacher's guess was right. In the ancient times, there did exist knowledge of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. Wang Tianxian was confused, so she hurriedly asked, "Little brother, do you know what heaven officials' blessing means?" Zhang Zan nodded solemnly. "About 2 or 3 years ago, my teacher, that is Professor Chu, led us to excavate an ancient city in the western regions. It is a pity that ancient city was eroded by wind and sand, and there were no valuable cultural relics left. However, we found a piece of tattered parchment. It was a journal of a western regions merchant, which is quite like our modern-day diaries. A western regions merchant's journal. He had witnessed all kinds of things in the Central Plains, from mystical 9-palace 8-trigram mechanisms to the wonders of the Central Plains that left him in complete awe. He even wrote on the final page of his notebook that he intended to save up enough money to go to Chang'an, buy a house, and settle down in the Central Plains." At this, Zhang Zan let out a sigh. Reading from the ancient parchment, it is clear our ancient Huaxia surely experienced a glorious era of prosperity. It is just a pity that all that history is buried deep underground, beyond our reach. Hearing this, even without Zhang Zan's explanation, just listening to the longing in the merchant's final words, Wang Tianxian and the netizens could easily imagine how much the nations of the western regions yearned for Huaxia back then. In that moment, whether it was Wang Tianxian or the netizens watching the stream, a profound sense of pride welled up from deep within. Wang Tianxian took a deep breath, striving to calm her racing heart, and continued to ask Zhang Zan, "So, are the 9-palace 8-trigram mechanisms mentioned by the heaven official's blessing expert real?" "That is right." Zhang Zan's eyes lit up, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, at the pinned comments from heaven official's blessing. "Ever since the professor and I discovered this Western region's merchant's journal, we have been determined to find concrete evidence of the 9-palace 8 trigrams. It is just that a field of study that once flourished in ancient times seemed to have encountered some kind of massive catastrophe, disappearing entirely from history. But I never expected that the esteemed expert heaven official's blessing would actually know about these teachings. This is huge. This is of great importance. I must go inform the professor at once." Even as he spoke, Zhang Zan could no longer contain his excitement and bolted out of the tent. Through Zhang Zan's explanation, the audience finally understood the significance of the 9-palace 8 trigrams. Indeed, the chat room exploded with messages. "Whoa, my goodness. The expert is truly a master. There is nothing he does not know." "Who says there is not? He has not learned how to have a baby yet. If the expert does not mind, this lady is willing to offer herself to help you have a child. Have some shame. The expert belongs to all of us, not just you. I have learned so much today. Expert, tell us more. Just how mystical are the 9-palace 8 trigrams? I am dying to know." Seeing the heated discussions of the netizens, Su Chen could not help but smile. At the same time, a system notification rang in his ears. "Archaeologist guidance successful. Reward. Ding. Archaeologist guidance successful. Rewards. Night Eye. Golden Eye." Upon hearing this system notification, Su Chen's eyes could not help but brighten. First, the Night Eye. In the world of Ghost blows out the light. The Night Eye is the unique inborn talent of the Shiling chief, Chen Yulu. Chen Yulu's story is quite unique. He was born within an ancient tomb. The moment he was born, he possessed a pair of night eyes. Not only can it see clearly in the dark, but it can also identify all things. In ancient tombs where you can't even see your own hand, where dangers often lurk in the shadows, this pair of night eyes is a godsend treasure. As for the golden eye, it comes from Zhuang Rui in the world of antique appraisal. Pawnshop accountant Zhuang Rui injured his eyes, but a blessing in disguise. He gained a pair of golden eyes that can see through the essence of antiques. Even more impressively, he can also use the golden eye to view the history behind artifacts and antiques. Since then, Zhuang Rui has used the golden eye to dominate the world of antiques, reaching the pinnacle of his life. Although the golden eye lacks the ability to see clearly in the dark, its power to distinguish real from fake is even stronger than the night eyes. Although Su Chen is not short on money, if he were to go tomb raiding later, and could not even tell which items are valuable, what kind of Mojin Xiaowei would he be? It would be an embarrassment to the Mojin sect. Thinking of this, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Yes, yes. System, let us claim the reward. Ding. Detected similar supernatural attributes. Night eyes and golden eye can be merged and upgraded to super golden eye. Does the host wish to initiate the merger and upgrade? It can be upgraded. Su Chen was stunned, then quickly said, proceed with the merger. Ding. Merger complete. In that second, a ball of light appeared above Su Chen's head, and immediately merged into his brain. Su Chen felt his two eyes, emitting bursts of cool sensations. He could not help but close his eyes. A moment later, when he opened them again, the pupils of his eyes flashed with a circle of golden light. Su Chen thought for a moment, and intentionally pulled all the curtains shut. In an instant, the room was pitch black, too dark to see a thing. Golden light flashed in Su Chen's pupils, and everything in the room became clearly visible. Even clearer than, in broad daylight, his vision seemed to have increased more than tenfold. Even the smallest movements in the room could not escape his eyes. Su Chen looked pleasantly surprised. His vision in the darkness was even better now. He let out a sigh of relief. Su Chen went over and opened the curtains, then focused his mind, fixing his gaze on the tea table in front of him, on an ordinary ceramic teacup used for drinking water. With a boom, time seemed to stand still. The ceramic teacup zoomed in rapidly in Su Chen's vision, eventually magnifying thousands of times, so that even the finest textures, particles, and color variations were clearly visible. Following that, a series of images flashed through Su Chen's mind. It was a workshop specializing in producing ceramics. The teacup's journey from clay mold to the kiln, and finally exiting the kiln, flashed by scene after scene, ending on the image of Su Chen buying it. Su Chen deactivated the super golden eye state, his eyes filled with joy. The power of the super golden eye is quite strong, especially this ability to trace back history. No matter what item it is in the future, just a look and I know it's past. Wouldn't that make me half immortal? Because I can only see the past, not the future. So I can only be called half immortal. Su Chen withdrew his gaze with satisfaction. He turned his attention back to the archaeology team's live stream. However, after Zhang Zan left, Wang Tianxian was just interviewing the other team members. No chance to rake in any rewards. Seeing this, Su Chen switched to his alt account and clicked into Xu Xiaoying's livestream. Xu Xiaoying and Zhao Ziyui had already arrived at the Capital Museum. However, there were so many tourists at the museum today. It was packed. People were practically rubbing shoulders, watching the footage of the two girls struggling to squeeze into the museum. Su Chen could not help but chuckle. He felt glad about his decision to stay home. Good thing I did not go. Otherwise, I would be the one getting crushed in there right now. After about 10 minutes or so, the two girls finally made it into the museum exhibition hall. Sweat was streaming down Xu Xiaoying's face, yet she still insisted on explaining things to the audience in the stream. Everyone should already know that last year, the local archaeology team in Yizhou discovered quite a few artifacts in the lake at the foot of Golden Sparrow Mountain. And today is the long-awaited Golden Sparrow Mountain Artifact Exhibition. As she spoke, Xu Xiaoying aimed at the camera. Row after row of artifacts were on display in the glass cases. These items were mostly bronzeware. There were bronze swords and bronze chimes. Among them, the most eye-catching thing was still the glass display case in the center of the hall. This glass case was extremely special. The museum had cordoned it off with police tape. No one was allowed to get within 5 meters. Xu Xiaoying had no choice but to zoom the lens in further and further, so the audience in the stream could barely see what was inside the case. It was a delicate, small, hexagonal bell. The material was the same as the other artifacts. It was cast in bronze. Seeing this, the audience was completely bewildered. While this bell was exquisite and detailed, how could it possibly be more valuable than the bronze swords and chimes earlier? Why was this little bell placed in the most prominent position in the hall, and even specifically roped off with caution tape? Perhaps sensing the audience's questions, Xu Xiaoying continued her stream and explained, everyone must be very curious why the museum treats this hexagonal bronze bell with such importance. That is because this bell is extremely eerie. Whenever it rings, anyone within a 5-meter radius gets dizzy, and in severe cases, it can even cause hallucinations. The expert team has not reached a final conclusion yet. The current hypothesis is this bell has special acoustic properties, generating infrasound waves, which induces hallucinations in people. Xu Xiaoying was explaining with great enthusiasm. The comments in the stream were flying by. Holy crap! A bell that can cause cause hallucinations. Learning something new today. That is awesome. I never thought Yizhou would have such precious artifacts. Which dynasty do you guys think? These artifacts found by the archaeology team belong to, not sure which dynasty, but definitely at least 2,000 years old. The discussion in the live stream was getting heated. The moment Su Chen saw the hexagonal bell, he froze completely. A hexagonal bell that causes hallucinations. Isn't that the key item throughout the Lost Tomb universe? Could it be considered the ultimate boss item? It is practically the main character of the Lost Tomb universe. The inner demon of Wu Xie. No matter where Wu Xie goes, in which tomb he explores, he constantly discovers traces of it. Could it be, in this parallel world, a tomb from the Lost Tomb universe has also appeared? Su Chen initially thought it was impossible, but considering Professor Chu and his team have already discovered the Pingshan ancient tomb in Shangzhou, the words, "it is impossible," could not even be uttered. Su Chen took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on the hexagonal bell in the image, and in his pupils, a flash of golden light shimmered. Once the power of the super golden eye was activated, a thunderous roar erupted in Su Chen's mind. Then, he saw a scene that was beyond shocking. A bronze door, deep within Changbai Mountain, with the cloud-top palace overhead, treading upon volcanic fire beneath, connecting to the Kunlun Zero Mountain in the distance, approaching the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. The entire world had become a living hell. It seemed as if countless ancient deities were all kowtowing towards the sky-covering and earth-shielding bronze door. Seeing this, Su Chen's eyes began to ache and sting, forcing him to deactivate his golden eye state. Regaining his composure, he could not help but gasp in shock. What kind of scene did I just see? Is it possible that in some parallel world, the guardian of the bronze door Xiao Jie failed, leading the ultimate to face the world, turning it into the hellish scene I just witnessed? In the Lost Tomb world, as legend says, his duty is to guard the ultimate behind the bronze door. If the mission fails, the ultimate behind the door will emerge into the world, and all the ancient deities will be brought to ruin. The world I was transmigrated into, perhaps, most likely, should not have those same bronze doors, right? Su Chen frowned, thinking he must find a chance to go to Golden Sparrow Mountain in Yizhou. If there really is a bronze door, never mind the danger involved. The secret of the ultimate must be uncovered first. At the same time, Xu Xiaoying was explaining to the audience in the live stream information about the artifacts in the exhibition hall, and casually mentioned the discovery of artifacts at Golden Sparrow Lake in Yizhou. Reportedly, a tourist went to Golden Sparrow Lake, and while camping by the lake, picked up a broken bronze sword on the riverbank. The tourist was terrified, and immediately handed the artifact over to the authorities. Then, the local archaeological team came to excavate, and discovered that under the riverbank of Golden Sparrow Lake, hundreds of bronze items were scattered and buried. They came in all shapes and sizes, the smallest being that hexagonal bell, and the largest was a bronze tripod the size of a backpack. That bronze tripod has been classified as a special grade national treasure, prohibiting both its export and public display. Xu Xiaoying is an archaeology student. She mentioned that her professor had brought it up once, saying that very complex characters were inscribed on that bronze tripod, and the experts had been studying it for half a year, but still could not translate the meaning. Su Chen heard this, couldn't help but light up. This world has a fragmented historical and cultural timeline. So-called antiques are quite common, but if a bronze tripod bears symbols or inscriptions, it is truly considered a national treasure. Even in later generations, daring to privately sell bronze tripods with inscriptions will basically get you facing a firing squad. Su Chen was watching the stream when a WeChat message pinged. He picked it up to take a look, and found it was a voice message from Zhao Zeui. Su Chen, what is your ID? Did you come to Yingying's stream? I am already at 7. Anyway, what do you need my ID for? We are that close now. I will pull some strings for you, and make you a moderator. Su Chen saw this, and chuckled. However, he did not refuse her kind gesture. He sent his ID nickname over. Not long after, Zhao Zeui said it was all set. Su Chen checked, and sure enough, his alt account had become a moderator for Xu Xiaoying's stream. At this moment, Zhao Zeui sent another voice message. You really missed out by not coming on site today. I heard from Yingying that this batch of artifacts excavated from Golden Sparrow Mountain is being sent to the Archaeology Research Institute for storage tomorrow. If you want to see them again in the future, who knows when that will be. Zhao Zeui just would not stop chattering. Su Chen replied half-heartedly. Meanwhile, Xu Xiaoying was explaining a square ritual vessel. The vessel was about the size of a modern water pitcher. But what made it unique was, it had several symbols on its body. Experts from the Yuzhou archaeological team speculated that it must have been a drinking vessel for royalty over 2,000 years ago. It is just that the experts have not been able to figure out what those symbols actually mean to this day. Xu Xiaoying pointed her camera at the picture in the glass display case and explained earnestly, according to the latest research by our expert group, the symbols on the picture should represent totems. Each symbol represents a type of totem worship. For instance, the first symbol looks like a flame, so it should be fire totem worship. The second symbol looks like a tree. It should be tree totem worship. At this point, the chat room instantly flooded with learned something new. However, when Su Chen saw the inscriptions on the vessel, he just froze. What kind of totem worship is that? That is clearly bronze inscriptions. So-called bronze inscriptions, also known as bell and tripod inscriptions, are inscriptions specifically carved onto bronze ritual artifacts. This type of script, from the late Shang dynasty, all the way until the Qin unification, was used for nearly 800 years, before it gradually disappeared. Before Su Chen transmigrated, he loved futzing with antiques, so he would not say he had mastered bronze inscriptions, but he recognized a few hundred common characters. He squinted his eyes, looking closely at the inscriptions on the picture through the camera. He softly read aloud, "Choose auspicious bronze from Yan. Cast it into a ritual vessel, for the festival, admirable and exemplary, to offer to the supreme god, and to commemorate the former kings." Lu Shangwang. Seeing this, Su Chen's eyes widened in shock. Lu Shangwang, the 7-star Lu Palace. No wonder there were funerary artifacts buried in the riverbank. They must have been washed out from Lu Shangwang's burial pit. That being said, Yizhou must be the site of Lu Shangwang's tomb. Just as Su Chen's mind was reeling, and his thoughts were in total chaos, someone suddenly posted in the livestream chat. They said the archaeological team was in trouble. After that message appeared, Xu Xiaoying's expression changed instantly. She explained the situation to the audience in the live stream, and then hurriedly shut down the stream. On the other hand, once Su Chen had composed himself, he stopped dwelling on Lu Shangwang. He clicked directly into the archaeological team's live stream. Pingshan, Archaeological Base Camp. Major Chen led a team to hunt the 6-winged flying serpent. Over 100 soldiers, fully equipped, and they even brought 2 mortars. They thought it was a sure win, but to everyone's surprise, the 6-winged flying serpent was incredibly cunning. It not only saw through the traps set by Major Chen, but even turned the tables and ambushed them instead. Major Chen and his team suffered heavy losses. In just half an hour, over a dozen soldiers were sacrificed. The rest were all wounded. What made it even harder to accept was, after such heavy losses, the 6-winged serpent had still escaped. Major Chen realized the gravity of the situation, and immediately ordered the archaeological team to retreat first. But who would have thought? Just as the team prepared to withdraw to New County, countless venomous insects suddenly crawled out around the camp. There were swarms of them, likely in the hundreds of thousands, trapping the archaeological team right where they stood. They had nowhere to go. The few Nuqing chickens were useless against such a swarm of venomous pests. They could not make any significant impact. Fortunately, those bugs only surrounded the archaeological team, without launching an attack, but just looking at those swarming, poisonous insects was enough to make one's skin crawl. Wang Tianxian was terrified. Her lips were trembling, but she still found the courage to maintain the livestream for her viewers. "Everyone, please do not worry too much. Major Chen has already reported our situation at the camp. The higher-ups are urgently organizing a rescue mission. Also, even though there are many venomous insects outside the camp, they seem to be controlled by something, and have not launched an offensive." According to Professor Wu's speculation, these bugs must be driven by the 6-winged flying serpent, specifically there to retaliate against the team. No sooner had Wang Tianxian finished speaking, than the chat blew up. "Holy crap, that 6-winged flying serpent is too disgusting. Wait a minute. Has the 6-winged flying serpent gained human-like intelligence? It even knows how to take revenge. Tianxian, sister, you must make sure you stay safe. My heart aches for the archaeological team. This is simply too dangerous. I hope the rescue forces dispatched by the higher-ups get there soon, and rescue everyone on the team safely." Hundreds of thousands of bugs. At a glance, they stretch out endlessly. The viewers felt a wave of dread. Those who were a bit faint-hearted did not even dare to watch the stream anymore. Before the army of insects appeared, the viewers still knew of that divine dragon. The elusive 6-winged serpent is truly formidable. I underestimated its power. Now that things have reached this point, the viewers finally understand why heaven officials' blessings stressed the horror of the 6-winged serpent over and over. Wang Tianxian sighed inwardly, but forced a sweet smile for the camera. "It is fine. Professor Chu and the rest of us are doing just fine right now. No one is hurt, and I believe help will be here soon. Despite those words, Wang Tianxian knew deep down that if the six-winged serpent strikes just once more, the toxins outside our camp could tear us to pieces, leaving not even a bone behind. The viewers were incredibly anxious, racking their brains for any way to help. Sister Tianxian, why do not you try asking heaven official's blessing? Ask him if he has any way to solve this. A light bulb went off for one viewer, spamming the chat to send word to heaven official's blessing. Ever since heaven official's blessing appeared on the stream, every tip he has given has proven to be spot on. He seems to know everything and can do anything, no matter how sticky the situation. He always finds a way out. Gradually, the archaeology team and the viewers alike had come to rely on heaven official's blessing. Wang Tianxian's eyes lit up, and she nodded frantically. Right, why did I forget about him? As she spoke, Wang Tianxian hurriedly turned to the camera, pleading with all her heart, heaven official's blessing. Are you watching the stream right now? The archaeology team is trapped in the camp by the poison. We are truly at our wits' end. Please, we beg you to help us. Wang Tianxian's plea had the viewers in the chat brimming with anticipation, waiting for heaven official's blessing to step in once again to save the team. But minutes dragged on, and heaven official's blessing never showed up. The viewers grew desperate. They tried to DM heaven official's blessing, only to find he had DMs disabled. So, the viewers started donating gifts, with messages attached, begging him to step in and help. In just a short while, the tips received by heaven official's account had already surpassed 100,000, topping the platform's hourly leaderboard. The viewers wanted to use the simplest way possible to implore heaven official's blessing for help. However, heaven official's blessing remained silent. Wang Tianxian waited for half an hour, still with no sign of him, and could only sigh. I will go find Professor Chu and the others first. During their skirmish with the six-winged serpent, Chen Jianbing had accidentally broken his leg. The team medic was busy stabilizing the fracture. Professor Chu, Professor Wu, and the others were nearby, discussing the nature of the beast. Professor Chu, judging by the information Major Chen provided, this six-winged serpent is highly intelligent, capable of anticipating human thought. If I had not seen it myself, with my own eyes, I would not believe it, that such a miraculously intelligent creature could exist in this world. In contrast to the grim expressions of the others, Professor Wu seemed completely unbothered, still rambling on tirelessly, talking about the unique aspects of the six-winged serpent. Perhaps for a biologist like him, seeing such a wondrous creature with his own eyes would be worth dying for. Hearing this, Professor Chu gave a bitter smile and said, indeed, it knows how to conserve its strength rather than attack, slowly wearing us down. Its intelligence is definitely higher than we imagined. Major Chen's face was filled with self-reproach. He lamented, it is all my fault for being careless. I thought it was just a mindless beast, and it cost my soldiers their lives. Old Chen, do not say that. This is not your fault. Who could have imagined such a miraculous creature exists in this world? Professor Chu sighed, his expression grim. However, I fear we might meet our end here this time. I am not afraid of death. I just regret not being able to uncover the secrets of the Pingshan ancient tomb. As soon as he finished speaking, the tent flap was lifted. Wang Tianxian walked in with a look of dismay, and proceeded to tell Professor Chu and the others what had just happened. After hearing this, Professor Chu gave a bitter smile. Hundreds of thousands of venomous insects surround the camp, ready to trap and destroy us at any moment. In this situation, it is useless to turn to anyone. Professor Chu deeply respected heaven official's blessing, but he knew in his heart that the crisis facing the archaeological team right now is not something one person can solve alone. But seeing how anxious Wang Tianxian was, Professor Chu did not have the heart to crush her hope. He remarked, perhaps he is busy with something urgent and can't get online right now. I hope the great master sees it soon. Wang Tianxian sighed upon hearing this, her heart slowly sinking to the bottom of a canyon. At the same time, at the museum, Zhao Zewi saw the swarm of venomous insects covering the sky, and could not help but say in a trembling voice, oh my god, there are so many. How terrifying. The archaeological team won't get hurt, right? Her companion Xu Xiaoying bit her lip and sighed. The situation does not look optimistic. Who knows when the rescue team will arrive? The only hope we have now is that heaven official's blessing appears and helps the archaeological team find a way out. Otherwise, I am afraid Professor Chu and the others. At this point, Xu Xiaoying and Zhao Zewi both fell into silence. In this world, the status of archaeologists is very high, and they are respected by the entire nation. But at the same time, archaeological excavation is also an extreme extremely dangerous job. In past excavations, unforeseen accidents often occurred. For instance, a year ago, a bronze coffin was excavated in Longzhou, Wuya County. But who knew the bronze coffin contained no remains, but was instead filled with mercury? When the archaeological team opened the coffin without proper protection, they were poisoned by the volatile mercury. In the end, all 18 members of the team on site did not survive. The dangers of archaeology are evident from this. Just as the two girls were feeling down, worrying for the team members, suddenly Zhao Ziyu's eyes lit up. She hurriedly tugged on Xu Xiaoying's sleeve, excitedly saying, "Ying Ying, look quickly. Heaven Official's blessing has sent a comment." I knew Heaven Official's blessing would show up. Xu Xiaoying was even more excited than Zhao Ziyui. She quickly cast her eyes on the phone screen. When she saw the comment from Heaven Official's blessing just pop up, the comment that was immediately pinned to the top of the screen, her heart skipped a beat. The whole person started trembling with excitement. She saw, "Wait for me," just those two short words, pinned high in the live broadcast room. Countless netizens saw this comment from Heaven Official's blessing. All stunned. What does this mean? Could it be? Is Heaven Official's blessing actually going to ping Shan himself to rescue the archaeology team? In an instant, netizens in the chat room were spamming frantically. Holy cow! Holy cow! Is the master really going to ping Shan? Master, you must have a way to rescue Professor Chu and the others, right? Master, please stay safe. Master, I am sorry. I just questioned you earlier, saying you were scared. I apologize. Meanwhile, Wang Tianchen and Professor Chu and his team saw this comment immediately. Wang Tianchen was dumbfounded on the spot. With such a mysterious identity, the master who never reveals his true self is actually coming to Pingshan to save the archaeology team in person. At this moment, Wang Tianchen's feelings were incredibly complex. On one hand, it was admiration for Heaven Official's blessing. On the other, it was worry for him, fearing he might lose his life for nothing. As for Professor Chu and his team, after seeing this comment, all of them were visibly shocked. Heaven Official's blessing is coming to Pingshan. When I first invited him to join the archaeology team, he did not agree. But now, when the archaeology team faces a life and death crisis, he is coming to help without any hesitation. Such nobility of character warmed Professor Chu's heart and made him admire this mysterious gentleman even more. However, Professor Chu thought for a moment, then sighed and persuaded, "Master, we appreciate your good intentions, but the swarm of insects outside is beyond human power to match. Your vast knowledge is the rising star of the archaeology world. You should not sacrifice your life in Pingshan in vain." Speaking of which, the professor looked into the distance at the cloud-piercing Pingshan mountain, a hint of regret showing in his eyes. "If only I could. I hope you can help me uncover the secrets of Pingshan later on. Then I could die without regrets." The Pingshan ancient tomb had already claimed the lives of two of his most promising students. Professor Chu had secretly sworn to himself in his heart, no matter the cost, even if it cost his own life, he would uncover the secrets of Pingshan. But now, facing the swarm outside, he knew he had no chance to fulfill this wish anymore. So, he would entrust Heaven Official's blessing, hoping the other side could carry on his unfinished wish. Speaking of which, Professor Chu gave a bitter smile, looked around at the archaeology team members, a look of guilt appearing on his face. "It was also my fault for leading everyone into this desperate situation. I am sorry, everyone." Professor Chu. Inside the camp, the archaeology team members were moved by Professor Chu's words. They spoke up one after another. Zheng Zan, the professor's student, adjusted. His black-rimmed glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. His expression was calm, showing no fear in the face of death. He shook his head and said softly, "Professor Chu, do not say that. Ever since I chose archaeology as my profession, I have been prepared to make sacrifices. Even knowing the risks here, I would still follow you here without hesitation. There is nothing more important than excavating the historical culture hidden within our country. Yes, Professor Chu, we have no regrets. Even if we had to do it all over again, we would still make the same choice." The team members expressed their determination one by one. This atmosphere stirred the netizens in the livestream. Countless people watched the screen, moved by the spirit shown by Professor Chu and his team. They felt both a bittersweet ache and immense pride. It is true, hundreds of years ago, the entire world experienced a cultural disconnect. It was not just Huasha. However, Huasha possesses many such individuals, archaeological workers who keep moving forward. That is why Huasha's cultural archaeology is ahead of the rest. Our achievements in these years have grown more and more. The public's understanding of our country's ancient history and culture is also increasing. Many might ask, is it worth it? For the sake of some bygone history, is it worth risking your life? This question is actually very simple. If a country has no history, no roots, then that is a tragedy. Not knowing where you come from, not knowing where you are going, such a nation and country is destined for a short journey. What Professor Chu and his team are doing is not just archaeology. More importantly, they are searching for the roots of this country, recovering that brilliant culture which would otherwise be lost. But after Heaven Official's blessing posted that comment, he did not appear again. Professor Chu did not receive a reply. He could not help but smile bitterly. It seems he did not listen to us at all. Professor, what do we do now? Zhang Zan asked. Professor Chu pondered for a moment and commanded, the wounds of our soldiers, the sacrifices that have been made. Now we have to rely on ourselves. Little Zhuang, go inform everyone. Get all the quicklime from the camp and spread it all around. Since that six-winged flying serpent wants to declare war on us, then we will fight it to the end. Even if we are outmatched, we will drag a bunch of its offspring to the grave with us. Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. It felt like they were meeting Professor Chu for the first time. They never thought that the professor, who was always so serious, would say such a thing. Surprisingly, they still have a sense of humor. For a moment, the atmosphere in the camp lightened up significantly. Even Wang Tianxian was influenced by this mood, feeling her tension begin to ease. Seeing the flood of encouraging messages for the archaeological team in the livestream chat, it warmed her heart. Yet, at the same time, there was a lingering worry. She feared something might happen to Heaven Official's blessing. Su Chen deciding to go to Pingshan was, of course, a carefully considered decision. His abilities far surpass those of Partridge Whistle back then, and he possesses the Qilin bloodline, making him immune to all poisons. He does not need to worry about the toxins of the six-winged flying serpent. One could say that his Qilin bloodline perfectly counters the six-winged one. Armed with the divine relic, the black gold ancient blade, he even has a shot at slaying it. More importantly, he has his eyes on the internal pill of the six-winged flying serpent. If he manages to obtain it and successfully absorbs its power, his strength will at least multiply several times over. By then, no matter the tomb, he will face no obstacles, even if he prepares for the worst, that he might not be a match for the creature. Given his martial arts and speed, he will have no trouble keeping himself safe. Having made up his mind, Su Chen told Zhao Zewi and the girls that he had to go on a business trip. He immediately booked a flight for the afternoon. He flew to New County. At dusk, the setting sun was blood red, setting the entire sky ablaze. The atmosphere at the archaeological camp was heavy. Bad news followed one after another. The official rescue helicopter had not even reached Pingshan when it was destroyed by the six-winged flying serpent, sacrificing several soldiers. Immediately after, that swarm of insects surrounding the camp began to encroach upon them bit by bit. The insects were clearly under the command of the six-winged flying serpent, not just looking to avenge themselves on the team, but to make them die in utter despair. The situation was dire. Professor Chu had no choice but to gather everyone together, placing a few of the rare Nuching chickens on the perimeter as a shield, but that could only hold them off for so long. With hundreds of thousands of insects, these few Nuching chickens could never halt their advance. Not to mention, lurking behind them was the six-winged beast, watching like a tiger. Facing this crisis, everyone's hearts grew heavier. They knew clearly that if help did not arrive, their only fate was death. The netizens in the livestream watching this felt their hearts tighten. Damn it. Emergency team, hurry and think of something. If you delay any longer, they are doomed. Sister Tianxian, please, you must be all right. Heaven Official's blessing. I am a student of archaeology. If you are watching the stream, please, you must find a way to save Professor Chu and the others. Exactly. The only hope for the team now is Heaven Official's blessing. But he has been gone for a full day now. Where on earth did he go? If we keep waiting, it will be too late. Like this, let us mobilize every resource we have. We must make sure Heaven Official's blessing knows the state of the team. Right, count me in. Count me in too. Netizens are searching frantically for Heaven Official's blessing. Every platform online is flooded with inquiries to find any news about Heaven Official's blessing. Soon, moved by the viewers in the livestream, countless netizens across the web are spontaneously posting the same message. And that is, Master Heaven Official, please save the archaeological team. This single message instantly nuked the #1 spot on the trending list. At this moment, any news about celebrities cheating or some rising star getting hurt was cast aside. Everyone is praying for heaven officials' blessing to appear and perform a miracle to save the trapped archaeologists. Some rising star, unhappy about losing the spotlight, tossed out a casual complaint on social media, implying that heaven officials' blessing had paid for the trend. However, in just one short hour, that post of his racked up over 800,000 hate comments. The internet roasted that star until he was completely spiraling, forcing him to delete the post in a panic. But the furious netizens were not having it. They combed through all his old social media posts, leaving over 1 million more angry rants, until the platform administrators finally panicked. They had no choice but to use the star's violation of community guidelines as an excuse, and preemptively ban his account. The storm slowly began to calm down. Wang Tianxian watched everything the netizens were doing in the stream. Feeling a lump in her throat, she did not say much, but faced the camera and bowed deeply to all the viewers. "Thank you all. Seriously, thank you all." As she spoke, her voice already began to crack, and the tears just could not be held back anymore. Wang Tianxian was always optimistic, never wanting the audience to see her fragile side. She turned around, wiping her eyes vigorously. By the time she turned back, her trademark sweet smile was back on her face. "I must have looked awful while crying just now. Please promise me you won't take any screenshots. I do not need everyone to remember Wang Tianxian as a crybaby girl." The viewers in the live stream knew Tianxian was only acting this way so they would not feel sad, but they could not help it. However, just the thought of such a young and lovely girl fading away made everyone's heart ache deeply. "No matter what happens, you will always be my goddess. Even if you are crying, you are still the most beautiful, Tianxian. I actually already took a screenshot of you crying. If you want me to delete it, then just come back alive." Soul crushing. Tianxian, big sister, I love watching your show. Even when I am 80 years old, I will still be watching. You must come back safely. The heartwarming words from the viewers flashed before Wang Tianxian's eyes one by one, accompanied by her uncontrollable tears. Her smile grew even sweeter. Having had such lovely viewers in this life, she felt she had no regrets. At the same time, the whole internet was still searching for heaven officials' blessing, but he remained elusive and nowhere to be found. There was not even the slightest whisper of a trace. Where on earth is Master Heaven Official? This nagging question could not help but creep into everyone's mind. Wait for me just a moment. Surely it is not just a joke. As the mood of the entire internet grew heavier, to the point where people were afraid to even watch the archaeological team's live stream, Su Chen hurried along, and finally, just before sunset, he arrived at the foot of Pingshan. His location was very close to the archaeological team's base camp. However, he did not choose to head straight to the team, because, to catch the bandits, you must first catch the ringleader. Everything is being driven by the six-winged flying serpent. As long as the six-winged flying serpent is dealt with, the archaeological team's predicament will be solved naturally. Su Chen took a deep breath, gripped the black gold ancient blade in his hand, and resolutely stepped forward into Pingshan. Along the way, venomous insects poured in from all sides. In just over 10 minutes, they had formed a perimeter, trapping Su Chen. "Get lost." Su Chen's face turned cold, and he let out a sharp roar. Instantly, a blood-red Qilin tattoo faintly emerged on his back. The energy surged throughout his body, directly scaring the venomous insects into scattering and fleeing. After driving the insects away, Su Chen set off once more. The mountain path was steep, but Su Chen walked with steady steps. His own aura built up to its peak with every step he took. On the cliffs of Pingshan, Su Chen stared into the pitch-black valley, fighting spirit rising in his eyes, as if sensing its territory being encroached upon. A heaven-shaking roar suddenly echoed from the bottom of the valley. A black shadow over 10 meters long shot up from the valley floor with a roar. The six-winged flying serpent finally appeared. Seeing the scene, Su Chen was not alarmed but delighted, a flash of excitement in his eyes. The corner of his mouth curled upwards. He pointed the black gold ancient blade at the six-winged flying serpent. "Little bug, I have got my eyes on your inner core. Are you going to hand it over willingly, or do you want me to cut you open and take it myself?" The six-winged flying serpent let out a deafening screech, as if trying to intimidate Su Chen. Su Chen remained unmoved, continuing to sneer. "Stop putting on an act. I know you have long since developed sentience, and you can understand what I am saying." Sure enough, once those words were spoken, the six-winged flying serpent was completely provoked. It opened its massive, bloody jaws, full of sharp teeth, far larger than Su Chen himself. 6 translucent wings on its back vibrated, and it lunged at Su Chen with overwhelming force. Nice. Su Chen's gaze narrowed, thinking to himself. He intentionally provoked the creature, not out of carelessness, but because the 6-winged flying serpent is quite intelligent, smarter than many humans. If it feels it can't win, it will turn and flee. The archaeological team is in grave danger, and Su Chen has no time to waste on a chase. That is why he chose to goad it, forcing a direct confrontation. Su Chen gripped the black gold ancient blade tightly, his fighting spirit reaching its zenith. The 6-winged flying serpent shrieked as it dived down. A wild wind kicked up gravel and stones, lashing against the cliff face. Boom. Su Chen did not flinch. He calculated the distance silently in his mind, just as the 6-winged flying serpent opened its bloody maw, intending to swallow Su Chen whole. Su Chen planted his feet firmly and stomped hard, leaping high into the air. Cuxing kicks the dipper, his right leg bent slightly, like a fully drawn bow. With all his might gathered, he delivered a powerful kick. The 6-winged flying serpent's body was massive, covered in a shell as hard as steel, but under the weight of Su Chen's full force. Cuxing kick. It was still sent flying, slamming heavily into the ground. Dust billowed into the sky. Su Chen's all-out cuxing kick packed at least 1,000 pounds of force. A normal person would be dead, for sure after taking that, but the 6-winged flying serpent is a mutated monster. Protected by its tough shell, it was only stunned for a moment, before quickly recovering. That kick had also pushed the serpent's rage to its peak. Those 2 terrifying jet-black eyes stared fixedly at Su Chen without blinking. Strike while it is down. Finish it off. Su Chen gripped his black gold ancient blade, and once again leapt forward. However, he slashed over a dozen times in quick succession, only to trigger a spray of sparks. He left only a few faint white marks on the 6-winged flying serpent's shell. Su Chen quickly withdrew, feeling a bit shaken. Even though he had overestimated the creature's strength, this 6-winged flying serpent was clearly even stronger than the one in the world of Ghost blows out the light. This creature had been practicing by absorbing medicinal vapors in the Pingshan underground palace since the Yuan dynasty. It has been, for 1,000 years, over a millennium. It was always the one eating people. When had it ever been bullied this badly? That being said, the 6-winged flying serpent was truly enraged. It let out a shrill screech at Su Chen. The pure hatred for him, at this moment, even surpassed the threat from the archaeological team. Its abdominal legs skittered, crawling across the ground at lightning speed, charging straight at Su Chen. Su Chen did not expect it to abandon its aerial advantage, to fight him face to face. How convenient. This was right up Su Chen's alley. He immediately held his black gold ancient blade across his chest. Instead of retreating, he advanced. Using the momentum of his running start, he vaulted into the air again, performing another cuxing kick, aiming straight for the serpent's vulnerable midsection. Snakes always have a soft underbelly, and this was no exception. Though the 6-winged flying serpent was covered in hard armor, only its abdomen remained exposed. There was no time to lose. It was all so fast. It was as if a spark had collided with the earth. Su Chen and the serpent crashed into each other. In an instant, there was a loud bang. Both of them were sent flying backwards, smashing heavily onto the ground. A long time later, Su Chen struggled to get up from the ground. He clutched his chest, with a pained expression. Just a moment. Fresh blood dripped down from his fingertips, just as they brushed past each other. The 2 sharp antennae on the 6-winged serpent's head easily sliced through the skin on Su Chen's chest. Luckily, Su Chen was alert. At the critical moment, he twisted his waist, narrowly avoiding a lethal blow. Otherwise, it would not have been just a simple skin cut, but he would have been slashed right in half. Su Chen sighed in relief. He was about to crawl up, but inadvertently touched the wound on his chest. It hurt enough to make him wince. However, Su Chen was not angry. He was pleased. The pain was a good sign. It meant the Qilin blood in his body was neutralizing the 6-winged serpent's venom. If he had blacked out after being wounded, that would be when Su Chen should worry. After a moment, the pain in his chest subsided. Su Chen quickly looked up at the 6-winged serpent nearby. During that exact moment when they brushed past each other, he had used all his strength to hack the black gold ancient blade into its midsection. Therefore, the creature's injuries were much more severe than his own. The facts were indeed as Su Chen had anticipated. The black gold ancient blade was wedged deep in the soft flesh of the serpent's belly. Green liquid was constantly oozing from the wound. The 6-winged serpent was writhing on the ground in agony. Several attempts to flap its wings and escape had failed. Seeing this, a smile could not help but form on Su Chen's face. Animals will always be animals. Even if they have gained demonic intelligence, they still could not shed their innate beastly instincts. If the 6-winged serpent were smarter, it would have known the vast power gap between them. The moment he kicked it away with his cuxing kicking move, Su Chen could not fly. If the serpent really wanted to escape, there would have been nothing he could do about it. Fortunately, everything was settled. The breath of the six-winged serpent grew weaker and weaker. Su Chen's tense nerves also gradually relaxed. This battle could be described as a close call but ultimately safe. It also implicitly verified how strong his current power was. Although he had not reached the level of a snake god, Queen Jingju, or that level of monstrosity, he was at least stronger than Chen Yulu and Partridge Whistle combined, plus Red Maiden for good measure. More than 10 minutes later, the green fluid flowing from the serpent's wound had gathered into a small puddle. Its struggling also grew weaker and weaker, as if it could stop breathing at any second. In its two terrifying pitch-black eyes, there was now a hint of human-like pleading. Obviously, it knew it was going to die. Finally, it was begging Su Chen, "Now you know fear. Why did not you just behave yourself earlier?" Su Chen let out a soft breath and slowly walked toward the six-winged serpent. Whether for the expedition team or the inner pill, Su Chen was not going to let it off the hook. But he still gave it a quick end. With one swift strike of the black gold ancient blade, he relieved it of its misery. After finishing off the serpent, he suppressed his disgust and reached his hand into the serpent's wound. After some groping, he finally pulled out something that was glowing faintly, just like a glass bead. The millennial inner pill. Su Chen smiled. He risked everything to come over, partly to save the archaeology team, and on the other hand, it was for that inner core of the six-winged serpent that left him salivating. The core was about the size of a marble. It radiated a cooling sensation when held in his palm. Remember, Partridge Whistle swallowed the inner core directly, and his physical strength increased many times over. In just half a day after consuming it, his strength became so immense he could pin down a Yuan dynasty great general zombie. However, Partridge Whistle knew nothing about alchemy. I am afraid even that inner core didn't even unleash 10% of its potential. Just as Su Chen was hesitant and undecided, unsure whether to swallow the core to boost his power now, or keep the core to see if he could find a better refining method later. The Qilin tattoo on his back suddenly emitted a wave of warmth, as if it wanted to convey some message to him. Su Chen was slightly taken aback. His brows furrowed involuntarily. Just as he was puzzled, the system prompt suddenly rang out. Ding, ding. High-level energy detected. Can be integrated to upgrade the Qilin bloodline. Would you like to upgrade? Hearing this prompt, Su Chen's eyes lit up. The Qilin bloodline is already overpowered. I did not expect it could be upgraded further. However, when it concerns myself, Su Chen still felt it was better to be cautious. System, will there be any side effects or defects if I integrate it? The Qilin bloodline absorbs and integrates high-level energy. You can sequentially acquire the four elements: water, fire, wind, and thunder. Once all four elemental powers are gathered, you can evolve into the ancestral dragon bloodline. The bloodline upgrade has no side effects. After hearing the system's explanation, Su Chen finally relaxed. The Qilin is an ancient auspicious beast. It has four types: water, fire, wind, and thunder. That sounds like collecting the 7 Dragon Balls. Su Chen shook his head. He remained silent. Just then, the Qilin tattoo on his back burned slightly and transmitted a desire to consume the inner core. Su Chen was startled. Then he reacted. He smiled and comforted it. Don't be impatient. I am feeding you now. As soon as he finished speaking, the inner core in Su Chen's hand began to float. Immediately after, it was automatically broken down into the purest light energy. The blinding ball of light lit up half the sky in the night. The radiance only lasted for half a minute, before rapidly shrinking, finally transforming into a single point of light, and plunging into the Qilin tattoo on Su Chen's back. In an instant, Su Chen felt a surge of coolness within his body. The wound that would have taken weeks to recover actually scabbed over and fell off in just a moment, revealing fresh, tender skin again. Seeing the scene, Su Chen could not help but marvel. Is this the power of the Qilin's water attribute? It works like a charm indeed. With this, I have basically got a built-in blood bank from now on. My wounds will heal instantly. Just as Su Chen was fantasizing that he might have become immortal, the system poured a bucket of cold water on him. Qilin bloodline upgrade complete. The system automatically determines how to use the leaked energy to repair the host's injuries. Su Chen was dumbfounded upon hearing this, and quickly asked about the upgraded Qilin bloodline. Does it have any special abilities? Qilin bloodline water grants the following abilities: mental clarity and refreshing focus, enhanced mental strength, water evasion, can breathe underwater, lasting for at least 60 minutes. Seeing this, Su Chen's eyes lit up. I am not sure how effective the mental clarity is for now, but the water evasion is a great perk. No need for oxygen tanks, and I can breathe underwater for an hour. This is basically an essential tool for tomb raiding. Don't let the fact that tombs are buried in soil fool you. But any decent tomb must follow feng shui principles, nestled against mountains and near water. must have wind and water sources. Therefore, many tombs are either surrounded by underground streams or built directly on the lake floor. Take the tomb of Wang Zhengai in the Lost Tomb for example. That was extreme. He built the tomb right on the bottom of the sea. If Wuxie or Hubei had this water evasion ability back then, those underwater tombs, or lake bottom relics, would have been a walk in the park. Meanwhile, inside the archaeological camp, several Nuching chickens dropped dead one after another, and as soon as they fell, they were devoured by countless venomous insects, leaving not even a bone fragment within seconds. The archaeological team members looked at each other in horror, seeing their own fear reflected in everyone's eyes. They realized that once the last Nuching chicken dies, that will likely be their time as well. Professor Chu, are we going to die here? In the team, the youngest girl had a pale face, her voice trembling as she asked, "Don't worry, Xiaoyun, we will definitely survive this safely." Chu Muyan shook his head, his gaze firm. Leaning on his walking stick, Major Chen smiled brightly. "Don't be afraid, little sister. Even if we have to fight to the last man, our Lone Wolf Special Forces unit will protect you all. We won't let you come to any harm." At that mention, Major Chen turned to look at them. He had only 32 soldiers left. Just a day ago, 100 fully equipped men, the elite of the Dragon Country's army, had now been reduced to 32. And what is more, every single one of them was injured. Major Chen felt heavy-hearted. He scanned every man's face, and then, mustering all his remaining strength, he roared, "Brothers, are you afraid of death?" "No," the 32 soldiers shouted in unison. But unexpectedly, Major Chen chuckled and said with a grin, "Cut the nonsense. Who in this world is not afraid of dying? Even I am afraid. However," and he reached his conclusion. Major Chen changed his tone. "As a member of the Lone Wolf Special Forces unit, even if I must die, I will make sure it is a glorious death. Death with a purpose. At the very least, before I go, I won't let a single member of the archaeology team get hurt." Finished speaking, Major Chen forced himself through the pain in his leg and stood up from the ground. "Can you do it?" "Yes, we can." The soldiers were all fired up, their voices seemingly rising to the heavens. Major Chen nodded in satisfaction, then raised his rifle high. "Brothers, I will go first." With that said, Major Chen, without a hint of hesitation, charged toward the swarm of insects. His rifle was out of ammo. Charging in was a guaranteed death sentence. Yet he charged anyway, only to buy the archaeology team a few precious seconds of time. The surrounding archaeology team members saw this, and their hearts were deeply shaken. Such a suicidal charge, so heroic and tragic. How could it not leave one move? Right after that, the soldiers under Major Chen's command stood up as well. 1, 2, 3, all 32 soldiers, though each of them was wounded. Their eyes gleamed with unparalleled brilliance. Following his lead, they mimicked Major Chen and plunged into the swarm with a battle cry. This whole scene was faithfully recorded by the live stream camera. The sorrowful and heroic act of the Lone Wolf Special Forces left countless netizens in the stream heartbroken. With one order, they rushed to Pingshan without looking back. With another order, they stood in front of the archaeology team without hesitation. This is what soldiers are for. This is the people's army. Major Chen, I used to trash talk you online. I am sorry. I am truly sorry. From this moment on, you are the manliest man in the world. Where are the higher-ups hiding now? Why have not they continued to coordinate the rescue? It makes me so angry. They could not even come up with a rescue plan all afternoon. Watching Major Chen and his 32 soldiers slowly walk into the swarm, everyone in the live stream had their hearts in their throats. But just at that moment, a miracle happened. Major Chen, prepared to give his life, marched step by step into the swarm of venomous insects. But just as he closed his eyes and waited for the end, those restless, vicious insects suddenly abandoned their feast, and all huddled in place, motionless. Major Chen waited for a while. He did not feel the venomous creatures attacking him. He opened his eyes in confusion, and then he saw a scene that shocked him. The hundreds of thousands of venomous insects around the camp seemed to have encountered their greatest natural predator, terrified beyond measure, either spinning in circles in place, or pressing against the ground, not daring to move. What is going on? Major Chen's face was full of shock, unable to figure out the reason. At this moment, the soldiers following him shouted in unison, pointing at the distant Pingshan while yelling, "Major Chen, look quickly at the top of Pingshan." He looked in the direction that the soldier was pointing. He saw that above the Pingshan peak, shrouded in the night, a brilliant radiance suddenly appeared, lighting up the entire night sky. What shocked everyone even more was that, within that glow, one could vaguely see a creature, with a lion's head, deer antlers, tiger eyes, an elk's body, dragon scales and an ox tail. the fierce beast glided through the night sky, its intimidating form exuding boundless power. When Major Chen saw this scene, he was shaken to his core. If one could say that the previous 6-winged flying serpent might be explained by genetic mutation, then this bizarre creature, wingless, yet able to glide through the night sky, completely shattered his existing perception. He stared blankly at the creature atop Pingshan, his mind in extreme turmoil, speechless. However, even without knowing the truth, everyone could vaguely guess that the shift in the insect swarm was absolutely related to that creature in the night sky. After the shock passed, Major Chen still felt immensely fortunate. If this fierce beast had not appeared, he and those 32 soldiers might have already died at the hands of the swarm. As to whether this beast was good or evil, foe or friend, it was too early to jump to conclusions. Coming to his senses, he hurried back to camp, where Professor Chu and 3 specialized biologists had been waiting. Professors, do you know what that is on the peak? The 4 professors saw the creature, and simultaneously wore the exact same shocked expression. This completely defies biology. It has no wings. How is it flying in the air? A monster. This is a monster. The 3 biologists, led by Professor Wu, had their eyes wide open, still not daring to believe everything their eyes were seeing. That creature in the night sky. It truly was beyond the realm of scientific understanding. Meanwhile, the archaeological team members in the camp learned the crisis had passed, and came out of their tents one after another, having narrowly survived. Just as they wanted to cheer, they saw the creature gliding in the night sky. Without exception, everyone just stood there with mouths agape, forgetting to speak. Only the cameraman fulfilled his duty, remembering to turn the camera toward the top of Pingshan. When the netizens saw the creature gliding in the sky, they were all collectively stunned. What the heck? What kind of monster is that? My goodness, why are there monsters popping up in Pingshan one after another? Could this be a cursed, ominous land? Damn it. Did Professor Chu and his team just escape the danger of the insect swarm, only to be buried by this beast? Heaven, please show your mercy. Protect the archaeological team, please. Just when everyone was at a complete loss, I do not know whether to cheer for our miraculous survival, or mourn being trapped in such a desperate situation. Under the night sky on the mountain peak, that blinding glow suddenly dimmed, and vanished without a trace in just a few seconds. Along with that light, the ferocious beast disappeared too. Once the beast was gone, the hundreds of thousands of poisonous insects surrounding the camp instantly scattered and fled. In mere seconds, not an inch of the mountain was left swarming with them. Everyone stood there, stunned, uncertain if this turn of events was a blessing or a curse. Professor Chu suddenly said in a low voice, "Don't worry, that was no ferocious beast. It seems to be the legendary divine Qilin." The Qilin. Wang Tianxian was taken aback, and quickly followed up, "Professor Chu, what exactly is a divine Qilin?" A reminiscent look appeared on Professor Chu's face, as he slowly began to explain. "Xiao Wang, do you remember the great Buddha tower in Zhengzhou? Besides the Buddhist scriptures, we found an old book beneath that tower. It contained records of many ancient exotic creatures, and the divine Qilin was among them. The Qilin has a lion's head, deer antlers, tiger eyes, an elk's body, dragon scales, and an ox tail all in one creature. It is exactly like the one on the peak just now. Don't let its fierce appearance fool you. According to the records in that book, the Qilin is an auspicious beast. Wherever it passes, prosperity follows. It has been revered by the ancients for centuries." At these words, Professor Chu's expression was one of shock. He could not help but exclaim, "I always thought the Qilin was just a creature of ancient imagination, but I never expected such a being to actually exist in this world." Hearing Professor Chu's explanation, Wang Tianxian suddenly realized, "Does this mean that the Qilin on the peak came to help us? Are we saved?" Professor Chu nodded, smiled with relief and said, "If it is indeed a Qilin, then it definitely came to our aid. The Qilin is not just an auspicious beast, but also a symbol of benevolence and justice. Its saving us is not strange at all." After hearing the professor's words, everyone could not help but cheer with joy. The feeling of escaping from the jaws of death made them uncontrollably excited. At the same time, in everyone's heart, there was immense gratitude toward the mysterious Qilin. The viewers in the live stream saw this scene, and finally let out a sigh of relief. Their hearts, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down. The scene of Major Chen charging together with 32 soldiers into the swarm of insects without hesitation was still fresh in their minds. Many viewers could not bear the thought of them sacrificing themselves, and were choosing to leave the stream. Hearing that Major Chen and his soldiers were safe and sound, and that the archaeological team was also rescued, countless users flooded back into the stream. "This is so great. I am so grateful that the divine Qilin saved the archaeological team. I declare, from this day on, you are my idol for life. Qilin, what an awesome name. I love it so much. The Qilin manifests, suppressing the swarm. That was incredibly imposing. I think it is our Washa's national guardian divine beast. Agreed, agreed, agreed. I second that. The authorities should officially designate the Qilin as a national guardian beast. Amidst this joy, there were still some discordant comments. The Qilin beast is overrated. Compared to that heaven official's blessing, it is not even on the same level. Stop it. Now that I think about heaven official's blessing, I feel a bit disgusted. You clearly had no ability to save the archaeological team. Why did you make the team wait for you in the first place? Time to show your true colors, huh? Heaven official's blessing is just a compulsive liar. It is a good thing we had the Qilin beast to assist us. Otherwise, Professor Chu and his team would have long since perished. Chu Muyan saw these comments in the livestream. Frowning slightly, heaven official's blessing did not show up, but he was actually quite relieved, because, judging from all the previous signs, this netizen called heaven official's blessing is incredibly knowledgeable, and can help the archaeological community avoid many pitfalls. That he is doing well is all Chu Muyan hopes to see. Thinking of this, Chu Muyan decisively raged at these netizens, defending heaven official's blessing. You people really do not know what is good for you, only know how to blame and demand perfection from others. Heaven official's blessing is just an ordinary person like us. How could he possibly have a way to solve the insect swarm? From now on, if anyone dares to speak ill of heaven official's blessing again, I will ban you permanently. Chu Muyan usually has a decent temper, and has always been gentle toward the archaeological team members. But this time, he was genuinely angry, also letting everyone see the side of him whenever he snaps. With Chu Muyan's defense, the netizens in the stream finally stopped bad-mouthing heaven official's blessing, instead turning the discussion toward the Qilin beast that had just appeared. What is even more impressive is, someone took a screenshot of the live broadcast and posted it on Weibo. Within mere minutes, it hit #1 on the trending list, faring even better than the search for heaven official's blessing. At the time, meanwhile, the tense nerves of the archaeological team relaxed a little, everyone feeling physically and mentally exhausted. Only Zheng Zan was full of energy, even specifically seeking out Chu Muyan to suggest going to the mountaintop. You want to go to the mountaintop? Chu Muyan was stunned for a moment, staring at his student in confusion. Zheng Zan nodded solemnly, his tone carrying a trace of undisguisable excitement. Professor, this opportunity is too rare. We must go to the mountaintop to study it immediately. Perhaps we can still see traces left by the Qilin divine beast. But Chu Muyan's expression was hesitant. The team has already sacrificed too much. The events of the past few days have already left him drained and unable to handle any more accidents. Professor, time waits for no one. If you are worried about any accidents, then I won't take anyone else. I will go there by myself. Do you think that would work? Chu Muyan pondered for a while, but still shook his head and refused Zheng Zan. Shou, it is not that I won't let you go, but now is truly an extraordinary time. That six-winged serpent might still be in the shadows, ready to ambush us at any moment. If something happens to you, who would be able to save you? Professor. But, Chu Muyan waved his hand, his tone brooking no argument. Enough. Say no more. You want to go to the mountaintop. Do not you think I do too? But the archaeological team really cannot afford any more accidents. Wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow, the second rescue team arrives from the head office. We will go to the mountaintop together. Hearing this, Zheng Zan looked full of disappointment. Deep down, he felt he really should go to the mountaintop. However, seeing the professor's firm refusal, he could only helplessly give up on the idea. The archaeological team was exhausted. They each returned to their tents to rest. Before long, the entire camp was filled with the sound of snoring. Even though the archaeological team was asleep, the videos of the auspicious Qilin were spreading wildly across all major online platforms. Weibo, TikTok, major news headlines, none were an exception. They were all photos or videos of the auspicious Qilin. Netizens were frantically leaving comments. Overnight, the word Qilin swept across the entire internet. A silent night passed. The next morning, white mist drifted everywhere in Old Bear Ridge. It was still early, but the camp was already filled with the sound of shuffling footsteps. Not long after, the rescue squad from the head office arrived. Zheng Zan immediately pulled Professor Chu aside and requested the rescue captain to let them go to the mountaintop to take a look. This rescue squad leader was about 40 years old, with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a square face. Even without his uniform, he exuded a strong military aura. The rescue captain's name was Li Changguo, a lieutenant colonel, a rank higher than Chen Jianbing. He was an instructor for the special forces. He was an officer. Upon hearing Professor Chu's request, Li Changguo replied with a smile, Professor, the head office already gave us our orders before we came. Even if you did not ask, we would still have to go to the mountaintop to see for ourselves. Last night, the news of the Qilin appearing was truly world-shaking. It left the higher-ups in Huasha completely stunned. So, aside from protecting the archaeological team's safety, Li Changguo also had another incredibly important task, and that was to go to the top of Pingshan to gather intel on the auspicious Qilin. Hearing Li Changguo say this, Professor Chu breathed a sigh of relief, and when the others on the archaeological team heard that Professor Chu was going to the mountaintop, they all eagerly insisted on coming along. Chu Muyan considered it for a long time, ultimately only bringing Wang Tianxin and Zheng Zan along. Following Li Changguo's small team, they rushed towards the cliff top of Pingshan. Along the way, Li Changguo and his soldiers were extremely cautious. After paying a heavy price several times, no one dared to underestimate the six-winged serpent anymore. Fortunately, the journey was without incident. There was no poison, and the six-winged serpent did not appear. Arrived safely at the top of Pingshan Cliff, they reached the summit. They were stunned into silence by the sight before them. Lying there was the massive body of the six-winged flying serpent, over 10 meters long, stretched across the cliff top. All around its body were numerous traces of dried green liquid, and one could faintly see, on its chest and abdomen, a wound about half a meter long. Zheng Zan was so shocked he could barely speak. He stammered, "Professor, the six-winged, it is dead." Professor Chu also stared with wide eyes, full of disbelief. This creature had been turning the archaeology team upside down for the past 2 days. The seemingly invincible six-winged flying serpent, dead. At the same time, the audience in the live stream, seeing this, could not help but applaud the news. Great, this monster killed so many soldiers and team members. Good riddance. Now the archaeology team is finally safe. Li Changguo had only seen the six-winged flying serpent in videos, but seeing it through the video, it was nowhere near as shocking as seeing it with his own eyes. He looked at the creature's carcass and muttered to himself, to think such a terrifying monster actually exists. It is truly hard to believe. But who on earth killed it? As soon as he spoke, Zheng Zan and Professor Chu locked eyes, and both blurted out simultaneously, "The Qilin divine beast." That is right. The six-winged is so terrifying. How could any ordinary person possibly defeat it? The only possibility is the Qilin divine beast from last night. Li Changguo stepped forward, closely inspecting the wound on the serpent's abdomen, his brow suddenly furrowing. He said in a deep voice, "Something's not right." "What is wrong?" Professor Chu, confused, asked in bewilderment. "Look here, the wound here does not look right." Li Changguo pointed to the wound, reconstructing the scene in his mind, then stated firmly, "This wound is clean and smooth. It was clearly caused by a sharp blade, like a short sword or knife." A blade. Hearing this, Professor Chu and the others widened their eyes, utterly astonished. A monster like the six-winged can't even be killed by regular firearms. How can it be killed just by a blade? Li Changguo trusted his own judgment, and continued, "If my guess is correct, the person was holding the blade in reverse, flashing past the serpent, driving the blade into its abdomen, and then ripping it fiercely, tearing a half-meter-long wound. This person's strength must be immense, and the blade must be a divine weapon, capable of cutting through iron like mud." Hearing this, Professor Chu and the others all felt their scalps tingle. With mere mortal power, to fight a six-winged head-on, and even kill it. Is this even human? Just as they were stunned by Li Changguo's words, the team fell into a stunned silence. Suddenly, a soldier reported that they had found something. Everyone rushed over immediately, and right there on the forehead of the six-winged flying serpent, they discovered a yellow paper talisman. A yellow paper talisman. They looked at each other, confused. Everyone was completely baffled. Professor Chu thought for a moment, then carefully peeled the yellow paper talisman off the six-winged flying serpent's forehead. As he looked, he saw mysterious patterns drawn on the yellow paper, and in the center it was written in characters, "Great General arrives." Professor Chu, what on earth is this? Chu Muyan shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I have never seen such a yellow paper talisman before. I have no idea what it is used for." He is an authority in the field of archaeology. He has dedicated half his life to the archaeological cause. Having traveled across the country all these years, one could say he is quite knowledgeable, with unparalleled erudition. Yet even Chu Muyan racked his brains but could not figure out what this talisman was for. Just as everyone was feeling confused, Wang Tianxin suddenly raised her hand slightly. "Professor, do you think the person who finished off the six-winged flying serpent could be heaven official's blessing, and this yellow paper talisman was left behind by him?" As soon as she said this, everyone present was stunned. Chu Muyan pondered for a moment, and could not help but reply, "That is indeed a possibility. Sir Heaven Official knows so much about the six-winged flying serpent. Perhaps he even visited Pingshan before. If he encountered the six-winged flying serpent, and managed to escape unscathed. That shows his capabilities are immense. At the very least, he is no less skilled than the six-winged flying serpent. Furthermore, the appearance of the Qilin last night was just too coincidental. Perhaps it also has something to do with Sir Heaven official. As Chu Muyan spoke, his eyes grew brighter. The doubts he had from last night cleared up in this instant. He hurried over to the camera and asked eagerly, Sir Heaven official, are you there? I have something very important I would like to consult you about. After saying that, Chu Muyan stared fixedly at the live stream, deeply afraid of missing any messages. To his overjoyed surprise, a few minutes later, Heaven official's blessing appeared. You want to ask about the great general talisman, right? As soon as Heaven official's blessing appeared, it immediately grabbed everyone's attention. So this yellow paper talisman is called a great general talisman. Exactly what does it do? How did the great Heaven official know there was a talisman? Could it be, as Professor Chu said, that the great Heaven official came to Pingshan last night, and even the six-winged flying serpent was killed by him? The one who truly saved the archaeology team is actually the great Heaven official. The netizens in the live stream had one question after another emerging in their minds. Everyone wanted to know, is Heaven official's blessing just a blabbering coward, or is he a legendary master, the hero behind the scenes who saved the archaeology team? Chu Muyan saw this message, and his spirit lifted. Sir Heaven official, is this great general talisman perhaps something that you deliberately left for us? Arrival at New County. Su Chen watched the stunned faces of Professor Chu and the others on the live stream. He smiled faintly and sent 2 more messages in the chat. This charm can suppress that creature and drive it away. Although I have already dealt with the six-winged flying serpent, the Pingshan ancient tomb is still full of dangers. This charm will keep you all safe. By the way, I have use for the inner elixir of the six-winged flying serpent, so I have already taken it. All right, I have urgent matters to attend to on my end. No time to chat more. After sending these 3 messages, Su Chen put away his phone, preparing to board the flight back to the capital. Last night, he had finished upgrading the Qilin bloodline. He originally planned to just leave, but before departing, he thought of that Yuan dynasty zombie. After careful consideration, he decided to leave behind a suppression charm for the archaeological team. Leaving this suppression charm would not only protect the team and suppress the Yuan dynasty zombie, but is also related to the system rewards. After providing guidance these past few times, Su Chen had grasped the mechanism for how the system grants rewards. Just pointing them in the right direction is not enough. The people receiving the guidance must genuinely trust his words. Only then can he obtain system rewards. If the people receiving the guidance do not believe him at all, then he will not receive any rewards. By leaving a general suppression charm now, when the Yuan dynasty zombie appears, the archaeological team will use this charm to stop it. Seeing the power of the charm with their own eyes, Su Chen naturally won't need to waste any more breath, and they will have absolute faith in his future advice. Furthermore, this general suppression charm comes from the Maoshan Taoist system. This world has experienced a cultural disconnect. Many Taoist traditions, especially knowledge from the Maoshan system, have not been passed down. The many secret arts of Maoshan Taoism and the methods for dealing with supernatural entities are more than enough for Su Chen to debunk mysteries and guide the archaeological team for a long time. Simply put, Su Chen giving the archaeological team the suppression charm is a worthwhile investment, with the purpose of getting multiple, or even dozens of times the return in the future. Su Chen logged off quickly, but Professor Chu and the others on the cliff at Pingshan could not calm their hearts. Heaven official's blessing was actually on the peak of Pingshan last night. It really is a pity. If only I had listened to you, Zhang Zan, and gone over to take a look, Chu Muyan said, stamping his feet and beating his chest, his face full of regret. Last night, after the archaeological team was rescued, Zhang Zan had suggested going up to the peak to take a look, but Chu Muyan was afraid of any accidents, so he refused him. Now that he thinks about it, at that time last night, Heaven official's blessing was likely still on the peak. Chu Muyan did not expect that they were so close to the mysterious Heaven official. However, because of his decision, the team missed the chance to meet Heaven official. Zhang Zan sighed and said, Sir, what is done is done. There is no use in regretting it now. We should instead focus on how to restart the research on the Pingshan ancient tomb. Professor Chu nodded in response. He took a deep breath, calmed himself and said, that is correct. The six-winged flying serpent has been dealt with. Heaven official's blessing even specially left us this safety talisman. It is time to restart the archaeological excavations. Although we missed meeting Heaven official's blessing in person, Professor Chu has weathered many storms in his life and gathered his composure quickly. Afterward, Li Chongguo ordered his men to drag the remains of the six-winged flying serpent back to the military base, to be taken back for classified research. Meanwhile, he himself stepped in to replace Major Chen, staying behind to protect the archaeological team. Major Chen was injured and had to return to New County for medical treatment. When he left, the team members were reluctant to see him go. Although this tough major was usually stern-faced and never smiled in front of his subordinates, the scene yesterday where he charged into the swarm of insects without a second thought was deeply etched in the minds of everyone on the archaeological team, something they could never forget. On the other hand, netizens learned that the six-winged flying serpent was killed by heaven officials' blessing, and even the divine creature, the Qilin from last night, likely had an inseparable connection with heaven officials' blessing. The livestream's comment section exploded instantly. Holy cow! Is heaven officials' blessing too overpowered, single-handedly slaying the beast? Could the big boss actually be Zhuang Rui or someone equally legendary? Otherwise, how would an ordinary person be able to defeat such a demonic entity? Anything is possible, though. The background of heaven officials' blessing is just too mysterious. Even the official authorities can't find his identity. Moreover, that Qilin divine beast last night is very likely the companion of heaven officials' blessing. They work together to take out the six-winged flying serpent. Buddy, that makes sense. If the Qilin divine beast is just the helper of heaven officials' blessing, that truly makes him even more of a legend. That is just next level awesome. Most people keep cats or dogs, but holy moly, the big boss keeps a literal divine beast. And guys, have you noticed? Heaven officials' blessing has saved so many people, yet has not even shown his face once. And if it were not for Professor Chu asking the right questions, I am afraid we would not even know who was the one who killed the six-winged flying serpent. Exactly. From this, you can see that heaven officials' blessing is indifferent to fame and fortune, and he is not at all like what some people said about him guiding the team just for clout. The discussion in the chat room became increasingly intense. By the afternoon, the archaeological team was also ready to descend into the Pingshan tomb a second time. Wang Tianxian appeared on camera again. She gave a sweet smile and said to the camera, "Viewers, good afternoon. I am sure you have all been waiting all morning, anxious to see footage of the underground palace. Well then, let me take all of you with the archaeological team to uncover the secrets of this 1,000-year-old palace." Wang Tianxian finished speaking, and together with several team members, got into the lift basket. Ever since the Qilin appeared last night, the archaeological team found that all the lethal insects in Pingshan had vanished without a trace. That is why they dared to initiate such a large-scale excavation of the underground palace. After working all morning, they set up the infrastructure at the bottom of the valley, transporting equipment via helicopter, even bringing in 2 diesel generators. With spotlights set up, the entire underground palace was lit up as bright as day. Professor Chu and the others were clueless about the 8 trigrams mechanism for opening the pill well, and heaven officials' blessing had yet to emerge with guidance to open the path to the second level. They even moved in 2 heavy-duty cutters, preparing to directly cut through the alchemy furnace that had been cast onto the pill well in the plaza. As Professor Chu gave the command, the roar of the cutters filled the underground palace. The archaeological team members carefully followed the edges, cutting bit by bit around the solid, multi-ton alchemy furnace. After toiling for half a day, they worked together to move the detached furnace away. They saw a deep, dark opening revealed beneath it. This time, the archaeological team wised up. They did not send members down right away, but instead sent a drone to fly down and survey the area. The second level of the palace was not as large as the one above, only roughly the size of a soccer field. What got everyone excited was the countless coffins spread across the bottom. Seeing this scene, Professor Chu could not help but recall the private chat he had previously with heaven officials' blessing, when he mentioned that there were many coffins on the second level. However, Professor Chu could not understand why there were so many coffins here. Through the footage captured by the drone, those coffins were piled up very haphazardly. Many did not even have lids anymore. Even if this were a mass grave, they would not just dispose of the dead in such a careless manner, right? Professor Chu was utterly bewildered. Zheng Zan and a few members of the team could not wait any longer, volunteering to head down and investigate personally. Professor Chu hesitated for a moment. Judging by what they had observed from the drone, the second level seemed truly free of any immediate danger. He thought it over, and eventually granted their request. Listen, be extremely careful once you go down. If you find anything unusual, come back up immediately. Don't act on impulse. Zheng Zan nodded with a smile. Professor, do not worry. We guarantee we will complete the task. There won't be any issues. As they spoke, Zheng Zan and the other energetic young members, carrying the live streaming cameras, rappelled down to the second level of the palace. Upon entering the second level, everyone immediately detected a medicinal scent. They searched around, and finally discovered a hall in the southwest direction of the palace that was exclusively used for alchemy. There were quite a few alchemy furnaces inside the hall, but they were all scattered and toppled on the ground, and that medicinal scent was wafting out from those very furnaces. An archaeological team member asked, in curiosity, leaning in to take a closer look, and suddenly exclaimed, "Come quick, look, there is still medicinal residue inside this furnace." Hearing this, everyone hurried to gather around. They saw that in this furnace, there was a layer of paste-like medicinal dregs, still moist even after 1,000 years, and it was giving off a strange fragrance. Brother Zheng, is this what the great heaven official was talking about? This must be the place where they concocted the elixir of immortality. It has to be here. Zheng Zan nodded with a smile. At the same time, he did not forget to educate the live stream audience. Does everyone still remember the last time our archaeology team went into the underground palace? Heaven officials' blessing told us back then that this place was the restricted area where emperors secretly brewed the elixir of immortality. Many people did not believe it at the time, but looking at the evidence we have found so far, Heaven officials' blessing was right all along. As soon as he said this, the live chat exploded. Amazing. I knew Heaven officials' blessing would not spout nonsense. He must have been certain to call this the Forbidden Alchemy Hall. I bow down to Heaven officials' blessing. I really do not know how he knows so much knowledge and ancient secrets. A legend is a legend, even though he is not here in person. His influence is everywhere. Several team members were inspecting the alchemy furnaces in this hall, and discovered that every single furnace contained a layer of ointment-like substance emitting a strange fragrance. A 20-something-year-old, who just graduated from the archaeology department, and had only recently joined the national team, said with a laugh, "So this paste inside these cauldrons, it must be the elixir of immortality those ancient emperors were trying to brew. Do you guys think we have any hope of finding the real deal?" As soon as he finished speaking, the teammate beside him rolled his eyes and retorted, "Cut the crap. If there really was an elixir of immortality, would it ever be your turn to find it?" Zheng Zan chuckled and chimed in, "How could there possibly be an elixir of immortality in this world? If there was, why has not a single one of all those emperors actually achieved immortality? Don't let the fragrance of this ointment fool you. It is likely packed with heavy metals or even toxins. The ancient alchemists, never mind heavy metals, they would even throw arsenic into the pot if they could. Otherwise, how do you think they accidentally discovered the recipe for gunpowder?" Upon hearing Zheng Zan say this, the team members suddenly came to their senses, and quickly distanced themselves from the ointment in the furnaces, as if it were deadly venomous. However, just at that moment, a young member suddenly turned pale with terror, pointing at a corner of the hall, and shouting, "Everyone, look, what is that? Is that a human silhouette?" Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing, and discovered in the deepest corner of the hall what appeared to be a figure sitting there. A person. This Pingshan ancient tomb has been buried for over 1,000 years. Where would a living person come from? Zheng Zan was puzzled and uneasy, and hurriedly led everyone over there. Once they were closer, they could see clearly. The figure in the corner was indeed a person, but they had been dead for a long, long time. Judging by their clothing, they must have been from ancient times. But the strangest thing was, even though they do not know how long this body had been here, there was absolutely no sign of decay. An uncorrupted corpse after all these years. How on earth could that be possible? Everyone looked at one another, confused and stunned, finding it all quite unbelievable. Zheng Zan thought for a moment, put on his gloves and face mask, wanting to observe this cadaver up close. It was a male cadaver. He appears to be somewhere between 25 and 30. What is truly bizarre is, he sits cross-legged in the corner of this alchemy hall, eyes tightly shut. Under the skin of his face, there are unsettling, crawling lines, as if countless tiny insects are squirming inside. Zheng Zan is an archaeologist, often dealing with ancient tomb artifacts, so seeing this man does not scare him. After searching cautiously for a while, he finds a gold plaque in the man's arms. Taking it out to examine it. He discovers the 4 characters for Guanshan Taibao inscribed on it. What is a Guanshan Taibao? Several team members rack their brains. They cannot recall any information regarding a Guanshan Taibao. Just at that moment, a bold bright red comment suddenly pins itself to the top of the live stream. I advise you all to get out of there immediately. You have already been poisoned. Seeing this comment, the viewers in the stream are stunned for a moment as they see the sparkling username that follows. Everyone erupts because that name is Heaven Official's Blessing. The moment the Master Heaven Official's Blessing arrives, he drops a bombshell. It leaves both the viewers and the members of the Archaeology team feeling a bit disoriented. Nobody can understand. When exactly did Zheng Zan and the others get poisoned? Along the way, they had not touched anything. Even those medicinal pastes in the alchemy furnaces. They only glanced at them a few times, never making any contact at all. Zheng Zan's expression shifts drastically. He rushes to climb back to the first level of the underground palace with his companions. After this many times of being proven right, the Archaeology team has also realized a truth. And that is, no matter how outlandish the words of the Master Heaven Official's Blessing may seem, they must take them seriously and follow them. Otherwise, the ones who will suffer are themselves. Back on the first level of the underground palace, Zheng Zan asks cautiously to the camera, Master Heaven Official, we are back up here. What should we do now? Having experienced so much, the Archaeology team has learned to be smart. As long as it comes from Heaven Official's blessing, they view it with the utmost importance. Professor Chu and the others on the first level of the palace also see the comment posted by Heaven Official's blessing, and their hearts tighten instantly, especially Professor Chu. Filled with regret, just now, from the footage captured by the drone, he clearly did not see any danger. Yet, Zheng Zan and his team were still poisoned. This Pingshan ancient tomb is truly just as Master Heaven Official said. A massive fierce tomb. Professor Chu thinks of this, and hastily says to the camera, with extreme sincerity, Master Heaven Official, I beg you for your guidance. How should we neutralize the poison that Zheng Zan and the others have contracted? Everyone holds their breath in anticipation, waiting for a few minutes, until they finally see the second comment. Go find some thick ropes, and tie them all up. Remember to make the knots nice and tight. As soon as the comment from Heaven Official's blessing appears, everyone is bewildered. The viewers in the stream feel their brains can't keep up. According to what the Master Heaven Official said, are not Zheng Zan and the others already poisoned? Why do not they just cure the poison? Instead, they chose to tie everyone up. Instantly, the live stream was flooded with countless question marks. Wait, what? Master, are you sure you did not post the wrong comment? How is tying people up supposed to cure poison? I have lived this long, and this is the first time I have ever heard of such a thing. If you do not get it, just watch and learn. Heaven Official's blessing is never wrong. Regardless, Heaven Official's blessing is amazing, amazing, truly amazing. Things worth saying should be emphasized 3 times. Unlike the skeptical netizens in the live stream, the archaeological team was far more efficient. Without a single word of doubt, they tied up Zheng Zan and the others first. In no time, the team members, including Zheng Zan, were lashed up tight. They were restrained thoroughly. Some team members even worried it was not tight enough, and added a few more coils of wire on the outside. Zheng Zan and the others let their companions work on them, though they wore completely deadpan expressions throughout the process. Once everyone was securely bound, Professor Chu heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly turned back to the camera and asked again, Heaven Official, sir, what do we do now? Wait, this time, Heaven Official's blessing was brief and clear. He just sent one character. Seeing this, everyone became even more confused. Weren't Zheng Zan and the others poisoned? Binding them up was one thing, but why not cure the poison? Instead, why just wait? However, Professor Chu trusted Heaven Official's blessing implicitly. Upon seeing that single character, he did not say a word against it. He directly ordered the team to stop their work. They all held their breath, waiting for the next guidance from Heaven Official's blessing. After about 5 minutes, someone noticed that the trapped Zheng Zan and the others suddenly started acting like they were drunk, swaying and struggling to break free from their ropes. Suddenly, someone gasped in terror, pointed at Zheng Zan and shouted, Professor Chu, look at Zheng Zan's eyes quickly. Upon hearing this, everyone fixed their gaze on Zheng Zan. They saw that Zheng Zan's eyes, though no one knew when it started, had become covered in a white mist. Looking eerie and grim, it sent a chill down everyone's spines. What was even more terrifying was that his face also, in a very short time, began to crawl with pitch-black veins. He looked as if he had been possessed by something. He started making furious sounds, lunging as if he wanted to bite his companions. Seeing the scene, everyone's hearts raced with fear, and they finally understood. the intent behind why heaven officials' blessing made them tie the others up. If they had not been bound, the archaeological team would have been turned upside down by them. Professor Chu was both shocked and anxious. He hurriedly asked again, "Heaven official, sir, will little Zheng and the others be all right?" They have been poisoned by toxins found within the Guanshan Taibao. It will only cause a temporary loss of consciousness, but it is not fatal. Once this message was posted, everyone, whether they were the audience in the live stream or the members of the archaeological team, finally felt at ease. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as we are still breathing, everything else can be worked out. After about half an hour, including Zheng Zan, the team members started to recover to normal. "Zheng, how do you feel? Are you all right?" Zheng Zan let out a painful groan and shook his head weakly. "Professor, I am okay. I am just exhausted." "Right, I was just dazed. What on earth happened?" Hearing this, the archaeological team members around him looked strange. Exhausted. Exhausted is an understatement. He had been tied up tight, yet he was still shouting and kicking. A man wrestling with thin air for half an hour. It would be a miracle if he was not tired. Just as everyone was snickering, leaving Zheng Zan completely baffled, Heaven officials' blessing sent another message on the stream. "All right, the toxins below have mostly dissipated. You can go down now. Once you are down there, I will tell you more about the Guanshan Taibao." Seeing this comment, Zheng Zan quickly pulled out the gold plate he had found from his pocket. "Professor, I found this gold plate on that body just now. Take a look and see if it provides any clues." Professor Chu took the gold plate, and upon seeing the 4 gleaming characters, Guanshan Taibao, his brow immediately furrowed. After pondering for a long time, he shook his head helplessly. "Guanshan Taibao, I have never heard of it before. It seems this is another piece of buried history. All right, everyone, gear up. We will head down to the second level of the underground palace first. We will wait for Heaven officials' blessing to enlighten us further." The crowd echoed their agreement. They swiftly strapped on their climbing gear. Soon after, Professor Chu led a dozen archaeological team members, while Li Changguo brought several soldiers, and they descended into the second level of the palace. Once underground, their goal was clear. They headed straight for the body of the Guanshan Taibao. The moment Professor Chu saw this perfectly preserved ancient body, his face beamed with excitement. This ancient body is preserved so well. It is remarkably lifelike, almost as if he were still alive. And he is carrying this gold plate with him. Gold was an extremely precious commodity in ancient times. An ordinary person would not be able to afford something like this. This person's status was certainly not simple. Zheng Zan nodded in agreement. The gold plate he found on the body. It was not just some cheap gilded trinket. That was a solid pure gold belt plaque. The craftsmanship was also incredibly exquisite. Even if it was not from a royal family, it was definitely the work of a master artisan. Professor Chu sighed with emotion, then turned to the camera respectfully. "Sir, we have descended. Could you please shed some light on this? What exactly were these Guanshan Taibao, and why did this man die in this underground palace?" Professor Chu's questions were the same questions on everyone's mind in the live stream. In this cavernous palace, besides those empty coffins, this bizarre man was the only thing there. Everyone is dying to know who exactly he is, and what is the hidden meaning behind the emblem he carries. Yet, as time ticks away, second by second, Heaven officials' blessing never sends a single message. Everyone is deeply disappointed. It seems that ever since Heaven officials' blessing appeared in the live stream, he has always been as elusive as a dragon, rarely showing his face. His identity is incredibly mysterious, shrouded in layers upon layers of fog. Wang Tianxian, seeing the situation, tentatively asked, "Heaven official, are you still in the chat room?" No sooner had she spoken, a bold red highlighted message finally appeared. "I am here." As soon as this message popped up, the audience in the stream instantly erupted with excitement. "The master has arrived. Heaven official, please tell us about the Guanshan Taibao. I have been waiting for ages. We have just been hoping the master could give us some guidance." "Heaven official, how on earth did Zheng Zan and the others get poisoned? I have been racking my brain, but I can't figure it out." Meanwhile, far away in the capital, Su Chen had already arrived home. He took out his phone and opened the stream, noticing the archaeological team was waiting for his guidance. The Guanshan Taibao is the most mysterious sect in the Ghost Blows Out the Light world. They are also the final major boss of the entire series. Unlike the other 4 schools, this sect does not have a long history. They only began to rise to prominence after joining the imperial court in the late Yuan and early Ming dynasties. and competitors are sworn enemies. The chief of the Guanxin at that time was called Feng Wangli. After joining the court, he submitted a memorial, claiming that the Fachu and Mojin specialized in tomb raiding, so they must be eliminated. To ensure imperial tombs remained undisturbed, the court accepted his proposal and began a massive crackdown on the Fachu and Mojin sects. In the end, the Fachu seal was destroyed, severing their lineage. Of the 9 authentic Mojin amulets, 6 were destroyed, only 3 remained, luckily surviving to the modern age. From then on, the Fachu and Mojin schools plummeted. It was not until the end of the Qing and the Republic era that a genius, Zhang Sanlianzi, appeared. Zhang Sanlianzi held all 3 Mojin amulets himself, possessing godlike skills, never failing in a single tomb exploration. This revived the Mojin school. However, what Su Chen is about to reveal to the team is not the Mojin school, but the eccentric, long-dead Guanxin Taibao found in the palace. He cleared his thoughts and posted his message. Let me answer your questions first. The Guanxin Taibao were soaked in secret poisons from childhood, leaving their entire bodies riddled with toxins. After death, they became walking sources of venom. The air in the second chamber is stagnant, trapping the toxic miasma. That is how Zheng Zan and the others carelessly fell victim. Reading these 2 lines, the netizens in the stream had an aha moment. So that is how it is. The master is a genius. How does he seem to know absolutely everything? Damn, soaked in secret poisons from childhood. Even hearing that sounds brutal. You are telling me, if it were me, turning myself into something neither human nor ghost, I would not do it for all the money in the world. No way. I am a newbie here. I have heard legendary things about Heaven Official. Your knowledge is truly unparalleled. Today, I have finally witnessed it firsthand. I am truly impressed. You do not say. Heaven Official's blessing. He is a god forever. Besides the audience in the live stream, the archaeological team members, especially Zheng Zan, were also suddenly struck with realization. No wonder, even though they had not touched anything, they had still been poisoned. It turns out the problem lay with this dead man. However, after listening to what Heaven Official's blessing said, everyone on the archaeological team became increasingly curious about this dead man. What kind of person could he be, to endure soaking in secret potions from childhood, and turn himself into a walking poison so ruthlessly? At this thought, Professor Chu hurriedly asked, Heaven Official, why would a Guanxin Taibao soak in secret potions from a young age? Are there any hidden twists in this? Could you please explain it in detail for us? Professor Chu asked humbly, voicing the very question on everyone's minds. The origins of this dead man were truly too mysterious. He suddenly appeared in the Pingshan Tomb Palace, and died here just as silently, and everything about him, whether it was the soaking in secret potions, or that pure gold waste token, carried an aura of legend. What delighted everyone was, this time Heaven Official's blessing did not disappear, but instead sent a long message in the chat. The Guanxin Taibao originated from the late Yuan and early Ming dynasties. At that time, the Feng clan, who lived in Coffin Gorge for generations, had a patriarch named Feng Wangli. Relying on his mastery of the Coffin Mountain divination art, he declared himself a Guanxin Taibao, excavating ancient tombs across the lands. But he did not raid tombs for wealth, only for the ancient books and scrolls hidden within them, in pursuit of forbidden paths to immortality. Later, under the recommendation of Liu Bowen, Feng Wangli was granted an audience with the Ming dynasty's founder, Zhu Yanzhang. Zhu Yanzhang felt the word coffin in Coffin Mountain sounded unpleasant, so he renamed them the Guanxin Taibao, and had a pure gold waste token minted, bestowed upon Feng Wangli and his disciples. From then on, the Guanxin Taibao sect exclusively built mausoleums for the imperial family, distinct from all other tomb raiding schools. By the fall of the Ming dynasty, the Guanxin Taibao sect gradually faded from the public eye. This person who died in the tomb palace should have been a disciple or disciple student of Feng Wangli. The Coffin Mountain divination art has a secret potion chapter. The special soak makes one immune to poisonous insects, snakes, and ants. He must have entered the Pingshan tomb, believing there was an elixir of immortality inside. Who would have thought he would not find the elixir, but instead ended up sacrificing his own life? Seeing these messages, everyone was dumbfounded. Tomb raiding sects, Coffin Mountain divination art, hundreds of years ago. Could there really have been such a spectacular and mystical history? In an instant, the viewers were all fired up. Holy cow, I never expected the Pingshan tomb to be linked to the Ming dynasty's founder. A major discovery. This is absolutely a massive breakthrough for archaeology. Who knew tomb raiding had so many complexities? Guanxin Taibao, Coffin Mountain divination art. It just sounds so cool. How does Heaven Official know so much about the Guanshan Tabo? What do you guys think? Do you think he is? Could he be a descendant of the mountain viewing Grand Protector? Don't talk nonsense upstairs. The master knows way more than that. He even knows about the six-winged serpent. Could he be one of them too? As for Professor Chu and the other archaeology team members, everyone was trembling with excitement. You have to understand. Even though for the past decade or so, the government has put heavy support into archaeological research, the history from centuries ago still remains blurry. They know Zhu Yanzhong is the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, but they do not know how he became emperor, and even less about what happened during his reign. Ancient history is fragmented. The archaeological world can only rely on bits and pieces found in excavations to guess and infer history from hundreds of years ago. And now, these words from Heaven Official's blessing instantly threw the whole archaeology team into a frenzy of joy. Professor Chu fought to contain his excitement and hurriedly asked again, Mr. Heaven Official, you just mentioned that the mountain viewing Grand Protector knows Coffin Mountain divination art and rules with it. What exactly is this Coffin Mountain divination art? You also said the mountain viewing Grand Protector was different from other tomb raiding schools. Does that mean other tomb raiding schools existed in history? What were those sects? What are their origins? Could you please enlighten us, sir? These questions from Professor Chu were the same doubts shared by everyone in the archaeology team. Although it was just the tip of the iceberg, everyone had a vague feeling that what the great divine Heaven Official said might contain a monumental piece of history. However, after the archaeology team waited for a long time, there was no word from the great divine Heaven Official again. Professor Chu could not help but feel disappointed. He smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Heaven Official must have something to attend to. He has gone offline for now. Everyone, do not lose heart. We are a professional archaeology team. We can't rely on Mr. Heaven Official for everything. We must show our own professional spirit and strive to uncover the secrets of the Pingshan ancient tomb as soon as possible. Hearing this, everyone perked up, determined to conduct a comprehensive and detailed study of the Pingshan underground palace. The archaeology team were professionals after all, although they were nothing spectacular in the face of terrifying monsters like the six-winged serpent. When it came to meticulous archaeological work, hardly anyone in the whole of Huasha could match them. Very soon, the team of dozens was divided into 8 small groups to clean and excavate the first and second levels of the underground palace. Meanwhile, the team led by Zheng Zan focused their target on the alchemy furnace on the second floor. Professor Chu, Professor Wu, and 2 other biologists were preparing to transport the mountain-viewing Grand Protector's body out of the valley to be airlifted back to the capital. This mountain-viewing Grand Protector's body was not only well preserved, but the various secret medicines inside his body also held immense research value. Everyone was full of energy, and in no time they had explored the Pingshan underground palace inside and out, even recording exactly how many roof tiles were on the palace halls. They documented everything one by one. At the same time, Zheng Zan and some young team members were using instruments to test the components of the drug residue in the alchemy furnace. A team member wearing rubber gloves carefully scraped off some of the residue and placed it on the test paper. During the process, a seductive fragrance lingered all around. The member could not help but twitch his nose, then smiled and said to Zheng Zan, who was beside him, Senior brother Zheng, this residue smells quite pleasant. I am almost tempted to take a taste. Do you know what the ingredients are? I just want a taste. Aren't you afraid of getting poisoned again? Zheng Zan gave him a blank look. Being reckless once or twice is one thing, but after so many accidents, Zheng Zan has become incredibly cautious. He is just terrified that something else might go wrong during the excavation. I was just speaking casually. This medicinal residue really smells good. Caution is one thing, but the aroma of the residue was recognized by all the team members. It smells like meat, yet also like musk. Just a single whiff makes one feel entirely at ease. The team members did not dare to taste it, but they could not help taking a few extra sniffs. Seeing this, Zheng Zan helplessly shook his head. He reached out to take the test paper from a team member and placed it into the instrument for analysis. The instrument started running. In less than 3 minutes, the results were displayed. Seeing that, everyone gathered around, anxious to see what the main components of the residue were. However, all they saw was the analysis report on the instrument showing the residue contains 52% unknown components and 48% adipose fats. Adipose fats. Upon seeing this, Zheng Zan froze. He hurriedly pulled up the genetic data of all known animals and began comparing them one by one. But After checking them all, none of them matched. How strange. Whose creature's fat could this possibly be? Zhang Zan frowned. His gaze swept across the scattered coffins in the tomb chamber. In an instant, it was as if he had an epiphany. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could it be? Zhang Zan, incredibly agitated, quickly pulled up a new set of data. And upon comparison, he discovered that the fat in the residue matched this data perfectly. Watching this, Zhang Zan's face instantly went pale, because this data was not from any animal, but genetic data for human adipose fat. Everything finally made sense. This place was once where emperors of successive dynasties refined their elixirs of immortality. However, the method for refining this elixir was far too sinister. It actually required the fat of human corpses to be refined. The emperor feared for his reputation, which is why he chose such an inaccessible, remote, deep mountain valley. In this way, he could best ensure that the news never leaked out. And those scattered coffins in the tomb chamber, they must all be victims stolen by these practitioners for their tomb excavation and ritual purposes. Now that he had figured out the reason, Zhang Zan's emotions were incredibly complex. Ancient Huaxia had eras of immense prosperity, where all nations looked up to it in admiration. Yet it also had these dark, sinister deeds that could not be recorded in history. Every person is a complex and contradictory entity, and the history of a nation is no exception. This residue was refined from human fat. When the team members behind Zhang Zan saw the comparison image displayed on the screen, they suddenly gasped in shock. As these words were spoken, the faces of all team members changed. The team members who had just taken a few more whiffs erupted with a retching sound, as if about to vomit. An ancient alchemist concocting an elixir of immortality, actually using human fat as the main ingredient. Such a cruel fact left everyone looking absolutely ghastly. Zhang Zan took a deep breath, then went to find Professor Chu. Professor, come and take a look. We have made a major discovery here. On the other side, far away in the capital, the moment Su Chen finished pointing out the truth about the Guanshan Taibao, the system notification chimed immediately. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully guiding the archaeological team. Reward, the complete version of the 16-character yin-yang feng shui secret art. Upon hearing this notification, Su Chen's eyes lit up. The 16-character yin-yang feng shui secret art is the greatest cheat for Hu Bai. The protagonist of Ghost blows out the light. Relying on that half volume, he became a master at locating dragons and pinpointing tomb locations, making a huge name for himself. The origin of this secret art also has quite a history. The author of this book, nicknamed Zhang Sanlianzi, was a Qing dynasty Mojin Shaowei. Zhang Sanlianzi was an extraordinary man. In his youth, he learned the arts of reading and taming cats, and even joined the army. He fought under Zhuo Zongtang's command, sailing through his career, rising to a high-ranking official. Later, as the Qing dynasty fell into chaos, he resigned and returned to his hometown. But then he turned to the underworld and joined the tomb raiding business. Back then, he would enter a tomb with 3 Mojin amulets hanging on him, raiding tombs as easily as drinking water or eating a meal. As time passed, he became famous in the underworld and went by the name Zhang Sanlianzi. While few remembered his true name, Zhang Xiaofian, one time, he inadvertently raided a Western Zhou dynasty tomb, and inside found the complete version of the 16 Zhou trigrams. The 16 Zhou trigrams originated from King Wen of Zhou. It is said that what King Wen deduced was not just the 8 trigrams, but the 16. The 16 Zhou trigrams could comprehend the secrets of the universe, able to calculate the past and the future. It was simply too defiant of heaven, and heaven itself would not allow such a bug to exist. So it brought down various disasters, stripping away 8, leaving only 8. After Zhang Sanlianzi obtained the complete version of the 16 trigrams, he spent days and nights immersed in his research, combining it with the ancestral dragon-seeking formulas of the Mojin Shaowei, eventually compiling it into the 16-character yin-yang feng shui secret art. This book consists of 16 volumes, each character representing a volume, corresponding to the images of the 16 Zhou trigrams. The first volume covers celestial feng shui techniques, including locating dragons and finding tomb sites, covering all regulations of tomb burial. The latter volume focuses on taboo yin-yang, mysterious secret techniques, and surveying the energy of the land, encompassing everything. Hu Bai, the protagonist of Ghost Blows Out the Light, only obtained half a volume, and yet he revitalized the Mojin school. His dragon-seeking and tomb pinpointing never missed. If he were given the full version, he would probably have unified the entire tomb raiding world. Although the 16-character feng shui secret art is top tier, alas, after writing it, Zhang Sanlianzi felt this book betrayed too many heavenly secrets, unforgivable by the heavens. The plan was to deliberately destroy destroy the most exquisite half of the scrolls, leaving only the first half of the star's feng shui knowledge, along with some basic knowledge of tomb raiding. Later, he passed those secret feng shui scrolls to his disciple, who had no interest in tomb raiding, Sun Guofu, the yin-yang eye. Actually, it was done on purpose. Sun Guofu eventually took Hu Bai's grandfather, Hu Gohua, as his apprentice. The 16-character yin-yang feng shui secret art eventually ended up in Hu Bai's hands. System, claim reward. A ball of light, visible only to Su Chen, appeared above his head and vanished into his brain. In a split second, Su Chen had mastered the knowledge of feng shui for locating dragon veins. Su Chen let out a long breath and conveniently took out his phone, searching for the topography map of Pingshan. Before, when he did not understand the art of locating dragon veins, he only felt that the Pingshan area was dangerous. But now, having learned the 16-character secret art, Su Chen could easily tell from the topography which spots were prime for feng shui. Although Pingshan looks like a place where mountains break and waters vanish, in the Book of Burial, it is considered a barren land. But the brilliance lies in the fact that the Pingshan terrain is narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. This unique landscape, in contrast, gathers wind and water, forming a perfect hidden sanctuary. Looking at the topography map in his hand, Su Chen had a sudden realization. No wonder that Yuan dynasty general wanted to build his tomb halfway up the mountain. It was all for that hidden sanctuary. Shame, getting buried in a sanctuary does not guarantee divinity. It is more likely to turn you into a massive zombie. Su Chen recalled the Yuan dynasty zombies in the Ghost Blows Out the Light universe, and could not help but inwardly scoff. Then, he turned his attention back to the archaeological team's livestream. After Zheng Zan called everyone over, he explained his findings. Upon hearing that people's body fat was being used to smelt medicine in the tomb, they all fell silent. This was simply too sinister. It is no wonder that throughout the dynasties, emperors chose such hidden places for their alchemy labs. After a moment of silence, Professor Chu sighed and said, "Regardless, this is part of our real history. Our duty is to unearth it and let the whole nation know. All right, everyone continue to document and clear the site, and have it done by today, completing all the work, following the guidance of heaven officials' blessing. There is one more most mysterious chamber inside the Pingshan ancient tomb, but we still have not found any leads yet." Hearing Professor Chu's words, the archaeological team members were invigorated, and they hurriedly returned to their respective tasks. Not long after, news of the archaeological team's progress was trending quickly online. Major media outlets and major platforms were all reporting the latest news about the Pingshan ancient tomb. On social media, even though the popularity of the six-winged flying serpent and the Qilin was insane, it still could not beat the fickle interests of netizens. In just 2 days, the trending topic dropped. Replacing it was the grotesque news about smelting medicine with human fat, which was a horrifying headline. Seeing that the archaeological team did not need his guidance for now, Su Chen switched to his alternate account, just in time to catch Xu Xiaoying going live. He clicked in. This time, Xu Xiaoying was not explaining artifacts at the museum. She was at school. "Hello, everyone. Today is an open lecture for our archaeology department. The professor for this open lecture is Professor Zhou. Professor Zhou specializes in bronzeware, ceramics, and research into ancient scripts. I have already asked Professor Zhou for permission in advance regarding this broadcast. He allowed me to stream and share it with everyone." Xu Xiaoying whispered to the camera, briefly explaining her reason for broadcasting. Within just a few minutes of her introduction, thousands of viewers had already flooded the live stream. Su Chen glanced at her follower count. He noticed that, having not checked for 2 days, her followers were already nearing 50,000. Right after Xu Xiaoying finished her introduction, the chat room exploded with comments. "Hard work, Sister Xiaoying. 1 day without seeing you, and you have gotten even prettier, Xiaoying." Professor Zhou Waiwen. I have heard of him. He is an authoritative expert in ancient scripts. Looking forward to Professor Zhou's open lecture. So excited. The artifacts from the Golden Sparrow Lake from Sister Xiaoying's last stream were so interesting. Too bad I am in the south and can't be at the capital to see it in person. Xu Xiaoying saw the feedback from the audience, smiled and said, "Professor Zhou is not just an authority on ancient scripts, but also a member of the Golden Sparrow Lake research team. All right, I won't disturb everyone's lecture anymore." As she spoke, she aimed the camera at Professor Zhou Waiwen on the podium. Professor Zhou Waiwen was in his 50s, brisk, and spoke with great authority. "Students, what I am about to show you next is a bronze water pot from the Golden Sparrow Lake artifacts. There are some inscriptions on the pot, and they are very similar to those on the small bronze tripod. Our expert team has deduced that there must be a significant connection between the inscriptions on both. As Zhou Weiwen spoke, he turned on the projector in the classroom. They saw on the screen behind him a high-definition image of a bronze water pot. This bronze water pot was the very one on display at the Capitol Museum a few days ago. Zhou Weiwen smiled, pointed at the inscriptions in the center of the pot, and continued. Through the continuous research and discussion by our expert team, we have finally deduced the meaning of the characters on the pot. At this point, Zhou Weiwen intentionally kept them in suspense, leaving the students and the audience looking pained. They all urged the professor to reveal the answer quickly. Zhou Weiwen was famous in the archaeology department for having a good temper. Even with an audience full of people teasing him, he did not get angry, and continued with a smile. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Actually, what is written on this water pot is a man expressing his love and admiration for a woman. In modern terms, it is probably a confession between a boyfriend and girlfriend. Hearing this, the students in the audience could not help but gasp in surprise. Some young girls even had faces full of infatuation, and could not help but whisper. The ancients were so romantic. I am in love with this. Engraving a confession on a girl's water pot, so that the girl can see it every time she drinks water. The ancients really knew how to charm people. Professor, could you please tell us more? What exactly is the content of the confession? It is just. Professor Chu, please enlighten us. At this moment, Su Chen, watching the livestream at home, was just taking a sip of water. Hearing what Professor Zhou Weiwen said, he almost spat it out. This is inscribed with Lu Shangwang's confession to a woman. A ruthless guy like Lu Shangwang, not only passionate but also knows romance. This is absolute nonsense. It is completely absurd. Beyond absurd. Preposterous. No, that is not right. The stream continues. Professor Zhou Weiwen smiles, and explains, according to our expert team's deduction, the general meaning of this passage is, no matter how passionate the fire, it cannot compare to my love for you. No matter how violent the wind, it cannot compare to my feelings for you. Let the great tree witness it for us, that our love is eternal and unchanging. At this point, Su Chen could no longer hold it in. You have to understand. Lu Shangwang was a subordinate of the Duke of Lu, and his business was tomb raiding, pure and simple, just like the tomb raiding officers under Cao Cao. Because he had plundered so many ancient tombs, Lu Shangwang feared he would suffer the same fate after death, so he set up the 7-star Lu Palace in his own tomb. He even spent all his efforts to find the jade pillow, vainly hoping to use its power to resurrect himself, and gain the ability of immortality. However, Lu Shangwang's schemes, he did not know he was already being targeted by his military advisor, Iron-Faced Life. After Lu Shangwang was buried, Iron-Faced Life dragged him out of the jade pillow, and took his place instead. As for that water jug, clink clink clink, that is not a water jug. It is a sacrificial wine ritual vessel. Inscribed on it is bell and tripod inscriptions. The general meaning is Lu Shangwang offering sacrifices to the heavens, praying for divine protection. Seeing this, Su Chen could not take it anymore, and decisively sent a barrage comment. Pure nonsense. This is clearly a sacrificial prayer text. Since when did it become a confession of love? You are so far off the mark. Aren't you afraid Lu Shangwang will jump out and give you trouble? Take note, the original text of these bell and tripod inscriptions is, choose auspicious bronze from Yan, cast it into a ritual vessel, for the festival, admirable and exemplary, to offer to the supreme god, and to commemorate the former kings. Lu Shangwang. Su Chen logged in with his side account, which was not as world famous as his Heaven Official's Blessing account, but he was an admin in Xu Xiaoying's livestream room. Once the comment was posted, it was still seen by many viewers in the stream. Who is this guy? How dare he say Professor Zhou is talking nonsense? Good grief, claiming the professor is talking nonsense. I think you are even more ridiculous than the professor. Exactly. Professor Zhou is an expert in ancient texts. What could a netizen like you possibly know about them? Xiaoying, why did you make someone like this an admin? Retreat quick. In the livestream chat, there were more and more comments mocking Su Chen. Xu Xiaoying naturally noticed them too. However, as she read those comments, she suddenly froze. Choose auspicious bronze from Yan, cast it into a ritual vessel. Xu Xiaoying whispered the words out loud, then subconsciously looked up, comparing them to the high-definition image on the projection screen. She was shocked to discover that although the characters looked very different, compared to modern simplified characters, the runes on the bronze vessel actually bore quite a resemblance. Seeing this, Xu Xiaoying hurriedly opened the user's profile. This user's nickname was Uncle Nine's Disciple. Their bio was pitifully sparse. Their rank was also very low. The only thing that could be confirmed was, the profile stated they were male. What baffled Xu Xiaoying even more was, she remembered she had never granted this person moderator status. Xu Xiaoying thought about it, and could not figure it out, so she decided to set the moderator issue aside for now. However, on the stage, Professor Zhou continued to lecture endlessly, explaining methods for researching ancient texts. In the audience, Xu Xiaoying's mind remained constantly occupied by the text the user had provided. And what is more, she felt the user's interpretation was more reliable than the professor's. A few minutes later, Xu Xiaoying could no longer hold back. She decisively raised her hand to signal Professor Zhou Weiwen. Seeing this, the professor stopped his lecture. With a gentle tone, he smiled and said, "Student Xu, do you have any questions?" Xu Xiaoying took a deep breath and said, "Professor, earlier in my broadcast, there was a user who said that the inscriptions on this bronze vessel are called bronze inscriptions, and also said that it was not an expression of admiration, but a ritual prayer text." After finishing the long sentence, Xu Xiaoying sighed in relief. She felt that if she did not get this off her chest, it would stay on her mind, and she probably would not sleep well tonight. Professor Zhou Weiwen was taken aback upon hearing this, then shook his head with a slight amused smile. The runes on this bronze vessel were authenticated by a team of several experts in ancient script, who researched and verified them together. It was the most perfect consensus they reached. He did not believe there was anyone in this world more professional in ancient paleography than their expert team. Professor Zhou Weiwen leaned his hands on the podium, smiling as he asked, "Then did student Xu's user say how this passage should be interpreted?" Xu Xiaoying nodded very seriously, and then, looking at the broadcast comment history, she read out the words word for word. The original text of this bronze inscription is, "Choose auspicious bronze from Yan, cast it into a ritual vessel for the festival, admirable and exemplary, to offer to the supreme god, and to commemorate the former kings." Lu Shangwang, Professor Zhou, I know this user might be talking nonsense, but for some reason, I just feel comparing this user's explanation seems to make a bit more sense. Is that so? Hundreds of bronze artifacts were excavated from the Golden Sparrow Lake, and among them, there are only 2 pieces with engraved inscriptions. They are the bronze artifacts listed as top secret by the Archaeological Research Institute. One is the bronze vessel that has only been exhibited once. Given such important bronze relics, can the inscription really just be a way to express affection? As soon as Xu Xiaoying said this, the archaeology students present all looked down in deep thought. Many even showed expressions of agreement on their faces. Professor Zhou Weiwen on the lecture platform listened to Xu Xiaoying's words and could not help but smile. "Student Xu, I must say, the netizens in your chat room are certainly quite imaginative. However, this netizen of yours, their words have a fatal flaw." A fatal flaw. The students were taken aback together. They carefully recalled the interpretation provided by the netizen in Xu Xiaoying's live stream. But, after thinking it over, they could not find any flaws indeed. Professor Zhou Weiwen saw the confused looks on the students' faces, and could not help but shake his head helplessly. "You kids, you do not listen carefully in class, and can't even remember the most basic knowledge. How will you participate in archaeological work in the future? How will you carry forward the cause of archaeology?" Professor Zhou Weiwen scolded the students, clearly exasperated by their lack of progress, then cleared his throat and said calmly, "The flaw in the netizen's theory in student Xu's live stream lies in the very last 3 words. Lu Shangwang, the character Wang King among them, means death. Tell me, which emperor would ever be willing to accept such a title, and even proudly engrave it onto their own vessel?" Once this was said, the students present were all suddenly enlightened. Right, Professor Zhou is absolutely right. Who would be so foolish to curse themselves to die early? Student Xu, it seems your netizen has neglected some details after all. In the end, even the professor managed to find the loophole. It was quite an effort for the netizen to cobble together such a plausible tribute prayer. I guess that counts for something. Xu Xiaoying's face looked embarrassed, and she whispered an apology to her classmates. Professor Zhou Weiwen did not blame her. He just tapped on the podium and continued his lecture to the students. At the same time, Xu Xiaoying noticed that the netizen called Uncle Nine's disciple had also gone offline after sending that message. It seems this Uncle Nine's disciple was indeed talking nonsense. Probably afraid of being exposed, he felt embarrassed, so he just signed off. Xu Xiaoying gave a bitter, helpless smile, secretly cursing herself for losing her senses. Even though she was a major in archaeology, why did she somehow believe the words of a random netizen? She composed herself, stopped thinking about those things, and began to listen intently to Professor Zhou Weiwen's lecture. Zhou Weiwen is an authoritative expert in ancient text research. His vast knowledge goes without saying, especially when his teaching style is so novel and engaging. He often has many anecdotes at his fingertips. In no time at all, he made Xu Xiaoying forget about the netizen, Uncle Nine's disciple, and put all her focus back on the professor's lecture. Time flies fast, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Professor Zhou Weiwen's explanation was almost coming to an end, but, just at that moment, outside the classroom, a man in a lab coat, a middle-aged man, roughly 40 years old, suddenly ran over in a rush. He was panting heavily. Stepping into the classroom, he rushed impatiently toward Professor Zhou Weiwen to shout, "Professor Zhou, We have a major discovery. Our colleagues in Yuzhou just uncovered a stone tablet. It explicitly records the owner of those bronze vessels as Professor Zhou's eyes lit up. He hurriedly chased for answers. Who is it? The man could hardly hide his excitement, and said with agitation, Professor Zhou, you would never guess. Thousands of years ago, there was a local prince in Yizhou, and his title was actually Liu Shangwang. What did you say? With a sudden thud, the projector remote in Professor Zhou's hand hit the floor. His expression was one of shock, his mouth agape, large enough to swallow an egg. At the same time, the 300 archaeology students in the large lecture hall were all struck speechless in astonishment. The whole classroom fell silent, a dead, chilling silence. The man in the white coat glanced strangely at the students, then looked at Professor Zhou and said, Professor Zhou, why have you stopped speaking? Aren't you the one most invested in the Golden Sparrow Lake artifacts? Professor Zhou regained his composure and hurriedly asked with a sense of urgency, Professor Xu, are you certain that ancient Yizhou had a prince named Liu Shangwang? The man called Professor Xu nodded firmly. Of course, the stone tablet of Liu Shangwang has already been excavated. Could there be any deception? I understand now. You must think the title is suspicious, right? After all, the character Shang implies death, rarely chosen by royalty as a title. However, according to the inscriptions on the tablet, there is more to the story behind Liu Shangwang's title. Enough of that. Professor Zhou, hurry and come with me. The expert team at the Research Institute is waiting for you. As soon as he spoke, the students below immediately looked stunned, unable to stop themselves from gossiping. No way. It was actually exactly as that netizen in Shu's livestream suggested. The owner of these bronze vessels is really Liu Shangwang. My God, could that netizen understand ancient script better than Professor Zhou? What a talent. That person is absolutely a genius when it comes to ancient script. Shu Xiaoying heard the chatter among her classmates, feeling incredibly conflicted inside. A random netizen from her own livestream was actually not spouting nonsense, and what he translated is very likely correct. By that logic, it was actually Professor Zhou who was wrong. Of everyone, the one with the most complicated feelings had to be the ancient script professor, Zhou Weiwen. He never imagined that an anonymous netizen could interpret the bronze vessels, symbolic inscriptions so accurately. His accomplishments in the field of ancient linguistics were superior to his own, despite his decades of immersion in the craft. Beyond his shock and admiration, Professor Zhou took a deep breath and hurriedly said, Professor Xu, do not be in such a rush. Let me find someone first. After saying that, Professor Zhou walked quickly to Shu Xiaoying's side and said in a low voice, Student Xu, come with me to the Archaeology Research Institute. The other students left class early. Shu Xiaoying stood up looking dazed. She followed the two professors as they left the classroom, and as soon as they left, the entire classroom erupted in a buzz of excitement. Holy cow! Professor Zhou took our school beauty along to the Institute of Archaeology. Do you think it is for analyzing that netizen's translation? Must be. That Liu Shangwang name is such a mouthful to remember. How could a wild guess turn out to be right? That netizen definitely has the real skills. Professor Zhou is going to meet with other experts to discuss it. If the outcome of the discussion proves that the netizen's interpretation was correct, then that would be truly insane. Something the team of experts could not figure out in half a year. A single netizen solved it. Can you imagine how badass that is? Shu Xiaoying was feeling a bit lightheaded along the way. She took out her phone countless times, checking to see if Uncle Nine's disciple had come online, but every time she looked, she was disappointed. Once, Uncle Nine's disciple's avatar remained gray and offline. Also, on the way she learned that the white-haired professor is named Xu Qingshan. He is also a member of the Golden Sparrow Lake Cultural Relic Expert Team, and just like Professor Zhou Weiwen, he specializes in ancient script research. Except, Professor Xu Qingshan is a professor from Southern University. He was temporarily transferred to the capital 6 months ago to join the expert team. Very soon, the three of them arrived at the Institute of Archaeology in Xu Qingshan's car. They reached the institute. The Institute of Archaeology spans several dozen acres. High-rise buildings stand tall. What is more impressive is, surrounding the Institute of Archaeology, there is a dedicated reinforced army unit stationed there. Every soldier is fully armed with live ammunition. They guard the institute's security 24 hours a day without interruption. The reason for such caution is that any single cultural relic inside the Institute of Archaeology is a top-tier national treasure. They are priceless. Countries with severe breaks in their historical and cultural continuity and struggling archaeological sectors are extremely covetous of our country's national treasures. They have even sent spies to try and infiltrate the institute to steal our national treasures. Back when the country's defensive awareness was not up to par, a few pieces were actually stolen. Those countries, once they got hold of the relics, shamelessly held press conferences, claiming the relics were their own, and even fabricated history to make it look like their own country's heritage. Besides foreign spies, there are also many domestic thugs who would risk everything for a big payday. Over a decade ago, the Institute of Archaeology was not as heavily guarded as it is now. Thugs would frequently break in with guns. Not only did they steal several national treasures, but they also killed and wounded several archaeology experts. Since then, the country's top leadership has placed extreme importance on the security of the institute. They specifically dispatched a reinforced army unit to keep watch outside the institute. After going through layer upon layer of inspections, the three of them were able to enter the interior of the institute. Everywhere they went, the soldiers on guard would look with respect, saluting Professor Zhou Weiwen and Xu Qingshan. Seeing this scene, Xu Xiaoying's expression was stunned. She knew archaeology experts were respected and held high status, but she had not expected it to reach this level. Perhaps noticing what was on Xu Xiaoying's mind, Professor Zhou Weiwen smiled, explaining, "Student Xu, actually, these soldiers are not paying their respects to us, but to the lost culture and history of Huaxia. Our duty is to unearth the history and culture that has been buried underground." Hearing this, Xu Xiaoying was deeply moved. Her expression instantly turned solemn, and she replied earnestly, "Professor Zhou, I understand. I will definitely uphold the mission of an archaeologist, and always put excavating history first." Seeing Xu Xiaoying grasp his intent so quickly, Professor Zhou Weiwen smiled with satisfaction. However, Professor Xu Qingshan next to him looked puzzled, and could not help but ask, "Old Zhou, is she your newly taken student? Aren't we supposed to go to a meeting? Bringing your student along, is not that a bit inappropriate?" Professor Zhou Weiwen chuckled upon hearing this, and shook his head. "Don't be impatient. Later, my student will definitely surprise you." Hearing the word student, Xu Xiaoying was overjoyed. Professor Zhou Weiwen is an authoritative expert in ancient inscriptions. Countless people have racked their brains, trying to become his student yet without success. Listening to Professor Zhou, it seemed like he wanted to take her on as his student. Filled with excitement and a serious heart, Xu Xiaoying finally arrived at the main building of the Archaeological Research Institute. This place is also a sacred site in the eyes of all archaeologists nationwide. Since Huaxia began large-scale archaeological excavations, nearly all important cultural relics have been stored in this very building. Once inside, one could see that top-tier security was in place. Inside and out, there were thousands of surveillance cameras. The whole building had effectively no blind spots. Moreover, surrounding the building, there were even more patrolling soldiers, strictly guarded. Trying to secretly infiltrate this building was effectively an impossible mission. The three of them took the elevator up to the main conference room on the 6th floor. Dozens of experts and scholars from all over the country had already been waiting for quite some time. As soon as Professor Zhou's trio walked in, an acquaintance among the experts began to complain. "Old Zhou, why are you so slow? We have been waiting for you for a long time." "Old Zhou, who is this young lady behind you?" Professor Zhou Weiwen said, "I can't explain it clearly for now. Wait until I announce the matter, then I will explain." After saying this, Professor Zhou Weiwen walked straight toward the head table of the conference room. He walked up to the podium, picked up the microphone on it, and announced in a booming voice, "Everyone, I have an extremely important announcement to make." Inside the conference room, all the experts and professors were stunned. They all turned their eyes toward Professor Zhou Weiwen. "Old Zhou, what is this major news? Could it be more important than the stone tablet newly discovered at Golden Sparrow Lake?" The Yuzhou stone tablet was just unearthed. The news had barely reached the research institute. Therefore, as the vice president of the research institute, and also the person in charge of this Golden Sparrow Lake archaeological work, he rushed to summon all the experts to have a meeting and discuss it. No one understood, at this critical juncture, what could possibly be more important than the stone tablet discovery at Golden Sparrow Lake. Professor Zhou nodded solemnly. "Correct. It is even more important than the discovery of the stone tablet at Golden Sparrow Lake." As soon as he spoke, the experts and professors below were all stunned. They know Professor Zhou well. He is the type of person who shoots straight from the hip. Since he is so confident, there must have been a major discovery. Immediately, one of the experts laughed and asked, "Old Zhou, stop keeping us in suspense. Hurry up and tell us, what exactly is this major discovery?" Professor Zhou took took a deep breath and began to speak. The reason for this major event is that someone has managed to interpret the symbols on the bronze water vessel from Golden Sparrow Lake accurately. The interpretation is flawless. This person is highly likely to recognize those symbols. As these words left his lips, the entire hall was shocked. You must understand. Why are these experts gathered here? Was it not to decode the symbols on the National Treasure level bronze tripod to solve the mystery of the Golden Sparrow Lake artifacts from Yizhou? However, they have researched it over and over, working for ages only to provide vague conjectures. No one dared to be certain that their interpretation was correct. Now, Professor Zhou is actually claiming that someone knows those symbols. The experts below began to whisper and discuss among themselves, but the vast majority did not really believe what Professor Zhou said. If that were really true, would not that mean these top-tier archaeologists are not even as good as that one individual's research? Professor Zhou knocked on the podium, raised his hand and said, I know this is hard to believe, but before the news of the stone tablet excavation came out, this person had already figured out the symbols, identifying the Yizhou feudal king as Liu Shangwang. On this point alone, I trust him. He must understand how to decode the symbols on the bronze tripod. The bronze water vessel only had a few short segments of symbols, but the bronze tripod at the Archaeological Institute is covered in symbols and inscriptions. There are definitely shocking secrets hidden inside. Once they are decoded, the nation's archaeological cause will surely reach a new level. For the sake of that possibility, Professor Zhou is willing to try. Thinking of this, Professor Zhou turned towards the corner and beckoned to Xu Xiaoying, who looked nervous and uneasy. Student Xu, you do not need to be afraid. Seeing Xu Xiaoying's tense expression, Professor Zhou offered a gentle word of comfort, then added, come over and repeat exactly what that netizen said, word for word. Yes, Professor. Xu Xiaoying's heart skipped a beat, knowing that the main event had arrived. As she walked to the podium, Professor Zhou nodded encouragingly at her, and then gave up his spot to her. Almost in an instant, dozens of authoritative archaeology experts below fixed their gaze on Xu Xiaoying. She kept telling herself thousands of times not to be nervous, but her hands were still shaking as she spoke. There was no other way. The statuses of these professors are truly intimidating. Just pick anyone from the bunch, and they are world-renowned figures in their fields, considered the absolute authorities on archaeology worldwide. Many of them are names you usually only see in textbooks. Getting a chance to see them is harder than reaching the heavens. Xu Xiaoying felt the immense pressure. Her palms holding the phone were slightly trembling. However, upon seeing those 3 comments left by Uncle Nine's disciple, Xu Xiaoying conversely was not so afraid anymore. That is right. After all, it is the user who decoded the bronze inscriptions, not her, Xu Xiaoying. What does she have to be afraid of? Once she realized this point, Xu Xiaoying finally calmed down. She began to read out Uncle Nine's disciple's comments word by word. Nonsense. This is clearly a sacrificial ritual text. Since when did it become an expression of love and adoration? You are so outrageous. Are not you afraid Liu Shangwang will jump out to trouble you? The original text of these bronze inscriptions is, choose auspicious bronze from Yan, cast it into a ritual vessel, for the festival, admirable and exemplary, to offer to the supreme god, and to commemorate the former kings. Liu Shangwang. As the words trailed off, the expert's expressions changed instantly, especially Professor Xu Qingshan. His eyes filled with a hint of shock. He hurriedly took the flash drive he was carrying and plugged it into the projector in the meeting room, then quickly turned the projector on. It showed the stone tablet recording Liu Shangwang's life, and the very last sentence was indeed, to offer to the supreme god, to commemorate the former kings. Seeing the scene, all the professors stood up at once. This is brilliant. Old Joe, the person you mentioned, definitely knows how to decode those strange symbols. You are right. Such a genius. We must bring him into our research institute, no matter what. I have studied ancient scripts my whole life, but today I realize there is always someone better, and wonders beyond our own knowledge. Soon, the group of experts finished their discussion. They decided, at any cost, they must find this person, because his ability to decipher ancient scripts is truly a massive help to the research institute. If we had known about such a master earlier, and invited him to the institute sooner, the research institute would not have been stuck on these symbols for half a year. Professor Zhou Weiwen took a deep breath, turned around and spoke to Xu Xiaoying. Student Xu, there is now an important task for you. Xu Xiaoying was flattered, and rushed to say, Professor, just tell me, if I can help, I certainly will. Very good. We hope you can represent our research institute and establish contact with this Uncle Nine's disciple. It would be best if you could persuade him to join our research institute. The institute is willing to hire this gentleman as a special consultant. All compensation can be directly set at the associate professor level and provide special access to the university archives. This world places immense importance on archaeologists, whether it is a regional archaeology team or the national archaeology team, or even experts from the Capital Research Institute. They all receive military-level treatment without exception. Take Professor Chu, the deputy director of the Research Institute, who has been working on the front lines for years. He himself holds the status of a senior official, with the rank of Major General. Hearing this, Xu Xiaoying could not help but click her tongue in secret. This status is simply soaring to the skies. Not only is he respected by the public, but he will also leave a significant mark in the annals of Huaxia archaeology. It would be no exaggeration to say his name will live on forever. Truly extraordinary. Thinking of this, Xu Xiaoying hurriedly nodded repeatedly. Professor Chu, please rest assured, I will definitely give it my all. Although Xu Xiaoying promised Professor Chu and the others that she would help find the descendant of Uncle Nine, in reality, she could not even figure out how they became the site moderators. Looking at their gray avatars, Xu Xiaoying let out a soft sigh. I hope this master comes online soon. On the other side, after Su Chen finished posting his comment, having vented to his heart's content, he immediately went offline. He figured that probably no one would believe him anyway. After all, no one in this world understands bronze inscriptions. Others probably think he is just talking nonsense. After logging out of his secondary account, feeling hungry, he headed to a nearby old noodle shop. He ordered a steaming bowl of beef noodles. This old shop has over 40 years of history. The taste of the noodles is absolutely divine. As a bit of a foodie, Su Chen finds that such a place, tucked deep in an alley, relying on its reputation rather than flashy marketing, is where one can truly taste real delicacies. As for those fancy-looking, lavish restaurants, big hotels, they are merely for a change of taste. After devouring 2 big bowls of noodles, Su Chen headed home, fully satisfied. Then, he lounged on the couch and logged into his main Heaven Official's Blessing account, preparing to check the archaeology team's progress. After a tense afternoon of hard work, the team had mostly surveyed the situation in the Pingshan tomb. But what frustrated the archaeology team was they had searched the entire tomb, yet still could not find the tomb chamber of the Yuan dynasty general, as mentioned by Heaven Official Zheng Zan. Could it be we missed something? Nothing was searched. Previously, Professor Chu was determined to have the archaeology team find the Yuan dynasty general's tomb on their own, but he never imagined that just half a day later, the team would hit such a wall. Zheng Zan gave a bitter smile. He answered, Professor, we have searched everywhere inside and out a dozen times. Forget the tomb chamber. There is not even a ghost of a lead here. Professor Chu was unconvinced and continued, could there be some sort of mechanism that we overlooked? A team member nearby, holding a detector, shook his head helplessly. Professor, we have checked with the detectors. The surrounding mountains are all solid rock. There are no chambers or anything like that. Hearing this, Professor Chu looked completely disappointed. Could it be that he bragged too much earlier, and now he has to eat his own words? Perhaps I should ask Heaven Official's Blessing for some guidance. Just as Professor Chu was hesitating, Wang Tianchen, who was live streaming nearby, suddenly shouted out, Professor, Heaven Official's Blessing has commented. Hearing this, everyone immediately took out their phones and opened the live stream. They saw in the chat, 2 bold red comments were pinned to the top. Ancient royalty and nobles, regardless of their status or power, all sought a geomantically auspicious site for their burial, to bless their descendants. Pingshan features a mountain-blocking water-cutting layout, an ominous formation. However, great omens often accompany great fortunes. Since the mountain is shaped like a bottle, the bottle base is the tomb's core area. The ultimate good fortune is naturally located at the peak. Seeing these 2 comments, whether they were the audience in the live stream or the archaeology team members, everyone was stunned into silence. Mountain blocking, water cutting, is considered ominous, a place of great misfortune, yet it carries great fortune. When the ancients chose their graves, they had to pick a place with excellent feng shui. The 2 comments were not very long, but they were packed with incredibly rich information, leaving everyone in a state of deep reflection. Because of the gap in historical knowledge, people in this world did not know about ancient feng shui theories, but upon seeing the Heaven Official's comments, some felt a strange sense of familiarity growing within them. This is because, ever since King Wen interpreted the 8 trigrams, feng shui theories have been passed down for thousands of years, long since rooted in the bloodline of the Huasha people. Even though they experienced a cultural gap hundreds of years ago, even though modern people had never been exposed to such knowledge, they still immediately recognized the validity of Su Chen's words. Professor Chu was the first to snap out of it, hurriedly walking to the camera and asking respectfully, "Heaven official, what you have said, is this based on the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams?" Su Chen saw Professor Chu's inquiry after he had just opened the live stream and heard the archaeology team turning the tomb upside down, but still failing to find the Yuan dynasty general's crypt. He really could not just stand by, so he spoke up to offer guidance. The Yuan dynasty general's tomb is at the peak. The archaeology team is searching in the underground palace. They would not find it, even if they searched until next year. Since he had already offered guidance, Su Chen did not want to leave things unfinished. After a brief moment of thought, he typed his reply again. "You could say that. What I have learned is the 16-character yin-yang feng shui secret art, a technique that draws inspiration from the Zhou Tian 16 trigrams, and shares the same origin as the knowledge of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. Ever since Su Chen mastered the complete version of the 16-character feng shui secret art, his perspective on various landscapes and rivers had changed. He subconsciously applied the celestial feng shui within the secret art to judge the merits of various landforms. If it were before, even if he knew the Yuan dynasty general's crypt was at the mountain waste's bottomouth location, he definitely would not have understood why the crypt had to be in that specific position. But through the 16-character feng shui secret art, the choice of the Yuan dynasty general's crypt location became crystal clear. Professor Chu received the confirmation. His spirit soared. He said excitedly, "This is wonderful. I truly do not know how to thank you, sir. Your guidance for this archaeological mission, and all your help, has simply been invaluable. We finally have a lead on the general's tomb." The entire team is absolutely thrilled. Upon hearing Professor Chu say this, everyone agreed in chorus. They wholeheartedly expressed their gratitude to Su Chen. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream absolutely flooded the chat screen. The master is truly a master. It seems like nothing is impossible for him. 16-character yin-yang feng shui secret art. It sounds incredibly powerful. To think he could even use it to locate a tomb site. Our ancient culture is truly magnificent, but unfortunately, we have not managed to pass much of it down. Fortunately, we still have the guidance of our heaven official's blessing, Master. Otherwise, I am afraid we would not have even found a single tomb site. Master Heaven Official, I think you should just accept Professor Chu's offer and join the archaeological team. With your unparalleled talent, you could surely lead the field of archaeology and help restore the glory of Huasha's culture. Agreed. Please, Master Heaven Official, join the team. The archaeological team needs you. We also need you. However, after posting this message, Heaven Official's blessing did not appear again. This left the audience feeling deeply disappointed. Professor Chu, on the other hand, was much more composed. He even comforted the audience, saying that the team had not done enough yet. Master Heaven Official is not ready to join just yet, so the team needs to keep working harder to prove ourselves worthy of his participation. Once everything was settled, Professor Chu gave the command. He handpicked the 10 most experienced members from the team, and together with Wang Tianxin and the cameraman, prepared to climb to the summit in search of the legendary Yuan dynasty general's tomb. Baoping Mountain was steep and rugged. On the cliff walls, covered in jagged rocks and overgrown with tangled weeds, dozens of drones were circling in mid-air, carefully scanning the cliff face inch by inch for the tomb's location. It was not long before Zheng Zan, staring at the monitor, his face lit up with joy. He shouted quickly, "Professor, I found it. There is a cave entrance on this cliff face." Hearing this, everyone rushed over immediately. Sure enough, the cave was overgrown with weeds, tucked away on the sheer, precipitous cliffside. Deep within the dark cavern, traces of ancient human craftsmanship were faintly visible. The crowd was filled with astonishment and joy, bursting into uncontrollable cheers. Nearby, Wang Tianxin quickly instructed the cameraman, who then aimed the lens directly at the monitor screen. Seeing the scene, the viewers' comments flooded the screen like a tidal wave, threatening to drown it out entirely. "I am almost in tears. This has not been easy at all. The archaeological team has been through so many hardships. Finally, we have made it to the very last challenge. Master Heaven Official is really amazing. Just with 2 sentences, just deduced the location of the general's tomb. I never expected ancient feng shui secret arts to be this impressive. It is just a pity that currently only Master Heaven Official's blessing understands it. I am becoming more and more curious about Master Heaven Official's blessing now. Who exactly do you think he is? He is well versed in feng shui secrets and possesses such formidable power. What is even more badass is he even has a divine beast as a companion. I know who Master Heaven Official's blessing is. The chaotic flood of comments, suddenly popping out with that one sentence, gave everyone a real fright. Even Professor Chu, upon seeing this comment, became incomparably excited. They have been investigating for so long, never able to track down the true identity of Heaven Official's blessing. And now, a netizen actually claims to know who Heaven Official's blessing really is. This is simply like a pie falling from the sky. You have to understand, ever since the last fruitless investigation by Major Chen, and learning that Heaven Official's blessing is under SSS level classification, the archaeology team had already given up on the pursuit. However, just as everyone was holding their breath, gazing at the broadcast room with intense anticipation, the mysterious netizen immediately followed up with another comment. Master Heaven Official's blessing. He is a god, not human. Only a god could be all-knowing and ever victorious. This, in an instant, the deeply disappointed netizens started bad-mouthing the guy. They were just baiting everyone's curiosity. So this was it. Isn't this just asking to be roasted? Seeing this comment, the archaeology team was equally disappointed. They knew even more of the inside story. They all knew Master Heaven Official's blessing holds the highest level of SSS classification. The entire country, other than a select few in the top leadership, no one else has the authority to know his true identity. You could say, unless Master Heaven Official's blessing steps forward himself, it is impossible for anyone else to uncover his true identity. Professor Chu sighed silently to himself, and then gathering his composure, spoke to the others. All right, everyone, prepare to enter the tomb. Remember to be extremely careful. As soon as there is any abnormality, withdraw immediately. Understood, Professor Chu. Professor Chu, you can rest easy. After experiencing so many life or death trials, we won't dare to be careless again. The team members replied, while preparing the ropes. Before long, the dozen members of the archaeology team, including Professor Chu, descended into the tomb hole one by one. Once inside, some team members switched on their lighting. A second later, a series of lifelike murals appeared before their eyes. They detailed the tomb owner fighting on the battlefield, achieving countless glories, and finally being buried in Pingshan as the story unfolded. The murals were very exquisite. What made Professor Chu even more excited was, these murals revealed the history prior to the Ming dynasty. As mentioned before, the history and culture of this world are fragmented, and the history prior to the Ming dynasty is filled with uncertainty. I only have a rough idea about history before the Ming dynasty, like the Yuan dynasty, but how the Yuan dynasty was founded, or who established it, that I am clueless about. As for anything further back, the history before the Yuan dynasty, it is a total blank for me. This mural in the cave vividly depicts the people of the Yuan dynasty, their clothing styles, physical features, and a whole series of details. Elements with incredibly high archaeological value. Looking at this, Professor Chu tried to suppress his excitement, and stated solemnly, everyone, please be extremely careful. Don't touch anything randomly, especially this mural. It is exceptionally precious, and cannot suffer any damage. Professor, come take a look at this quickly. It seems like there is a mechanism here. Upon hearing this, everyone hurried over. It was a stone lock mechanism, which could be turned and pressed. Around the stone lock, the celestial stems and earthly branches were even engraved. It is very obvious. This is a combination lock. Professor Chu was rich in experience. He did not just touch the stone lock, but instead knocked on the adjacent stone wall with his hand. Hearing the hollow sound from the stone wall, Professor Chu breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at everyone. There is a secret chamber behind it. This must be the main tomb chamber of the Yuan dynasty general. This stone lock is a combination lock. It must be turned to the correct position for the stone door to open. Otherwise, it is highly likely to trigger a mechanism, destroying the chamber and everything inside. After listening to the professor's explanation, the team members were all stunned. Zheng Zan frowned and asked, Professor, what should we do next? Professor Chu was silent, obviously also thinking of a solution. At this moment, Wang Tianxian from the side raised her hand and said, Professor Chu, how about we ask the great heaven official's blessing for some guidance? He definitely knows how to to open the mechanism. Upon hearing this, the team members could not help but nod in agreement. Ever since they lost 2 teammates at the very beginning, they had been relying on Su Chen for guidance, making it through one peril after another. Over time, they had almost become dependent on Su Chen. The viewers in the live stream room also agreed with Wang Tianchen, all clamoring for Su Chen, begging him to help guide the archaeological team. However, Professor Chu shook his head contrary to his usual habits, and his face was solemn, chiding the archaeological team members sternly. You are members of the National Archaeological Team, the elite of the elite, selected from all over. If we are facing a life or death situation, then asking for guidance from Master Heaven official would be understandable. But right now, to ask for trouble from Master Heaven official for even this kind of small difficulty, are not you ashamed? Professor Chu's rare stern expression settled the entire archaeological team. However, thinking about it carefully, what Professor Chu said was not wrong at all. That is right. They are members of the National Archaeological Team, the elite selected from every region. How could they go and ask others for guidance whenever they encounter a minor difficulty? Let us put aside the question of whether they have time for now. Just think about how much archaeology they have studied. It could not all be for nothing, right? Seeing the embarrassed looks on the team members' faces, Wang Tianchen, who made the suggestion, stuck out her tongue in apology. However, at that exact moment, the sound of rotor blades suddenly roared outside the cave. Everyone jolted, and one by one, they turned their gaze toward the cave entrance. They saw above Pingshan 8 military transport helicopters buzzing through the air. Soon, a whole team of soldiers rappelled down from the choppers. Each one of them carried a large pack half a person tall on their back. The leader of the squad was none other than Li Chongguo, who had been missing for half a day. Major Chen's arm is injured, and he has been recuperating in the hospital in New County recently. The archaeological team's security has been handed over to Li Chongguo. As soon as the soldiers entered the cave, without waiting for Li Chongguo to order them, they began unpacking the equipment from their packs automatically. In just 10 minutes, the equipment was fully assembled, and some of them began using the devices to scan the stone walls of the cave. Seeing this, the archaeological team members were stunned on the spot. Zhang Zan looked puzzled and asked curiously, "Professor, how did Captain Li and his team bring so much equipment? I am the one who had them bring it over." Professor Chu smiled faintly and explained, "Since we had not found the general's tomb earlier, I had already filed an application for support. The higher-ups specifically approved sending over some latest instruments and equipment. We are not fighting this battle alone. Behind us, we have the government, and thousands upon thousands of our citizens." Hearing this, Zhang Zan and the others had a sudden realization. At this moment, Li Chongguo laughed and interjected, "This set of equipment that Professor Chu applied for is the most advanced infrared detection gear available. Forget about just scouting the foundation. Even scanning mineral veins hundreds of meters deep would be as easy as flipping a hand." As soon as the audience heard this, the chat room flooded with comments instantly. "Holy cow, that is awesome. Archaeological equipment keeps getting better and better these days. High-tech archaeology. I am impressed. I hope that when we open the chamber later, we can see even more valuable artifacts." The viewers were all exclaiming, marveling at the endless stream of advanced equipment the archaeological team had, which was quite a sight to behold. Of course, the better the archaeological team's equipment, the happier the viewers were. This meant that the history buried underground could be excavated all the better. At the same time, Su Chen was also watching the live stream. Seeing all those advanced devices and instruments, he could not help but nod slightly. Times are changing. The ancients had their wisdom, while modern people have their methods. Neither is inherently superior to the other. Combining them perfectly is the best approach. Let me give you a simple example. In the world of Ghost Blows Out the Light, when the Shiling chief, Chen Yulu, attempted to raid the tomb of King Xian, he encountered the poison miasma of the Insect Valley. Tens of thousands of his brothers were wiped out inside there, including himself. Both eyes are blind. Formerly a suave and dashing Shiling chief, now reduced to a blind old fortune teller. Years later, when Hu Bai and his team head to the Yunnan Insect Valley, they are all decked out in the latest protective gear. No need to worry about the toxic miasma in the valley at all. The once deemed impenetrable Jingju tomb was finally breached by the Mojin trio. This is the power of modern technology. Su Chen nodded slightly, in agreement with Professor Chu's approach. But just then, a system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. Host, successful guidance of the archaeological team. Reward, 1 cubic meter of imaginary space. Upon hearing this chime, Su Chen was instantly stunned. The system is being way too generous, is not it? He only gave 2 simple hints earlier, never expecting to get a reward. Who knew the system would actually give him one? And it seems like a pretty damn awesome reward too. Imaginary space comes from the ghost blows out the light world. Thousands of years ago, Queen Jingju mastered the power of the snake god, capable of teleporting people into the imaginary space. That is why all the Western region's kingdoms feared Queen Jingju, submitting to her cruel rule. Based on the later accounts of Hu Bai and the others, the imaginary space is the world where the snake god lived. But for some unknown reason, the godlike, omnipotent snake god eventually perished, leaving its bones behind to fall into the ghost blows out the light world. The power attached to these bones created a bottomless ghost cave over 1,000 meters deep. The snake god's eyes turned into the dust pearl, also known as the phoenix gallbladder in ancient times. Pondering this, Su Chen quickly inquired, "System, what can I use this imaginary space for?" The imaginary space is a self-contained pocket dimension, fully controlled by the host. Not bad. Talk is cheap, let us see action. Su Chen thought to himself. Since Queen Jingju could teleport people into the imaginary space, does that mean I can move objects in there too? Use it as a storage space. No sooner said than done. Su Chen stared firmly at a cup sitting on the tea table. He silently recited imaginary space in his heart. In the next instant, before he could react, the cup on the tea table vanished into thin air. Holy cow, it actually works. Next up, time to try bringing it out. Su Chen felt a surge of excitement. He hurriedly tried to communicate with the imaginary space to retrieve the cup. The very moment that thought crossed his mind, the cup that had just disappeared reappeared back on the tea table. Seeing this, a look of wonder washed over Su Chen's face. This powerful ability is basically like the storage rings in cultivation novels. In the future, whenever I go tomb raiding, I can store enough food and water in the imaginary space. I will never have to worry about getting stranded again. With that thought, Su Chen could not help but start experimenting, storing everything he saw into the space. Meanwhile, the archaeological team's livestream was still ongoing. They had the most advanced infrared detection equipment. In less than half an hour, the team had a complete layout map of the entire tomb chamber, including the mechanism locations for those combination stone locks, the trigger devices. Everything is perfectly clear. The soldiers have the data now. Quick, get the diamond cutting tools. Operation in progress. The tomb mechanisms are being dismantled one by one. Wang Tianxian takes a deep breath and speaks to the camera. Dear audience, the progress that Major Chen and his team are making is brilliant. At most, in another 3 minutes, they will be able to open the tomb chamber and let everyone see the tomb of the Yuan dynasty general. And I will also witness with all of you the most important scene of this archaeological expedition. Wang Tianxian tries her best to remain composed, but her trembling voice reveals just how excited she is at this moment. Indeed, ever since she started live streaming from Pingshan, it has been nearly a week. This past week, following the archaeological team, she has escaped death several times, especially that one time when we were surrounded by the swarm of insects. Wang Tianxian thought she was done for. Having experienced so much, the archaeological operation is finally reaching its climax. So naturally, she cannot contain her excitement. The audience fully understands Wang Tianxian's mood, and the comments in the chat are mostly jokes and words of comfort. At the same time, the audience is also looking forward to it. The Pingshan Underground Palace is already so profound and mysterious that to be able to claim the entire Pingshan Underground Palace for himself, and to go through all the trouble to set up all this, for such a fierce tomb, this Yuan dynasty general, just what kind of secrets has he hidden? Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, Li Changwo carefully cuts the very last mechanism stone slab, then turns back and nods to Professor Chu. Professor Chu, it is all done. We can enter the tomb chamber now. Professor Chu's spirit is invigorated. He leads everyone into the tomb of the Yuan dynasty general, sealed for centuries. The tomb chamber space is massive, roughly the size of 2 or 3 basketball courts. Furthermore, upon entering, you can see rows upon rows of blades, guns, swords, and halberds. A chilling murderous aura rushes toward you. However, this fits the identity of the general buried here. The audience in the livestream room sees this scene, and they all exclaim in awe. Wow, it is so magnificent. It is incredible that there are so many weapons. Well, duh. The owner of the tomb is a high-ranking general, and looking at the descriptions on the murals outside, his status must be very high. Otherwise, How would he have the power to build the tomb chamber inside the mountain belly? It is just that I am uncultured. I have only got a holy cow to say for everything. Actually, it is not just the audience that is shocked. The archaeological team members are equally awestruck by this tomb chamber. You have to realize, where they currently are, is inside the mountain body of Pingshan. This means, this Yuan dynasty great general had craftsmen hollow out half of the mountain, just to have a tomb chamber of this scale. The ancients neither had explosives, nor rock crushers. The sheer amount of labor involved, just thinking about it makes it seem unimaginable. After the shock, let us crack on with the excavation. Zhang Zan puts on his gloves. He carefully picks up a rusted iron sword, observing it closely for a moment. His face lights up with surprise. Professor, look at this sword. It has visible folding marks. Even though it is heavily rusted, the distinct pattern from the forging process is still visible. Seeing this, including Professor Chu, all the team members are visibly amazed, unable to help but offer their praise. Wang Tianxian is confused, so she quickly asks, Professor, what does folding marks mean? Why are you all so excited? Wang Tianxian's confusion reflects the uncertainty of most viewers in the live stream. In this tomb chamber, besides swords and blades, there are many valuable funerary objects here. Why is not the team studying the burial artifacts first, but instead making such a fuss over a rusted sword? Professor Chu smiles and gestures for Zhang Zan to speak. Xiao Zheng, why did not you explain it to Tianxian and our viewers? Zhang Zan nods and starts to explain professionally. Actually, the team finds these folding marks on the blade so significant because in our current excavation work, we have unearthed many types of artifacts, but weapons, specifically, are few and far between. Most archaeologists currently believe that ancient Huaxia, especially before the Ming dynasty, lacked advanced smelting techniques. They could not even produce refined steel, but the folding marks on this iron sword directly debunk that conclusion. Only refined steel could withstand being beaten thousands of times. To forge fine-tempered steel, the patterns on the sword do not just show that pre-Ming smelting technology was highly sophisticated, even far exceeding what the archaeological community had predicted. After hearing Zhang Zan's explanation, Wang Tianxian and the viewers have an aha moment. No wonder the team values this iron sword. In a sense, this iron sword is even more important than those gold and silver burial goods. Zhang Zan carefully places the sword back on the wooden rack, and they continue moving inside. They had not walked many steps when they spot a casket exuding a metallic luster. In an instant, everyone stood there with their jaws dropped. This is because this metallic casket is truly too extravagant. So extravagant, it exceeds everything the team expected. Starting with the luster of the container, it shows a deep purple hue, and under the beams of our lights, it shimmered magically, like a dream, and covering the exterior of the purple gold coffin is a pearl and jade curtain. The so-called pearl curtain is a canopy made of strings of pearls. Every single pearl on this curtain is plump and round, all top-grade South Sea pearls. Even after hundreds of years, they still sparkle brilliantly. As for the jade ornaments, they refer to the flawless jade walls embedded in the coffin. Seeing this, the archaeological team could not help but gasp in shock. The reason was simple. The value of this coffin is truly immeasurable, even after it is opened, though it might contain no burial treasures inside. The mere fact that it is a purple gold coffin, paired with those pearl curtains on the outside, already makes it a treasure beyond estimation. Such a precious artifact, even for the archaeologists who have seen it all, still makes their hearts race. They find it hard to keep their composure. At this moment, Zhang Zan asked with forced calm, Professor, should we open it? Professor Chu furrowed his brows. He did not respond immediately. The viewers in the live stream room were far more anxious than him. Almost instantly, the screen was flooded with comments urging them to open it. However, for some reason, Professor Chu had an ominous premonition in his heart. He recalled what heaven officials' blessing had said. Even though the six-winged flying serpent was dealt with, there were still dangers lurking in Pingshan. After a moment of contemplation, Professor Chu walked over to Wang Tianxian and said solemnly to the camera, Mr. Heaven official, are you still in the live stream? We are planning to open the coffin for research. Could you please offer us some guidance? However, the archaeological team waited intently. They waited for over 10 minutes, but heaven official's blessings comment never appeared. This left everyone feeling quite disappointed. Without his confirmation, the team could not help but feel uneasy. After all, it had been proven several times before. Whenever heaven official's blessing said there was danger, there was definitely danger. Conversely, if he said it was safe, the archaeological team could truly rest assured. Seeing that heaven official's blessing would not appear, the audience in the live stream started getting impatient. They began flooding the chat with messages. Professor Chu, just open it and see for yourself. It is just a pile of bones. What is there to be afraid of? The great deity is not saying anything. He probably can't be bothered to reply. What kind of risk could a piece of lumber possibly pose? If you are really worried, why do not you use your equipment to scan it? Then you would know what is inside. The archaeological team saw this last comment and suddenly realized that is right. They still have specialized instruments. At the very least, they can scan the inside of the coffin. Then we will know for sure whether there is any danger. Professor Chu's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly ordered the soldiers to bring the equipment into the chamber. After some busy work, very soon, the situation inside the coffin appeared on the monitor screen. Professor Chu, there are some burial artifacts inside, including one corpse, with no liquid mercury, and no other dangerous venomous insects. This chamber is built deep inside the mountain, in an extremely dry environment. In the tomb raiding circles, there is a saying, if kept dry, it lasts 1,000 years. If warm, it lasts 10,000. Neither dry nor wet, it only lasts half a year. What this means is that cultural relics or antiques of that nature, if kept in a dry environment, can be preserved for 1,000 years. If soaked in water, it can be preserved for 10,000 years. Such artifacts are usually called water pit treasures. If buried in ordinary soil, in an environment that is neither dry nor wet, it would be ruined in half a year at most. Hearing Captain Li's words, Professor Chu breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand, saying, "Good, open the coffin." Su Chen tested all the items in his inventory one by one. He finally discovered two features of the imaginary space. Firstly, within the imaginary space, time is frozen. Secondly, it cannot store living things. Once a living thing is put inside, its internal time is locked, resulting in a state of suspended animation, neither alive nor dead, although it can only store dead objects, and not living ones. Su Chen was still extremely satisfied with this imaginary space, even if he were trapped in a tomb or a dire situation. By relying on the water and food stored inside, he could hold out for at least half a year. After figuring out how to use the imaginary space, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Then, he lay back on the sofa and focused his attention on the archaeological team's live stream. The next second, damn it, I have only been away for a moment, and they are already opening the coffin. And in a pitch-black burial chamber, no less. The Yuan dynasty great general inside might have already turned into a zombie if they had opened it in broad daylight. Using the peak of the midday sun's energy, they could have suppressed this Yuan dynasty zombie for a while. But opening the coffin in a dark basement is just providing the zombie with the perfect conditions to awaken. Su Chen's expression changed, and he hurriedly picked up his phone. In the basement, Zheng Zan and the other team members cautiously removed the wooden nails from the purple gold. Together, they pried open the outer purple gold layer. What came into view was a Phoebe Zhenin wood coffin, glistening with a golden hue. Under the spotlights, it was dazzling, gold inlaid. Phoebe wood coffin, this Yuan dynasty great general, was truly extravagant. Zheng Zan could not help but sigh in admiration, drawing echoing remarks from the surrounding team members. In all our years of archaeology, this is the first time we have seen such a beautiful Phoebe wood coffin. Phoebe Zhenin wood is resistant to insects, never rots for 1,000 years, and does not warp easily. It is known as the gold among wood. In ancient times, it was the top choice for constructing imperial palaces. Even the dragon chairs of emperors throughout the ages were crafted from the highest grade of Phoebe Zhenin wood. Upon finishing his remark, Zheng Zan signaled to several team members to carefully use the pry bars, and they pried open the lid of the Phoebe wood coffin. Just at that moment, Wang Tianxian, who was interacting with the viewers in the live stream, saw her expression change drastically, and she shouted hurriedly, "Stop, quickly stop. Heaven official's blessing has sent a comment." Zheng Zan and his companions were stunned, and the heavy coffin lid hit the ground with a loud bang. Moving 7 steps down, Professor Chu, who was assessing various weapons, paused abruptly. He hurriedly stopped what he was working on, and pulled out his phone to check it. "Do not open the coffin under any circumstances. Right now. Retreat from the tomb chamber, immediately." Just then, in the live stream, a bold red notification, pinned at the very top, caused the entire audience to go wild. The big boss has finally appeared. But big boss, why do you want the archaeology team to retreat? Is there something dangerous inside? Since the big god says it is dangerous, there must be danger. I support the big god unconditionally. This makes no sense. The team has checked every single inch of the chamber. There are no poisonous insects, and no other living creatures. What danger could there be? Regardless of what is said, we should still listen to the big god. Let us get out first and then discuss it. Upon seeing Su Chen's comment, the team members turned pale in an instant. Ever since the big god started guiding the team, this has been his most severe warning. Could it be that there is something truly terrifying in the chamber? Professor Chu made a swift decision. He said in a deep voice, voice. "Everyone, retreat from the chamber immediately." The group moved quickly, and soon retreated to the cave entrance outside. But, the moment they poked their heads out, they heard a series of piercing screeches. Countless stones the size of fists came crashing down. The soldier leading the way was caught off guard and struck, his head split open and bleeding profusely. Li Changguo shouted urgently, "Take cover, don't stick your heads out." Having said that, he reacted with lightning speed, pulling Professor Chu and the others behind him. Hiding together behind a rock in the chamber, the sudden attack caught the team off balance. Several people were hit in succession. Only then did the rest of them react, following Li Changguo's lead to take cover. And at that moment, Li Changguo cautiously poked his head out. That was when he saw on the opposite cliff an uncountable number of wild monkeys, screeching and causing chaos. Those stones were thrown by them. Damn it. Seeing this situation, Li Changguo's eyes blazed with fury. He then turned to look at the injured soldier, asking in a deep tone, "Xiao Zhuang, are you all right?" "Captain, I am fine. Just a minor scratch." The soldier named Xiao Zhuang, despite having his head cracked open, dripping with blood, stuck it out without a sound. Hearing the captain's query, he even managed a smile, flashing his bright white teeth. "Captain, look quickly. Our rope ladder is gone." Young Xiao Zhuang had sharp eyes too. As he hid behind the cover, he secretly peered out. To his surprise, the rope ladder hanging from the cave entrance was completely gone. Hearing his words, everyone's face changed drastically. The tomb entrance was on the steep cliff face of the vertical passage. It was still more than 10 meters from the top of the cliff. If there was no rope ladder, how would they get up? Let alone, a pack of wild monkeys was still eyeing them from the opposite cliff face. Li Changguo angrily punched the ground, unable to suppress his curse. It must have been those wild monkeys. They stole the rope ladder while we were in the tomb chamber. Damn it. I am going to teach them a lesson. Professor Chu tried to stop him but could not. Li Changguo, holding his assault rifle, rolled to the cave entrance. Using the cave entrance for cover, he opened fire on the opposite cliff face. However, the wild monkeys were too good at hiding, and they were far from the tomb entrance. The moment Li Changguo fired, they vanished without a trace. Once Li Changguo's gunfire ceased, they reappeared, swinging back and forth among the tree branches on the cliff face, as if mocking Li Changguo's helplessness. Professor Chu let out a bitter laugh and said, "Captain Li, do not waste your energy. When our archaeological team first came to Pingshan, we also encountered those wild monkeys. They are slippery as eels. You can't hit them at all." After saying this, Professor Chu took out his walkie-talkie, preparing to contact the crew members guarding the cliff top. But no one responded from the walkie-talkie. His face grave, he said, "I am afraid something has happened to the team members above. Captain Li, Chu, you need to call for backup quickly. Have the helicopter come and pick us up." Li Changguo nodded. He contacted the helicopter at the base camp. However, the helicopter would take some time to arrive. The archaeological team needed to hold out for at least 20 minutes. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The archaeological team could not hit the wild monkeys, but the monkeys likewise could not hit the archaeologists hiding inside the tomb. Once the helicopter arrived, with fire support, they naturally would not have to fear those wild monkeys. However, just as everyone relaxed, a rumble of thunder suddenly erupted. The sky above suddenly became windy and cloudy. Large patches of dark clouds gathered. In less than a minute, the sky turned dark. At the same time, inside the tomb chamber behind the archaeological team, a series of dull thuds suddenly echoed. Professor Chu and Li Changguo's faces instantly changed. The two looked at each other, seeing shock in each other's eyes. One should know that there were no living creatures in the tomb chamber. If there really was something, it could only be that Yuan dynasty great general's zombie. Could it be? No one knew, and could not help but swallow their saliva. In this silent tomb, the sound was especially clear. Everyone was sweating nervously, all staring intently in the direction of the tomb chamber. The thudding grew louder and louder. It seems like something is about to break out. A chill in the air instantly spread through the hearts of the archaeology team members. The viewers in the live stream were about to spam the chat beyond its limits. Holy cow, what the hell is that? Tianxian, run. A ghost. Damn it. Scared the life out of me. Please do not let anything happen to the archaeology team. Damn it. Is there really a ghost? Li Changguo held his breath, focused his mind, and pulled out a high-intensity flashlight he carried with him. After switching it on, a beam of light pierced through the gloomy tomb chamber, shining directly onto the coffin in the center of the vault. At this moment, they could finally see that inside this Phoebe Zhenin wood coffin, there seemed to be something alive, bumping against the coffin lid time and time again. Seeing the scene, everyone gasped for air, in unison. This is absolute nonsense. It completely defies science. If one were to say that the six-winged flying serpent earlier could be explained by genetic mutation, but in the coffin are not there only remains of a zombie that have been dead for hundreds of years. Can a zombie come back to life too? Science just can't explain this at all. Just as the archaeology team was in total panic, a loud bang echoed. The Phoebe Genin wood coffin shattered with a boom, breaking into countless pieces. Right after, a tall human silhouette stood straight up from the coffin. It was precisely the zombie of the Yuan dynasty, great general. Seeing the sight, every member of the archaeology team felt their scalps tingle. The zombie that had been dead for hundreds of years had actually come back to life. And what is more, look at that murderous look in his eyes, and that low growl. Clearly, he was not in a mood for conversation. Li Changguo's face was shocked to the extreme. A person dead for hundreds of years could actually stand up and be alive. This had completely shattered his perception. However, shock is just shock. He still did not forget his duty. Almost at the moment the zombie rushed out, he roared loudly, "Xiao Zhuang, protect the archaeology team members well. The rest of you, follow me to the front." Following Li Changguo's order, 7 or 8 soldiers instantly charged to the forefront of the crypt. A burst of gunfire erupted. Li Changguo and his 7 or 8 soldiers opened fire simultaneously. Countless rifle bullets rained down upon the king zombie. The king zombie was forced backward, retreat after retreat, especially given Li Changguo's sharpshooting skills. Almost every shot hit the king zombie's head. A moment later, the king zombie finally collapsed with a thud. Li Changguo and the others stopped firing. The members of the archaeology team present at the scene, as well as the viewers in the live stream, seeing this, could not help but sigh in relief. Great. The monster has finally been eliminated. It is a good thing the soldiers are here. Otherwise, the situation would have been unthinkable. Captain Li is awesome. Bullseye every single shot. He is truly godlike. Well, of course, I would heard about Captain Li back when I was in the army. He is a 2-time all-army shooting champion. However, before the audience could even rejoice, amidst the thick smoke, the Tomb King stood up slowly. His rotting clothes were shredded by the bullets, but his body remained as hard as steel. The bullets left only shallow white marks. Seeing this, everyone was left wide-eyed, speechless. The soldiers were stunned in their tracks. The Tomb King disregarded them completely, letting out a low, menacing growl as he advanced toward Li Changguo and his team. Clearly, the Tomb King was thoroughly provoked. "Captain, what now? Keep holding the line," Li Changguo roared, pouring another volley of fire from his rifle. But this time, the Tomb King was apparently prepared. He raised his arms to shield his face, pushing through the gunfire, closing in on Li Changguo and the others step by step. The situation was dire. Professor Chu quickly moved toward the camera, humbly asking for guidance. "Heaven official's blessing. What exactly is in that tomb? What should we do now? Could you please give us some insight?" This time, Heaven official's blessing did not disappoint everyone. He answered the professor's question promptly. "That is a zombie, and a top-tier vicious Tomb King at that. Once a Tomb King reawakens, it craves fresh blood deeply. If anyone is bitten by the Tomb King, they will turn into a zombie within minutes." Seeing these 2 messages from Su Chen, Professor Chu was utterly horrified. A zombie Tomb King. If bitten, they would become zombies too. How can such terrifying monsters exist in this world? It was not just Professor Chu. Upon seeing Su Chen's messages, the rest of the archaeological team was gripped with fear. Before them was an undying Tomb King. Behind them, a bottomless abyss. To put it simply, there was no way up to heaven, and no door into the earth. Could it be that after surviving the 6-winged flying serpent and escaping the insect swarm, they were finally destined to die in this tomb? The archaeological team felt heavy-hearted, their despair reaching its peak. Back when they were trapped by the insect swarm, they still had the great divine Heaven official to save them. But now, who could save them? The backup helicopter would not arrive for another 10 minutes. But watching the pace at which the Tomb King advanced through the gunfire, they feared that in less than 10 minutes, the entire archaeological team would be wiped out. In this desperate situation, a female team member finally could not hold it back and started sobbing quietly. Even the stoic Professor Chu was visibly crushed at this moment, as if he had aged years in an instant. Ever since, 2 archaeological team members sacrificed themselves to the venomous spiders, Professor Chu had become incredibly cautious. Every decision he made, he would ponder for a long time, but he never expected, after being so careful for so long, they would still fall at the very last hurdle. Thinking of this, Professor Chu let out a bitter laugh. He scanned his eyes over the archaeological team members present. He muttered, "I am sorry to everyone. It is my fault that you are all in this mess." Zheng Zan was the calmest among them all. It was not that he did not fear death, but rather that he had long ago placed his life on the line. Hearing Professor Chu's words, Zhang Zan gave a faint smile and comforted him. Professor, this is not your fault. If it were any other archaeologist here, they would have made the same choice. After all, who could have known the dead could rise again and turn into such ferocious zombies? The other members chimed in one after another, speaking up to comfort Professor Chu. That is right, the dead returning to life and turning into man-eating monsters. Whoever you tell this to, they would find it hard to believe. Even those with short tempers might just take a bite out of you and call you crazy. Captain, I am out of ammo. My side is almost out of rounds too. Li Chongguo and his soldiers were running low on ammunition, while the Zombie King's advance was only picking up speed. Very quickly, the Zombie King rushed to the entrance of the chamber, a mere 7 or 8 meters away from the archaeological team inside the base. Seeing this situation, Xiao Zhuang, who was protecting the archaeologists, quickly tossed his rifle to Li Chongguo. Li Chongguo roared, unleashing another hail of bullets. The Zombie King was forced back repeatedly, its advance momentarily halted. However, everyone knew, once the bullets from this last rifle ran out, that would likely be the moment they met their end at the hands of the Zombie King. In this moment of crisis, suddenly, a bold, highlighted red message was pinned to the top of the chat room. I have an idea. Heaven Official's blessing. In an instant, the viewers in the live stream went wild. The great heavenly official has a way to save the archaeological team in such a hopeless situation. He still has a solution to save them. I knew our idol would never let us down. That is right, Master Heaven Official. You are my eternal idol. This is great. Tianxian and the others are saved. The audience was ecstatic. The archaeological team members even more so. Professor Chu had assumed this was certain death, never expecting that Heaven Official's blessing actually had a solution. Thinking of this, his respect for the mysterious heavenly official grew even deeper. Mr. Heaven Official, do you really have a way to deal with that Zombie King monster? As soon as Professor Chu finished speaking, another pinned message appeared in the chat room. Is that yellow talisman paper I left for you still there? Yellow talisman paper. Seeing this message, the audience was stunned for a moment. Clearly, everyone had nearly forgotten about the talisman Su Chen had left behind. Only Professor Chu's expression stirred with excitement, and he hastily and carefully pulled the talisman from his bosom. Last time, after Su Chen dealt with the 6-winged flying serpent, he left behind a yellow talisman paper. Looking at this now, it might just come in handy. Mr. Heaven Official, last time you said this talisman could keep the archaeology team safe. I have been keeping it close, not daring to be the least bit careless. However, even though the yellow charm is out now, the viewers in the live stream are completely confused. They have no idea what the great Heaven Official is planning to do. It is just a scrap of yellow paper that would tear with a poke. What use could this possibly be? Can you really use this piece of paper to defeat that ferocious zombie tyrant? Just as the audience was baffled, filled with suspicion, the comment from Heaven Official's blessing appeared again. Good. This talisman is called the Great General Talisman, also known as the Zombie Suppressing Talisman. It can be used to subdue zombies. This, Professor Chu froze on the spot, unable to utter a word. A piece of paper can actually subdue a tyrant that even bullets could not kill. This is unscientific. This does not make any sense at all. Viewers in the stream were quick to question Su Chen. Master, are you sure you did not send the wrong comment? How can a scrap of paper stop a tyrant? Great Heaven Official, do not joke around. The team is waiting for you to save them. That is not necessarily true. The Great Heaven Official has never been wrong, since he said the yellow paper can subdue the tyrant. Fine. It is genuinely hard to believe. Even though there were many doubts in the stream, a small group of people still supported Heaven Official's blessing, feeling the archaeology team should take the risk and try. After all, they are in a desperate situation already. Besides trusting the Great Heaven Official, there is really no other way. Professor Chu was silent for a few seconds, then resolutely faced the camera. He asked in a deep voice, Mr. Heaven Official, how should I use this zombie-suppressing talisman? Please show me the ropes. The method is quite simple. Place the charm on the tyrant's forehead, and you can immobilize him. As soon as this message appeared, everyone fell silent, following the Great Heaven Official's words. Does not it mean someone has to rush over there, straight to the tyrant? If the yellow paper actually works, then it is a different story. But if it does not, it is a one-way trip for them. A hopeless situation indeed. Just as they were all hesitating, Professor Chu stood up. I will go. Clearly, he had already made up his mind to gamble with his own life to test the efficiency of the charm. The team members on site all turned pale. They all tried to talk the professor out of it, but the professor's expression remained firm. He said in an undeniable tone, Everyone, stop trying to persuade me. I have already lost 2 students. I do not wish to lose another one. Regardless, I have lived for most of my life, excavated countless ancient sites. I have no regrets this lifetime. Teacher, professor. No, the archaeological team members were visibly moved. Those people there, even if they are not Professor Chu's direct students, have all received his guidance and mentorship. Within the expedition team, Professor Chu is not just an expert professor. He is the team leader, and above all, a father figure to everyone. He takes care of everyone with all his heart. At this moment, even the usually calm Zhang Zan had reddened eyes. He is a student of Professor Chu, and has spent more time with him than with his own parents. Professor Chu did not just teach him archaeological knowledge hands-on, but also instructed him on how to live his life. To him, Professor Chu is more than a mentor. He is like a father. Just as the atmosphere in the tomb tunnel became painfully oppressive, a pinned bullet comment appeared once more. You would better find someone physically fit to do it. As soon as this comment appeared, the audience was both shocked and delighted. They flooded the chat, saying Professor Chu was not qualified for it. They would not let him go. At the same time, Zhang Zan also saw the comment. Instantly, a look of joy surfaced on his face. He snatched the talisman directly from Professor Chu's hand. Xiao Zheng, what are you doing? Professor Chu, both shocked and angry, quickly shouted. Zhang Zan said with a smile, Professor, you saw it too, right? The Almighty says we need someone fit to subdue the tomb guardian. Your old arms and legs are not what they used to be, so you would better just rest. You rascal, stop messing around. Give me the charm. Just as Professor Chu moved to snatch the talisman back, his vision blurred. A shadow moved faster than him, snatching the talisman from Zhang Zan's hand. Everyone looked closely, only to discover that it was the young soldier protecting them. Xiao Zhuang, the bloodstain on Xiao Zhuang's forehead had already dried. He grinned at everyone and joked, all right now, all of you stop arguing. We soldiers are still alive, so why should you scholars have to do this? After finishing, without waiting for the archaeological team to speak, he turned and lunged toward the General Lion King. While lunging, he roared, you son of a bitch monster. I will take you down with me. Seeing the scene, the hearts of everyone in the audience were gripped, even though no one really knew the soldier called Xiao Zhuang, and they had not spent more than an hour together. His cheeky grin, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, deeply etched itself into everyone's mind. At this moment, regardless of whether they were from the archaeological team or the audience in the live stream, they were all silently praying for Xiao Zhuang, praying for a miracle, praying that the talisman left by the Almighty would work, and praying that Xiao Zhuang would return safely. However, just as Xiao Zhuang had rushed halfway out, a giant foot mercilessly kicked him over. Xiao Zhuang was stunned and looked dumbfounded at Li Changguo. Subordinates, follow the plan. Team leader, what are you doing? Li Changguo glared at him. He snatched the suppressant talisman from his hand. Damn it, I am not dead yet. It is not your turn to step up. Are you trying to steal my credit? Team leader, I did not mean that. Xiao Zhuang wanted to argue back, but Li Changguo shoved the rifle directly into his hands. Enough. Stop blabbering. The General Lion King is coming over again. And that last barrage of yours, make it count. Once he said this, Li Changguo pressed himself against the tomb's stone wall, rushing quickly toward the General Lion King. Xiao Zhuang reacted instantly, tears in his eyes, frantically pouring ammunition at the General Lion King. The other soldiers were out of bullets, so they grabbed rocks from the ground, viciously throwing them at the General Lion King, to create an opportunity for their team leader. Li Changguo's nerves were taut. He did not dare to relax for a second. He pressed tight against the rock wall, circling around to the other side of the General Lion King, hoping to exploit the General Lion King's blind spot, to stick the talisman on when it least expected it. I have to say, Li Changguo lives up to his reputation as a soldier king. Years of military experience allowed him to find the optimal solution immediately. On the other side, Xiao Zhuang seemed possessed by a god of war, executing a legendary performance, landing every single shot square on the General Lion King's face. The General Lion King lost its balance, staggering back 2 or 3 steps. Perfect timing. Li Changguo's eyes lit up, and he let out a loud shout. Xiao Zhuang received the signal, hurriedly stopping his fire. The moment he stopped, Li Changguo lunged forward in a flash. Using the momentum of his sprint, he roared and leapt into the air, slamming the talisman in his hand against the General Lion King's forehead. At this critical moment, everyone's heart hung in their throats. Success or failure rested on this single act. The lives of the archaeology team members also hung in the balance. In a split second, Li Changguo felt the exhilaration of his hand, touching the General Lion King's bone-chilling forehead. Done. But he had no time to celebrate. The entire person was struck by the General Lion King's swinging arm, being sent flying viciously, crashing into the stone wall. Li Changguo coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. The massive impact felt like being hit head-on by a heavy truck. His body felt like it had fallen apart. There was not not a single place that did not ache. Team leader, Xiao Zhuang, seeing this from behind, could no longer restrain himself, ready to dash over on his feet. No, don't come over. Although Li Chongguo felt he had managed to succeed, he did not know if the talisman would actually work. He did not want his soldiers to throw away their lives for nothing, so he hurriedly shouted for Xiao Zhuang to stop. Thinking of this, with extreme difficulty, he turned his head, casting his gaze toward the General Lion King. The General Lion King stood there, motionless, not moving an inch. Seeing the scene, Li Changguo's eyes widened in shock. He could not believe his own eyes. It actually worked. A simple piece of yellow paper was enough to subdue such a vicious general. This yellow paper is truly miraculous. Heaven Official's blessing is truly the general's nemesis. You have to know, just 7 or 8 minutes ago, the entire Special Forces team of over a dozen people had poured almost all their remaining ammunition directly onto the general. But the general was not only completely unharmed, he even kept advancing steadily through the hail of bullets. Just a moment ago, when the ammo was almost exhausted, Li Chongguo had almost felt despair, thinking that today was surely his end. But the single yellow paper left by the great Heaven Official not only saved everyone's lives, but also let him witness such a miraculous sight. Inside the tomb, everyone held their breath for about a minute. Seeing the general truly subdued by the talisman, everyone cheered out loud. "Professor, we did it. We successfully subdued the general. We finally made it out alive." The archaeological team members were jubilant. On everyone's face was the joy of surviving a catastrophe. On the other side, Xiao Zhuang and several other soldiers saw the general was indeed restrained, and hurried over to help Li Chongguo up. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream room flooded the chat box like an explosion. All sorts of exclamations. "Captain Li, you are the best. Great job. Holy cow. He actually subdued the general. Heaven Official's blessing is just too divine, right? What is the science behind this, anyway? I just can't wrap my head around it. This is completely unscientific, is not it? Hey, why worry so much about that? As long as the archaeological team is safe, does it really matter if it is scientific or not? Heaven Official's blessing is forever a legend. I was nearly scared to death just now. Good thing Captain Li has quick reflexes and sees the perfect moment, whether it was the netizens in the chat or the people inside the tomb. At this moment, all were immersed in joy. But just then, everyone suddenly saw Heaven Official's blessing sent another message. This general is not simple. A simple suppressive talisman might not be enough to hold him for long. Wait until reinforcements arrive. You must get him out of the tomb as quickly as possible and burn him with fire. As soon as this message appeared, the joy on everyone's faces instantly froze. The general is not simple. A suppressive talisman might not be enough to hold him. This, everyone could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. It is not afraid of bullets. A monster that is truly hard to kill. Isn't this a bit too terrifying? Good thing there is only this one monster in Pingshan. If there were a few more, never mind the archaeological team, the entire new county would probably be wiped out by them. At that point, if all those immortal monsters flooded across the country, it would be an absolute catastrophe. Thinking about such a possibility, Professor Chu and the others were terrified. Fortunately, the great Heaven Official's blessing had the foresight and intentionally left behind a seal to suppress the zombie. Professor Chu, full of admiration, spoke to the camera. "Mr. Heaven Official, may I ask, why can this seal effectively suppress the zombie? Also, if we encounter such zombies again, and do not have any seals on hand, what should we do? Are there any other ways to subdue them?" Professor Chu asked several questions in a row. These were precisely the doubts lingering in the minds of all the viewers. How can a mere piece of yellow paper subdue such a terrifying monster? This defies all logic. Besides, it is not like everyone carries these paper talismans around. In the future, if by any chance one runs into a zombie, what should an ordinary person do? The seal is also known as the General's Talisman. I have mentioned this before. As for why it can suppress the zombie, the reasons cannot be fully explained in a sentence or two. However, you have made a good point. These seals are rare and not easily obtained. If you are without a seal and happen to encounter a zombie, the following items can also effectively suppress it. They are intense midday sunlight, glutinous rice, black dog blood, peachwood sword, black donkey hoof. Su Chen posted 3 comments, giving a rough briefing on the weaknesses of the zombies. Professor Chu repeated them aloud, although he did not immediately understand why these things could suppress the zombies, or what the underlying mechanics were. He immediately had his team record these instructions, down to the last word. After the recording was done, the sound of a helicopter rotor finally echoed outside the cave. Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief, knowing they had finally been saved. Very soon, the rescue team arrived by helicopter, deployed a rope ladder again, and rescued rescued everyone. The two members on the clifftop had not died either. They had just been attacked by wild mountain primates and were knocked unconscious. After being treated by the archaeological team's medic, they regained consciousness. Once saved, Professor Chu remembered Su Chen's warning and hurriedly had someone hoist the neutralized king of the tombs up, and then, while the sun was still blazing, burned it to ashes. Professor Chu watched the roaring flames, turned around to face the broadcast camera, took a deep breath, and bowed solemnly to the lens. Then he began to speak. Mr. Heaven Official, thank you for saving our archaeological team again. I know you have been assisting us all along, but there are some things I have been feeling for a long time, and I must speak my mind. Mr. Heaven Official, you once mentioned that ancient Huaxia had many styles of tomb raiding, possessing many secret arts and extraordinary methods. I would like to ask you, sir, do you yourself come from one of these tomb raiding schools? As soon as he said this, the live chat exploded. Indeed, Heaven Official's blessing understands archaeology and knows a great many occult arts. More importantly, he is well versed in the Coffin Mountain divination art of the tomb raiding schools, the 16-character yin-yang feng shui secret art, and knowledge of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. Plus that coffin-suppressing talisman from just now. All signs point to his identity being no simple matter. It is highly probable, just as Professor Chu suggested, that he is a successor of a mysterious tomb raiding school. While viewers in the live stream were busy speculating and debating back and forth, a bold red, highlighted message hung prominently at the top of the chat again. I know a little about tomb raiding secrets, but I have never raided a tomb. I suppose I am only half a disciple of the arts. As soon as Su Chen's comment appeared, the audience in the live stream was stunned silent. They felt, regardless of whether Heaven Official's blessing is a successor, given his usual low-key style, he would not even bother answering these questions. However, to everyone's surprise, Heaven Official's blessing not only replied, but readily admitted he understood the secret arts. This, after the initial shock, the live stream chat exploded instantly. Holy cow, the master actually admitted it. He really knows the secret tomb raiding arts. Don't be so surprised. With the master's capabilities, he could tell me he is an immortal cultivator, and I would believe it. Heaven Official's blessing. Your talents should not go to waste. Please, just come out of hiding and join the archaeological team. Exactly. If the master would join the archaeological team, there would be nothing to fear in the future, be it zombies or whatever else. We would definitely breeze through everything. I would sign a petition in blood, begging the master to show up. Elsewhere, Professor Chu saw this comment and was equally stunned. He thought he had guessed the truth, but it turned out he had only guessed half of it. Even if it was only half, Professor Chu was still uncontrollably excited. Mr. Heaven Official has admitted it. He truly is versed in the mysterious tomb raiding heritage. It is just a pity that while Mr. Heaven Official possesses such godlike abilities, he remains extremely low-key. Thinking of this, Professor Chu's demeanor became even more respectful. He continued to ask, Mr. Heaven Official, could you perhaps enlighten us? What exactly are the tomb raiding schools like? Professor Chu was truly too curious. During this time, from Su Chen's brief words, he had roughly been able to piece together in his mind a grand, turbulent world of tomb raiding. He believed that, in ancient Huaxia, the tomb raiding schools must have been incomparably prosperous. Countless strange arts emerged one after another. The only shame is that those mystical arts, along with historical gaps, have been buried underground. To speak of the tomb raiding schools in detail, they can roughly be divided into the 9 southern schools and the 4 northern schools. Among them, the southern school is also called Tudizi, proficient in looking, listening, asking, and feeling, with the 9 schools as the leaders. As for the 4 northern schools, they are the Fachu, Mojin, Banshan, and Shiling. Finally, the Guanshan Taibao. He and the tomb raiding schools had a bitter, life-or-death feud. They were generally excluded and pushed aside. I am not sure if any of these people still exist today, but when it comes to these schools, the secret arts of tomb raiding still hold some knowledge. For example, the Fachu have their seal. With the seal in hand, nothing is forbidden. The Mojin have their talisman, used for authentic tomb opening. The talisman ensures safety. The Shiling have their arts. The Shiling Mountain Parting Tech, a mystical Taoist skill. The Shiling have their armors. Once the Shiling armor is donned, tomb raiders gather in swarms. Each tomb raiding school digs graves, either for buried treasures or for elixirs of life. Over the past thousands of years, they have indeed left behind many legendary tales. As the saying goes, man lights the candle, ghost blows out the lamp, seeking star peaks in ancient tombs, sunken coffins and bronze tombs. If your fate is not hard enough, do not press your luck. The various taboos of tomb raiding schools, and countless bizarre secret stories. If I were to list them all one by one, 3 days and nights would not be enough. This long series of messages is the longest update Su Chen has ever posted, also the most detailed guide he has ever provided. The contents of the messages filled the entire screen of the live stream room. The audience in the room was silently united. No more spamming, no more comments. Everyone was carefully reading the messages from Su Chen. Upon seeing this, Professor Chu was utterly stunned. Tomb raiding divides into the 9 schools of the south, and the 4 schools of the north. The Fachu with their seal, the Mojin with their talisman, and that phrase about the candle, and the ghost blowing out the lamp. Every single bit of it corroborated all his previous guesses. In a past unknown to the world, Huasha truly possessed such a magnificent and epic history of tomb raiding. Professor Chu was shaking with excitement. Finally, Heaven Official's blessing is actually willing to reveal the secrets and legends of the tomb raiding schools. Even though what he said was quite general, Professor Chu could hear from these words that the tomb raiding schools possess numerous secret arts, which could help the archaeology team explore and excavate much more easily. Moreover, the knowledge and insights passed down by these schools could also help the team avoid countless dead ends. Thinking of this, Professor Chu quickly calmed his emotions, then said cautiously, "Sir, would you be willing to join the archaeology team? If you could agree, I could step down from my position as deputy director of the institute and recommend you for the role to lead the archaeology team." Hearing this from Professor Chu, the surrounding archaeology team members all gasped in shock. You have to understand, the Archaeological Research Institute is one of, if not the most important research centers in Huasha. The director of the institute can even participate in high-level advisory group meetings with the leaders of the nation and influence major national affairs. Professor Chu wanted to step down and let someone else take the merit. Does not that mean that as long as Heaven Official's blessing agrees, he could reach the pinnacle of professional success overnight, gaining a foothold as one of Huasha's top-tier figures? Naturally, the archaeological team was shocked, then shocked again. Yet inside, he did not feel much of a connection, because Heaven Official's blessing had intervened time and again, rescuing them from crises. Plus, Heaven Official's blessing possessed profound, unfathomable skills. With his help, the archaeological team could definitely turn things around. The archaeological mission would be smooth sailing. Amidst the anticipation of the masses, he finally sent a message. Heaven Official's blessing posted a comment. Whether he joins the archaeological team or not is irrelevant, but if it is something I am not interested in, I am really too lazy to go. The reason Su Chen went to Pingshan was primarily for the internal elixir. Saving the archaeological team was just a convenient byproduct. He had no grand ambition of being a savior of the world, and he was definitely not willing to be constrained by the team, asking him to go to a tomb or an ancient ruin. It is simple, as long as there is treasure that interests him. If there is nothing there, then he would rather just stay home and play keyboard warrior on the side. The streamer behind the camera and the archaeological team and viewers watching the live stream were all a bit dumbfounded. Are experts really this temperamental? The deputy director of the research institute, the field team lead, with such high-profile respect, and yet he refused just out of laziness. Fine, I guess mortals are mortals after all. They can't understand the realm of a master. Professor Chu's heart sank similarly, but fortunately, the master did not explicitly say yes, but he did not outright refuse either. After pondering for a while, Professor Chu's eyes lit up. He thought of a win-win solution. Heaven Official's blessing. How about this? The archaeological team would like to invite you as an honorary consultant. If there is any archaeological operation, we will inform you in advance. As for whether you choose to join or not, that is entirely up to you. What do you think of this arrangement? After finishing this sentence, everyone on the archaeological team was staring intensely at the live stream, afraid to miss a response from the master. But they waited for a long time. Still no response. Professor Chu, seeing this, gave a helpless, bitter smile. Perhaps the master has already logged off. But everyone, do not be discouraged. As we move forward, everyone must work twice as hard, so we can earn the master's recognition early. The team members braced themselves, responding in unison. Just then, Professor Chu's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up to check. It was the director of the research institute, calling. Hello, director. Is there something you needed? Old Chu, I just watched the archaeology team's streaming. Do you have any remaining ghost-suppressing talismans in your hands? Professor Chu was stunned upon hearing this. He had seen with his own eyes how powerful the ghost-suppressing talismans are. It was no surprise the director wanted to study them. Even he himself was baffled by the principles of how they could suppress zombies. But Just that burst of flame from earlier. I have already burned the household nameplate and the suppression charm. That said, judging by Heaven Official's Blessing's words, this type of suppression charm is extremely rare. I am afraid even Heaven Official's Blessing himself does not have many. Thinking of this, Professor Chu hurriedly said, Director, why did you suddenly ask about this? Something major has happened over in Yizhou. I can't explain it clearly in just a word or two over the phone. Like this. Leave the follow-up work for the Pingshan ancient tomb to the local archaeological team. Lead your team back to the capital immediately. Old Chu, I can only tell you this for now. Heaven Official's Blessing is an incredibly important netizen. Extremely important, no matter what. We must find him. This is not just about archaeology. It concerns the survival of the entire nation. Hearing the heavy tone in the director's voice, even tinged with a hint of sorrow, Professor Chu could not help but tremble inwardly. What could have happened in Yizhou that would make the director so deeply unsettled? With this question in mind, Professor Chu hurried to instruct his team members to pack their bags. They boarded a flight to the capital that very day. Host guided the archaeological team to success. Reward, Zhang Sanlianzi's lightness skill. Zhang Sanlianzi's lightness skill. Su Chen's eyes lit up. This reward is pretty good. Zhang Sanlianzi was a legendary figure. I have mentioned him before. As to what exactly made him so legendary, it can be roughly summarized into 3 points. His ability to observe and tame wild cats. His mastery of yin-yang feng shui. His absolute signature technique, the wall-climbing lightness skill. It is rumored that even at over 60 years old, old Zhang could still scale a vertical wall, nearly a dozen meters high, without even breaking a sweat or losing his breath. How powerful this footwork is clearly evident. Zhang Sanlianzi robbed countless tombs in his lifetime, and his incredible stories are too numerous to recount. He is probably just as elite as Hu Bai. System, claim reward. A sphere of light appeared above Su Chen's head, and shot directly into his brain. In that very second, Su Chen had fully mastered Zhang Sanlianzi's lightness skill. New skill acquired. He could not wait to test it out. He stood up and walked into the courtyard. He cast his gaze toward the old jujube tree. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen focused his energy and took a leap. His feet touched the ground lightly, and in an instant, his entire body was like a bird in flight, leaping up with grace. Right after that, he stepped alternately onto the trunk of the jujube tree, and within 2 or 3 steps, he climbed up. Standing amidst the high tree canopy, 4 or 5 meters above the ground, Su Chen felt overjoyed. He lifted his eyes and looked, only to see a little girl in the nearby park, wearing a floral dress, holding an ice cream cone, staring blankly at him. Her little mouth was agape in shock. Su Chen grinned at the little girl, let go of his grip, and once again, like a bird in flight, he jumped down from the 4 or 5 meter height. If it were anyone else, even without breaking a leg, they would not be able to get up for ages. But Su Chen did not use any effort at all, landing on the ground as steady as could be. At that moment, a little girl in the park looked on in shock, hurriedly turning to find her mother. Mommy, I just saw an uncle flying in the sky. You naughty little thing, telling lies again. Don't make me spank you. But there really was an uncle flying in the sky. Satisfied with the test results of his lightness skill, Su Chen was well pleased. He decided to find a high-end restaurant that claimed to have recipes from the imperial kitchen. Time for a little self-reward. Time flies fast, and in the blink of an eye, darkness fell. Professor Chu and his team had just landed at the airport, when they were immediately intercepted by a squad of armed soldiers, and rushed directly to the Archaeological Research Institute. Along the way, Professor Chu remained completely baffled, having no idea what had actually happened. However, the closer they got to the institute, the more the archaeology team noticed a growing number of military vehicles passing by. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, intuitively sensing the gravity of the situation. Upon arriving at the heavily guarded institute, they had to pass through several security clearances before they could gain entry. That was when Professor Chu realized that the people being shuttled in by these vehicles were actually archaeology experts from all over the country. A familiar professor came over to say hello, but after talking, they realized neither of them knew why the institute had summoned everyone so urgently. Very quickly, the archaeology team members were arranged to stay in the institute dorms, while Professor Chu and the other professors were invited to a large conference room in the main building. The meeting hall, which could hold hundreds of people, was already packed to the rafters. Hundreds of archaeology experts gathered from across the nation were whispering among themselves, speculating about what could have possibly happened. Not long after, an elderly man with gray hair walked into the room. As soon as he entered, the room fell instantly silent. This elderly man was none other than the director of the Archaeological Research Institute, known as Zhu Quanping. Director Zhu had been working in archaeology since the last century, spent years fighting on the front lines, and was essentially considered the bedrock of Huaxia archaeology. He was a man held in the highest regard. Although advanced in age, Director Zhu was still sharp and spirited. But at this moment, his brows were knitted tightly, his expression deeply solemn. Approaching the podium, Director Zhu scanned the archaeological elites below, his voice heavy with grief. "Everyone, I have an announcement to make, and I hope you can prepare yourselves for it. Last night, the entire Yizhou archaeology team was lost in Golden Sparrow Mountain, without a single survivor." The room erupted at these words, everyone in shock. They all gasped in disbelief, staring at Director Zhu in utter horror. "You have to understand, Yizhou is no small place, and the Yizhou archaeology team, including their field medics, consisted of over 20 people. What kind of danger did they encounter that led to the entire team being wiped out overnight?" Someone immediately could not hold back, raised their hand and asked, "Director, what exactly happened at Golden Sparrow Mountain? Why could not the archaeology team even send out a distress signal?" Old Ju's eyes welled up slightly. He did not answer the question directly, but instead signaled his assistant to turn on the projector. This video was transmitted automatically to the local archaeology office. After the Yizhou archaeology team was lost, "See for yourselves what happened." As he spoke, old Zhu turned away, clearly unable to bear watching the content of the video again. Over 300 archaeology experts present took a deep breath, settled their emotions, and fixed their eyes on the big screen in unison. On the big screen, the Yizhou archaeology team was, as usual, preparing for the excavation. Among them, the team leader, Wang Weiju, had a head-mounted live-stream camera strapped to his forehead, smiling as he urged the team members to hurry up, saying that this archaeological discovery would surely shock the whole country and let everyone know about the Yizhou archaeology team's contribution. You could tell this was a very vibrant young team. Even team leader Wang Weiju was no more than 28 years old. After the group finished their preparations, they boarded boats from the shore of Golden Sparrow Lake and headed upstream toward Golden Sparrow Mountain. Along the way, the team members were laughing and joking, teasing team leader Wang Weiju for being too much of a straight man, scaring off every girl he went on a blind date with. Amidst the light-hearted banter, the archaeology team rowed their motorboats, gradually penetrating deeper into Golden Sparrow Mountain. After about half an hour of drifting, a pitch-black mountain cave suddenly appeared before them. Upon seeing this cave, the archaeology team members were thrilled instead of fearful, and started cheering one after another. "Finally, we have found it. Team leader, that crystal coffin must be inside this cave, right? If we can excavate that crystal coffin, we will make headlines immediately and become heroes in the archaeological world." All right, enough with the jokes. Turn on all your headlamps. Be careful once we enter the cave. The drone footage showed nothing unusual, but archaeology. Wang Weiju had not finished his sentence when a female team member interrupted him. "But archaeology is always full of surprises, right? Team leader, you say that every time we set out. My ears are getting tired of it." While they laughed and joked, two motorboats entered the cave. The deep dark water cave, winding and twisting, was endless. The archaeology team had traveled about several hundred meters when they noticed that on both sides of the water cave, there were piles of bones, unable to tell if they were from humans or animals. Right at that moment, around the archaeology team's motorboats, a huge shadow suddenly appeared, swimming past them at an extremely fast speed. All the team members were startled, their faces showing some panic. "Team leader, what was that?" Wang Weiju shook his head and said, "I am not sure. It might be a larger type of fish. If anything unexpected happens later, we will turn back immediately. Safety is our top priority. Did you all remember that?" This time, the team members did not tease Wang Hujing in return, but nodded in unison to agree. The archaeological team continued to move forward. After going deeper for another few hundred meters, they finally saw two crystal coffins, embedded on both sides of the stone wall. The coffins emitted an eerie green glow, looking exceptionally strange. Suddenly, a team member let out a scream, pointing at one of the coffins and saying, "Quick, look, why is the body inside this crystal coffin gone?" Everyone turned their heads to look in unison. They saw that of the two crystal coffins, only one contained a woman in white clothes, while the other one was completely empty. There was nothing inside. Wang Hujing's face turned ghastly pale in an instant. He hurriedly shouted, "Quick, retreat!" Unfortunately, he was ultimately one step too late. Just as Wang Hujing shouted those words, a woman in white feathered robes, with long hair cascading to her waist, was unexpectedly floating on the surface of the river. At the same time, a face as wrinkled as the bark of an ancient tree, a face full of wrinkles, also became clearer and clearer in the video, eventually occupying the entire frame. A second later, the video abruptly stopped. Inside the conference room, all the expert professors were filled with shock and confusion. Who exactly was that woman in white? Who is she? Why could she float on the river surface? What exactly happened to the Yizhou archaeological team? Finally, one expert could no longer restrain himself and voice the questions that were on his mind. Elder Zhu was immersed in sorrow and did not answer his question. His assistant saw this, sighed and said, "After the Yizhou local archaeological team lost contact, we immediately sent a fully armed search and rescue team. However, the search and rescue team entered the water cave and also lost contact. The Yizhou authorities sensed something was wrong and immediately reported this matter to us. They also sent a drone into the cave and captured the following footage." As he spoke, the assistant operated the console and played the next video. In this video, one could clearly see the full view of the water cave. However, after the drone flew for a short distance, the experts in the conference room witnessed a scene they would never forget for as long as they live. They saw, on the cave walls, clinging to it were over 100 dead bodies. Judging by their clothing and appearance, they were the members of the previously lost archaeological and search teams. What shocked the experts even more was what happened next. The drone wanted to fly a little closer to take clear photos, but just at that moment, the bodies on the stone wall moved. Over 100 dead bodies were startled by the sound of the drone, jumping into the dark river like dumplings, pursuing the source of the noise. Seeing the scene, the experts in the conference room fell silent in unison. Everyone felt a terrifying chill spreading from their spines throughout their bodies. The drone was caught by the swarm and fell into the dark river. The feed cut off abruptly again. At this moment, Director Ju's assistant wore a grave expression. Continuing, upon discovering this situation, Yizhou dispatched troops to seal off Golden Sparrow Mountain. Based on the initial engagement between the soldiers and these zombies, these creatures are completely fearless of bullets. Even if their bodies are torn to shreds, with intestines spilling all over the floor, they can still stand up again. Furthermore, once you are bitten by them, you will transform into one of these creatures within half an hour. Upon hearing the assistant's words, more than 300 archaeology experts present all stood up simultaneously, fearless of bullets, feeling no pain, and spreading a horrific virus. If these creatures were to escape the cave and reach the city, it would be unimaginable. If that were to occur, Huaxia would become a living hell. The assistant sighed and explained, "The water tunnels of Golden Sparrow Mountain are interconnected, stretching over 10 kilometers. We do not know how many more of these monsters are hidden inside, but no matter the cost, we cannot let this plague enter the world." However, according to the latest reports from Yizhou, the number of zombies is increasing, and I fear the troops cannot hold out much longer. As soon as he finished speaking, the experts below began to deliberate. No matter how much they racked their brains, they still could not think of a solution, let alone a solution. Most of them were witnessing this kind of scientific defying creature for the very first time. If not for the video right there in front of them, they might even suspect this was a prank by the research institute. Before the experts could finish, Director Ju's assistant played another video and added, "Although these zombies are terrifying, it is not without a glimmer of good news. This morning, Professor Chu's Pingshan archaeological team just eliminated one such creature." As he spoke, the screen displayed a replay of this morning's livestream, where Su Chen's provided comments had been highlighted in 7 split screens. He zoomed in and marked them clearly. This talisman is called the General's Talisman, also known as the Zombie Suppressing Talisman. It can be used to subdue zombies. This zombie king is not simple. A single suppression talisman will struggle to contain it completely. Expose the den as quickly as possible and burn it with fire if you do not have a suppression talisman. Should you encounter zombies, the following items also have effective results against them. They are high noon scorching sunlight, sticky rice, black dog blood, and a peachwood sword, black donkey hooves. The experts in the meeting room watched as the archaeological team, led by Professor Chu, guided by the netizen known as Heaven Official's Blessing, gradually wiped out the Pingshan Fierce Tomb entities. Every person's face bore an expression of mingled shock and joy. That is wonderful. If we had those kinds of talismans, we could certainly eliminate the living entities in the water caves. According to what Mr. Heaven Official said, they should be called zombies, regardless of whether they are zombies or living entities. As long as there is a way to suppress them, it will work. As the experts discussed, they all simultaneously turned their eyes toward Professor Chu. Seeing this, Professor Chu wore a bitter smile on his face. "I might have to disappoint everyone. Although I have received guidance from Mr. Heaven Official several times, I still do not know his true identity to this day. The several times I invited Mr. Heaven official to join the archaeological team. I was rejected by him. Hearing this, the experts present were filled with astonishment. What? Rejected? Old Chu, you are not joking, are you? People have always broken their heads just to scramble into the archaeological team. Who would ever reject our invitation? I am not scolding you, but Old Chu, how are you handling this? This Mr. Heaven official possesses miraculous secret arts. It is as if he were born specifically for archaeology. You do not rush to recruit such a talent. What on earth are you thinking? Seeing the experts complaining about him, Professor Chu also felt aggrieved. It is not that he did not want to recruit Mr. Heaven official into the archaeological team. It is that the man himself is unwilling to come. Besides, Mr. Heaven official is a VIP with SSS level clearance. His own authority is simply insufficient to even query it. What could he possibly do? Thinking of this, Professor Chu had a pained look on his face and told them the entire story of everything that had happened during this period in detail. Among it also included the fact that when Major Chen checked the identity of Heaven official's blessing, he discovered that he was a matter of SSS level classification. When the experts heard about the SSS level classification, they were all shocked beyond measure. You must know, in the history of the country, only unique national figures are qualified for SSS level clearance, forbidding anyone from querying their true identity. Across the whole nation, only a few of the highest-ranking elders possess this authority. Then, who exactly is this Heaven official's blessing? Who is he? Just when everyone was at a loss for what to do, Elder Zhu Quanping slowly stood up from his chair and walked straight to the podium. He scanned the experts below and then said sonorously, "No matter who this Mr. Heaven official is, he is now our only hope. As for the matter of the SSS level clearance, I have already reported it to the Council of Elders. Calculate the time. They should have arrived by now." As soon as Elder Zhu finished speaking, the conference room door was pushed open. Immediately after, 3 soldiers with the rank of major walked in. The 3 of them saluted Elder Zhu and the experts present. Immediately, the man among the 3 carrying a coated briefcase opened the case with great solemnity and took out a USB drive. "Old Zhu, the Council of Elders has reached a decision, authorizing your access to SSS level clearance." Damn, what kind of palace kitchen is this? It is not even as good as the little diner near my place. Su Chen had finished treating himself to a meal, only to find that this supposedly high-rated place on the review site was a total bait and switch. These ratings must have been faked, right? Gave you a 1-star review. After posting the 1-star review, Su Chen finally felt a bit more at ease. Back home, started the live stream as usual. However, the archaeological team was not broadcasting. Shu shouting was not live either. Su Chen had no choice but to scroll through the platform's recommendations out of boredom. As he was browsing, a streamer called Yizhou Spirit Explorer caught his attention. In the feed, the guy seemed to be out in the wild. It was almost midnight, close to 12 a.m. The pitch-black screen was actually quite eerie. Brothers, let me tell you, something big has happened in Yizhou, even though the officials are keeping it under wraps. According to my sources, the military arrived at Golden Sparrow Mountain last night under strict orders. They even evacuated all the villages near Golden Sparrow Mountain, clearing them out into Yizhou City. Rumor has it is because the archaeological team ran into something in Golden Sparrow Mountain, and over 20 members did not come back. While he was speaking, the streamer turned the camera toward the mountain range in the distance. Sure enough, you could faintly see military encampments, and they would even set up barbed wire all around, forbidding any civilians from entering. Seeing this, the few hundred viewers in the room were all shocked and suspicious. Holy crap, nothing bad actually happened, right? I saw on social media the day before yesterday that the Yizhou archaeological team seemed to have made a major discovery. They definitely entered Golden Sparrow Mountain yesterday, and the social media feed has not been updated since. Streamer, you live near Golden Sparrow Mountain. Do you know what is going on? The streamer, who called himself Yizhou Explorer, nodded, lowering his voice on purpose. According to the top-secret information I have gathered, the archaeological team encountered monsters in Golden Sparrow Mountain. They were all eaten by the creatures, and the creatures even crawled up from underground. The military is currently locked in battle with them. As if to verify the streamer's words, just as he finished speaking, gunshots suddenly rang out from the distant Golden Sparrow Mountain. Within just a few seconds, the gunshots grew even more intense. In an instant, the chat in the stream exploded. Holy crap, it is actually true. Streamer, you are the man. But can you sneak in there and livestream the battle between the army and the monsters for us? Damn, bro up there, are you trying to get the streamer killed? Countless other curious netizens also began flooding into the livestream. However, just when the little spirit explorer guy felt that he was about to blow up in popularity, two fully armed soldiers, patrolling the area, without saying a word, snatched him up. The stream feed was cut off just like that. Even though the Spirit Explorer was gone, the situation at Golden Sparrow Mountain was blowing up way too big. People have been posting about it online continuously, about Golden Sparrow Mountain, and things like strange beasts. It quickly hit the trending topics. Meanwhile, Suchen saw this, and could not help but frown. Something has happened at Golden Sparrow Mountain. Based on the previous clues, it is highly likely that the tomb of Lu Shangwang is inside Golden Sparrow Mountain. However, Lu Shangwang himself was a tomb raider. How could the tomb he designed be so easily found? In the Lost Tomb, Wu Sangxing and others also relied on the hints from the Warring States Silk script to finally determine the location of the tomb. It is not that Su Chen looks down on the archaeology team, but they lack both the knowledge for locating dragon veins and the route map from the Warring States Silk script. I am afraid that even if you gave them several more months, they still would not find the location of the Lu Palace. Su Chen thought about it, but could not make sense of it, so he just threw it out of his mind. Anyway, there really are strange beasts, and the military is handling it. He does not need to worry about it. On the other side, in the Research Institute's conference room, Old Zhu took the flash drive from the other party with a solemn expression. This flash drive is the key to SSS level clearance. In the entire Huasha, there are only 2 of them. One is held by the Council of Elders, and one is kept in the National Treasury. What it represents are countless unsung heroes, peerless national scholars who have made immense contributions to Huasha. Soon, Old Zhu's assistant brought in a laptop and pulled up the central database. Then, plugged in the flash drive, and activated the SSS level clearance. The assistant saw the progress bar fill up, and the clearance was activated successfully. He could not help but exhale in relief. He knew how heavy the weight of this flash drive was. Therefore, when entering the Heaven Official's blessing data, both his hands were slightly trembling. After the input was finished, the system started to automatically search for the real identity of Heaven Official's blessing. At this moment, the entire conference room fell deathly silent. Everyone fixed their eyes on the big screen, holding their breath as they awaited the result. Through those few videos just now, the experts had already generally understood how terrifying Heaven Official's blessing is. And the more capable Heaven Official's blessing is, the more secret techniques he understands. The more these experts longed to find him and bring him into the Research Institute. Everyone believed that, as long as Heaven Official's blessing is willing to join the Research Institute, not only could the crisis at Golden Sparrow Mountain be easily resolved, but Huasha's archaeology industry could also leap onto a new level. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, finally, the system search progress bar reached the end, and in the next second, the prompt that appeared on the big screen left everyone stunned. They saw the big screen was completely blank, with only one glaring prompt: no such person found. Old Zhu stared with his mouth agape, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" The central database records the identity information of every person within Huasha. As long as he has left a trace on the network, there is no way it could not be found, unless the assistant was trembling all over, saying the following words with a terrified look: